Because wait a minute, just what I've noticed on YouTube, some people just because they articulate well, they think that their words hold more weight or is more important than other people. Like, shut the fuck up. If it was in real life, you would have shut the fuck up and let that nigga talk. What the fuck is wrong with
Word.
you?
For real, that's a fact, bro. That's why they come to YouTube, man, to like taunch bullshit. But they know they wouldn't be doing this outside, my nigga. They know that, bro. Fucking revenge for the nerd ass niggas, man. Fuck out of here, bro.
Monster,
But
don't
like I
get
said,
quiet
man.
now.
But like I say, homie, like I say, if this go to trial, they think if this charge you can stick, right? They take it to trial. I don't think it's gonna go to trial, but let's just assume it goes to trial. His chances of beating the case it gets higher because there is no way that the prosecutors, the DA of Texas, can actually come out with it, or the jury can come out with a conviction for a first-degree murder when this happened literally on the spur of the moment. This situation happened on a probably, I'm going to go ahead and assume in a 90-second window, bro. In the 90s. Now, if the boy
That's
would have
enough
left the
time for
scene, right?
premeditation, though,
I'm gonna
Poppy.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you how premeditation work. If the
You
boy
don't.
would have left, hold on. If you say, okay, wait until you touch me, see what happened. He would have left and come back. That's premeditation, nigga. That's premeditation right there.
That's not the
Because
whole
he left and
No,
came
I'm just
back.
saying it is premeditation. You don't need a
All
length of
right, man.
time for it to be premeditation, Poppy. You can have premeditation and decide you want to stab someone right there on the spot.
So you okay with this being first degree murder?
Yep,
I didn't
because he
say
deserves
that,
it.
did I?
I'm asking you a
I
direct
think
question.
manslaughter.
If I'm asking you, if I'm asking you,
Hold on.
go
Let's do
ahead,
this.
boss.
Anger Snowman, do you think it's first degree murder?
No, I said it best. Probably, I'd say intentional manslaughter.
Okay, cool.
And that's what I'm saying.
Okay, cool.
That's
And
me.
Bobby, we got that
That's
part.
me.
DJ, hold up, DJ. Oh, let me go through my panel first. Because DJ Witch Doctor came up here, and that's my guy. I gotta hear from my guy too. Witch Doctor, first of all, how are you, OG? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm actually doing some cleaning up, but I definitely wanted to catch you before you
Oh
you
no,
gotta
I'm
go and deal with your Robbie duties. You know what I'm saying?
hey, listen, I always take care of that big dog.
But
nah,
now
go ahead. Do you think this murder one?
I think he'll get manslaughter. I think he was defending himself, but by law, I don't think it's gonna be considered self-defense with everything that we know so far, right? However, I do think he was defending himself, but I think manslaughter will be the more like suitable charge. You know what I mean?
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Murder one for sure. What's up?
I think he might get second degree murder, even though I want him to get first because I want him to do the most time possible because this was a silly, nonsensical thing to happen. Didn't have to happen. Just because he touched him, he didn't want him in. They didn't want him in their tent. I think he needs to do. I'd like to see him do 99 years and be in for 30 and get out. But I don't think he's going to
Look
get
at
any
this
better
fucking
than
cocksucker, man.
second. I don't think he's going to get any better than murder. What is it? Second degree.
All right, Truth. What do you think you're gonna get, or do you think murder one should stick? Truth. 3, 2, 1. Masaru.
You're away from the phone.
Throw
Yeah, I
that
know,
little
I know.
nigga under the jail.
Jesus fucking Christ. Masaru, they're gonna boot your ass again because you being disrespectful. All right, so
Yeah,
Witch Doctor. Yeah, Masaru, I'm trying to say
he on borrowed time again.
He on borrowed
Okay,
time
I'm
again.
speaking the facts.
Okay, no problem. Witch Doctor, you just came here, so let me get your thoughts on this whole entire thing. Because my thing is this, right? These grifting ass niggas all on YouTube and social media is trying to paint up a racist, gaslit narrative about this whole entire thing, all in the name of money and using the name of God just so they can invoke the emotions and the hearts and minds of people because they're trying to paint this situation to be something that it's not. That's my whole purpose behind this stream. What's your take?
I do think a lot of people is using this for the political agendas and to gain clout. You know what I mean? I don't think the altercation was a racist altercation. You know what I'm saying? Most young people don't really give a fuck about that race shit as older people do. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think people started making it about race for their own agenda. For example, even Nancy Grace, who always jumps the gun before she even knows shit, she was painting the black kid as some sort of like like that shit is crazy to me. And that's why a lot of black people is being how they be, because whether a black person is the perpetrator or the victim, we always dig up their history and try to paint them crazy in the court of public opinion, and that shit is unfair.
It is definitely unfair, but you know what's also unfair is not calling the facts as we see them. You know Dominique Alexander, the spokesperson for the Carmelo Anthony family, right?
Mm.
Let me ask y'all gentlemen on the panel, as y'all gentlemen are, I'm only going to not assume, because I know some of y'all don't got kids, but how do y'all feel about a black man who has been charged and is a convicted child abuser? Let me ask you that question.
How do I feel about someone who's a charged and convicted child abuser?
BLM.
As far as I'm concerned, they can be buried underneath the freaking prison for the rest of their life.
Sweet. Witch Doctor, Poppy, Masaru, Truth, Murder One.
Yeah, anybody abusing a child, that's some predatory shit. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why kids have legal guardians, because they're too young to protect themselves physically, mentally, etc. You know what I mean?
Sweet. Anybody else before I continue?
BLM loves people like that because that's what most of them are.
Most definitely. And the main primary one in all of this is, drum roll, this motherfucker right here. Y'all know who this dude is right here? Are y'all
Is that
familiar?
the pastor? Is that damn pastor?
That was the spokesperson for the people. What was he convicted of?
Oh, let's see. Bam. Dominique Alexander criminal record. Carmelo Anthony spokesperson. Felony injury to a child, 2009. Forging a check, post 2009. Leading police on a high-speed chase, post 2009. Stealing a car, post 2009. Falsely claiming a car was stolen, post 2009. Offensive physical contact, 2015. Probation violations, 2016. Felony theft of property, 2,500 to 30,000, 2016. Felony assault causing serious bodily injury, 2019. Misdemeanor assault, 2019. Continuous violence against the family, 2019. Theft, making a false police report, and evading arrest.
Sell.
That's a lot. But
Sell,
what I want to know,
hold on, because Sell,
Go ahead, sir.
a person can change their self around. This man very well could have turned his life around, and he's living a good life now. How dare you? How dare you sit there and suggest?
I appreciated this tasteful sarcasm, but what does this guy's credibility have to do with a young man? That
everything, because this guy's credibility had, when he first came on camera, the first thing he said is, I agree with Austin Metcalf's father.
Well, I hope the lawyers representing the other family don't have no blemishes, because this is the thing what I'm talking about. This is the thing I'm talking about, the court of public opinion. Like, what does this have to do with a young man? Like that is crazy. That is what I'm saying.
Wait. Let me talk to Witch Doctor right quick. Witch Doctor, I agree with you on that. But Witch Doctor, you know how I work. I like to do shit up front to point out the hypocrisy in all of it. Dominique Alexander's criminal record don't got shit to do with Carmelo Anthony. Just like people tried to pull up Jeffrey Metcalf's criminal history, which come to find out, which was fake. People saying that he assaulted a child sexually. We've come to find out that that's fake.
I didn't even hear that.
Oh, it's all over social media. It's been all over some content creators panel. Excuse me once.
They were talking about that on Iz's panel last night. Come on.
I didn't say their names.
Yeah, I didn't see that part. But the thing is, even that doesn't have to do nothing. Like, my whole thing about this shit is people muddying the water. If this shit was to go to trial, it'll be hard for that dude to get a fair trial because of people muddying the water. That's my whole thing about it. I won't put out stuff about their dad.
I agree with you 1,000%. But here's the problem. When this man is holding a press conference and he's bringing up money and he's bringing up people making accusations and things about him and not about the family, when he says that this case should not be about race, yet you sat on the blue couch on the Real Life Productions interview and you brought up 3 cases that had to deal with interracial incidents. When you set up, is that HQ? I think that's HQ. Hold on one second.
Interracial.
I know. No. He brought up Roy Oliver, Amber Dean, and somebody else. 1 second, because Poppy Blanco fell off, but also HQ. Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So really quick,
the Auntie HQ, man.
I know, right? Auntie HQ be on point. So let me finish this right quick. The reason I pull up Dominique Alexander's arrest record is because it's based in bullshit. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case. But you know what the race baiters are doing? The race baiters is pulling up every anecdotal example as to why it is that black people should be following this case and why it is that you should be siding with Carmelo Anthony just because you're black. To me, that's bullshit. Okay, wait. How many people was Bumpkin? I ain't sound familiar.
I know Bumpkin.
Wait, Fight Club Bumpkin?
Yeah, Fight Club Bumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
I remember you for something. I just can't remember why.
I've been everywhere, man.
Because he stalks me, Sel. He stalks me.
No, it was something that he did.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, no. I know what you're talking about. No. I remember that too now.
Someone paid me $500 at the N-word on Fight Club or call someone the
N-word. What do you mean
I
paid you?
No, I said someone. Not Snowman. I said someone. Oh. Someone paid $500 Cash App to call Sharon the N-word, and I 1,000% did because it was $500 directly to my Cash App.
I would have too. I ain't mad at you.
All right, but I have Bumpkin. Listen.
Of course, you're not mad at him, Angry Snowman. Why would you be? You're not black. You know
hold on. Here's my thing, Bumpkin. Hold on. One thing I do on my show. This might not be done on a whole lot of people's shows. I hold lines, G.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
I don't play that bullshit. I appreciate open racism, but if you're gonna be openly racist, stay your ass over there. I don't need that shit.
But come on, Unc, $500 is $500.
I don't give a damn.
For real.
I don't give a damn. My thing is this: if I was on YouTube to make money, I would be like the rest of these niggas up here grifting and holding panel shows, all in the name of waiting for someone to get booted off. I'm not here for that. If y'all want to participate in the conversation, then guess what? I have no problem with that. But here's the thing. What happens is a lot of motherfuckers open up panels and they are literally waiting for someone to boot them off. And like I said before, if you don't think I'll hold a line until you see Angel back on my platform, trust and believe me, I won't let nobody who openly disrespects black people to be on this platform. It's just that simple.
I won't let Angel on my platform either.
Deuces Bumpkin. So now, since everyone says, oh, Will on YouTube just to make money. No, the fuck I'm not. Because I can hold an actual fucking line. If you're going to be on some dumb shit, get the fuck away from here. I knew I remember him from something. I just couldn't remember why. But I don't need that bullshit on my panel. Just like someone else who I don't need to fucking make mention of just because they had them on their goddamn show waiting on them to be as derogatory as possible for someone to boot them the fuck off. That's not how I do my fucking show. We're going to have a conversation, but if you disrespectful, get the fuck on. Now, I don't mind nobody's opinion, but if you're on bullshit, I don't need you. Moving the fuck forward. Anywho, HQ, welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody on the panel. How you all doing? I've been following the case, reading. Following all that, I have one question. The gentleman who said he premeditatedly put the knife in his bag and came to the sports event. Where did you get that information from?
Just if you actually sit back and look at the way everything came out that we know so far, that's documented in the police report, not from hearsay at all. Things that Carmelo said and the things that the witnesses said. It all ties together to show premeditation. There's no way to get around it. He's not going to be able to get around that in court. It all ties together easily to show premeditation.
Usually, like the way I like to do things, whoever was talking last when the super chat come through, you got to read the super chat. So, Murder One, I need you to read the super chat.
Good way to move, man.
Okay, appreciate you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't say his name.
No, you're good. Mayor Monkey with $10 says, good way to move, man. Appreciate you. Go ahead, HQ.
So your supposition, you're pulling information from supposition as well. The young man has not spoken except to the police officer. That's it. Nobody knows his motivation. Nobody knows why he had the knife in his bag. No one knows why he went under the tent. No one knows why he stabbed him instead of punching him. Nobody knows until the young man speaks in court. We can only, everything that we are hearing is supposition, period. We can only go by the police report, and the police report is what the boy said, not what is his name? Metcalf? Austin said. This is between Austin and the young man. The young man has spoken to the police, and that's it. No one else has spoken. No one else can speak except what that young boy felt at the moment in time. That young man will do prison time. Let's be clear. He's going to do prison time. It's just a matter of how much prison time. Okay? Austin was the victim. You're correct. He was the victim. And Carmelo deleted that victim. But why did he do that? He hasn't spoken as to why. When you talk about proportionality, great. The law says it depends on the proportionality. Now, how do we know how Carmelo felt in that moment when he saw those two big boys, twins, standing over him? If they were standing over him, how do we know how that young man felt when he didn't have any other recourse except to run out under the tent? And he ran under the tent because of who knows what. We're all making supposition, but you cannot supposition about the proportionality of that crime. The proportionality and the law says it has to be proportional. The punch has to meet the punch. The force has to meet equal or lesser force. The young man met the punch or the grab with a greater amount of proportionality. Now, it is up to Carmelo's lawyer to convince us, a jury, that he felt above and beyond the regular threat to his life. We don't know what he felt in that moment. He did not go there to delete someone. That's something everybody should think about. You're saying he went there to delete someone. No one does that.
I say that.
In a 17,
y'all do me a favor. Have a respectful conversation. My daughter just called me, so I'm gonna let y'all have the panel for a second, but just be respectful, okay? Which doctor you got the show?
Okay. I'm about to finish. I'm sorry. I'm about to finish. I'm saying we cannot say the boy came there to delete anyone because that's not what he said. He said, I did it. Of course, he's talking about stabbing Austin. But he also said, is he okay? Which meant he was not there to delete anyone. Okay? So we can all speculate. It is going to come down to proportionality and what threat that young man felt in that moment. Your feeling of threat is different from mine. When you walk into a booth and there's men in there, you may not feel a threat. When I walk into a booth and there's all men there, I am at a heightened level of threat. There's a difference between my level of threat and yours. So what his level of threat or feeling of threatened is different from yours. And it's up to his lawyer to convince the jury that he had a heightened level of threat.
Right, but what I'm going to say is him not going there to kill someone, that's speculation as well. You don't know that if he did or didn't. None of us do.
That's correct. That's correct. But I'm saying we can't say he went there to do any. The young man said he went there to. Whoever talked before me said he went there to do that.
That was me.
I'm saying that's speculation. We can't say whether he did or he didn't. We're assuming that he didn't. And he's assuming that he did. We don't know until that young man speaks.
But HQ, we can actually say that he didn't because he was the one that got approached. Carmelo got approached by one of the twins, and then the
Carmelo
other twin
approached them in the tent. That's
hey.
Carmelo approaching. Okay.
How did he?
So hey. Amani said, and I agree. For premeditation in Texas, his decision to get the knife out of his bag is enough to meet the standard. Because the reality is, why did he have the knife? in the first place. That speaks to intent. His intention was, the intentionality was that if someone touched him, he was going to reach into his bag and pull out his weapon to quote unquote defend himself, irregardless to whatever the outcome was, evidenced by his own statement. You know what I'm saying? And the eyewitness statement. He reached into his bag and said, touch me and find out. Then when the boy touched him, he said, punch me and find out. This is by eyewitness statement. So he had more than enough time to flee. He did not have to deploy that knife.
So Robbie, let me ask you this. Robbie,
anybody?
Let me say this one
Go
thing.
ahead, HQ.
If 5 people say Carmelo always has the knife on him when he goes to work, when he's out in the play, when he's out and about by himself, that destroys that argument.
Right, but the point that he reached into his bag to get that weapon, it doesn't matter how many times you have anything. I can wear my gun every day.
But
the moment
so let me get this right, Robbie. Let me get this right. You carry guns? You like a legal carrier gun?
I mean, I believe I was speaking and y'all always cutting me off.
You got it right.
I thought you was dumb.
So even carrying a gun every day, right? If I pull out that weapon and I use that weapon on somebody, at the end of the day, it's premeditation because I am carrying that gun with the intent to cause physical harm to someone if they harm my person.
That is crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
But let's show some.
So why not take it for your protection? Why is the like?
Okay, so I'm gonna work with y'all there, right? You're taking it for your protection. So what, in order to protect yourself, what are you going to do? Are you just gonna throw it at somebody? Or do you intend to shoot them?
My intentions could be to scare them away. There's a lot of people that carry hammers that never had to use it.
Right.
Most people carry hammer not to use.
It wouldn't be like premeditated self-defense.
Hold on a second, Swish and Davey. I don't know what the fuck you think you're talking about. But in order to have a conceal and carry permit, you also have to be trained on shooting. You have to know how to shoot. The point is you carry a gun in order to be able to shoot an assailant. Most people hope they don't have a weapon, but if you're having a gun on you, the intent is to be able to shoot. You're not shooting someone to give them cotton candy and sparkles and glitter. You are shooting with the intent to disable or disarm an assailant attacking your person.
I know when I got my concealed carry, the first thing that I was told, not only by the concealed carry instructor, but also by a sheriff, is that if you actually ever have to pull your weapon out and use it, be it out in the public or in your own private home, you might as well be prepared to get arrested.
If he if he left the house with a knife with intentions to cause harm, why did he have to wait for somebody to confront him? Why he just didn't go onto the tent stabbing people? If that was his intention.
Listen, but again, y'all,
trying to set it up so it would look like self-defense, maybe.
Y'all.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that guy's retarded. Go ahead, bro.
Y'all can have whatever speculation it is that you want to have about the crime, right? But we're talking about the letter of the law. The letter of the law is when you reach into a bag, right? Or you reach into your pocket or whatever, and you tell someone, touch me and see what happens. He didn't say touch me and I'm gonna draw on your face with a magic marker. Touch me, I'm gonna throw some sand at you. Touch me.
That's a warning, bro, right?
Oh my God. It's still intent. What are you warning someone for? You're warning them.
Don't harm you. So they don't harm you, bro.
Right. You're warning them so they don't harm you, but you're letting them know what your intent is.
So why would they
So the warning signs on the traffic that they warning us like that, that's no warning either, right? Warning, go slow in this area, right?
But Poppy, do warnings have intent?
Bro, these boys didn't have any intent to clap the guy, bro.
The warning light on a traffic sign, right? The yellow light is caution, go slow, because if you go fast, you're going to get harmed. You're going to run a red light, right? There's potential danger and injury. That's the intent behind it. So the fact that people want to act like they don't understand that even warnings show intent is insane to me, but let's show some respect to the money. Pax Americana with the $50 super chat says, There is not enough information on this case. The only real alarming point from this case is the amount of race baiting from Carmelo's family. This is the point I was going to make, but if you don't want me on the panel, then cool. I don't know what happened with that. Pax, you are more than welcome to come up unless Cell said you couldn't be here. Marcus Anthony with the $5 holla said, Mr. Metcalf, family of slain kid, a minor, just being present, getting kicked out of the conference is racist. If Mello gets 10 to 15, it's fair. It's due process. So I'm just saying real quick, like, and Mayo Monkey even said, and y'all know me and Mayo Monkey go back and forth, pointing a gun at someone is a crime. Brandishing a weapon is in fact a crime. Thank you, Amir. Like, we could sit there and feel however we want to feel, say whatever it is that we want to say, but the law is the law. It's insane.
You say something, Roy. He said that Carmelo said, touch me and see what happens. And then he turned around and say, punch me, see what. So he said it twice then, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What are we talking about here? He gave you a warning. The guy touched him again, and now he poked. What are we talking about here?
That is crazy.
Right.
What are we talking about here?
We're talking about provocation.
Who provoked who, Raw?
Carmelo provoked Austin.
Oh my fucking God.
Man, that is crazy. That is why a lot of these people be feeling so emboldened. How is they don't even got the authority to move, buddy? Why they don't? Like, that is crazy.
Who had the authority to remove their dad out of the press conference? That was a public press conference.
Why is he? Yo, wait a minute. Why is his dad there? That his dad. Look at this. Them guys' dad. My fault, Blanco. Look at this. That guy's dad. That guy's them niggas' dad show exactly how they raised to me. Because the audacity for him to just go and plant himself there. Wait a minute. The audacity for him to go and plant himself there is the same audacity I see from other people, that they just besides themselves. They just go and put themselves and impose their will on people. You know what I'm saying? Why would he? Why?
Tell you why he would, in my opinion. If you would.
Why was he there? You go ahead, Snowman. Tell me why he's there.
And it's a very logical opinion. As much as the media likes to spin shit,
bro, just say your opinion. Why you got to build it up? Just say why. Like that's
why. Shut up.
Hold on. Wait. Hold up. Wait. Time out. Everybody, hold up. Wait. Time out. I need everyone to remember we are streaming across multiple platforms. I need everyone to also remember it's hard to have an understanding show when we are all over talking each other. We on my platform, we on Witch Doctor's platform, Snowman's platform, I believe Raw Stream on her platform too. So with that being said, we cannot over talk each other. Let each other finish each other's thoughts. We don't have to be crazy like the rest of some of these panels up here that's driven with emotion. We can have emotional thoughts, but we're going to cover the facts. But we're not going to overtalk each other. Also, Poppy, make sure you if you get any super chats or cash apps, give your people a shout out. To everybody that's watching on Poppy, Witch Doctor side. Thank you for joining in. If you get anything, let us know, Witch Doctor. Also for you, Snowman, if you get anything, let us know. We have to make sure that we are giving thanks to the people who are supporting and watching the content. We're not here to just argue. We're here to talk. And if an argument does happen, then fine. But we don't have to be crazy about it. But we are going to say thank you to everyone who is supporting the goddamn show. You are here watching us, having to talk about it instead of being anywhere else. So thank y'all to everyone who's watching the show. Go ahead to continue your conversation.
Okay, so before we do that, we're going to show some respect to the money. Deborah Leonelli says, did someone say that you could brandish a weapon to scare somebody? My goodness, you guys need to polish up on Second Amendment laws. Abele said he didn't pull out the knife out of the bag, make knife scene and say, back up, get off me. He pulled out the knife and immediately shoved it into the body of the kid. Shadow Dragon said, y'all wrong on this one, fellas. Robbie is right. And Nikki, where her comment when Nikki said, I'm not surprised by her response. And I'm glad you're not, because you shouldn't. So let's get something very clear so that people can understand definitions in the law. This is from, shout out to Mayo Monkey, shout out. We're going to talk about provocation. The act of provoking or inciting someone to do something. Generally, provocation does not act as a complete defense, but it can mitigate damages or culpability. Homicide. Provocation is that which causes, at the time of the act, reason be disturbed or obscured by passion to an extent to which it might render ordinary persons of average disposition liable to act rashly or without due deliberation or reflection, and from passion rather than judgments. In other words, provocation is something which causes a reasonable person to lose control. So you guys saying that this is self-defense.
Was Carmelo provoked, Robbie?
No, he was not provoked.
Okay.
From the eyewitness statement, right?
Okay, I'm just asking.
No. And I'm not, disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to answer the question as fairly and justly as possible. From the eyewitness statement from the police report. Let's see. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside, and proceeded to tell Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony. And then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Anthony to tell him to move, and Anthony pulled out what Blank recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. So there was multiple reasons or ways and times that Carmelo could have left the situation and then reported whatever he felt was a miscarriage of justice, someone bullying him, to teachers, supervisors, or whoever was in the situation. What he decided to do was provoke Austin to grab and cause physical harm, and then he retaliated. That can be intent, and it is not proportionally equal in the law.
So he provoked them to put their hands on him.
This is crazy, man.
Yes.
Okay.
I just wanted
to know. I just wanted to know.
Of course, the white boy initiated, man. They put their hands on that boy no once, twice. What the fuck we talking about here, yo?
But again, provocation.
You didn't say that.
They said that Austin touched him, and then he said, "Punch me and see what happens." And then Austin grabbed him up and told him to get out. So he did touch him twice. I'm not going to sit here and lie.
Wow.
He did.
In some way, somehow, y'all saying that this boy was provoking them twins, bro. Like, come on, man. Y'all tripping, bro.
And look, Blanco, look how their dad got the audacity to, like, I'm telling you, they cut from the same. I could just imagine. I just don't want to speculate and put stuff out, but I know audacity when I see audacity, bro. Even a lot of people in these YouTube spaces be having hella audacity. I could just sense that shit.
He should have never been there to begin with. That's the reality.
Look, the thing of the matter is to the dad. I'm going to go ahead and give my theory again. That way, you know what I'm saying, and it makes sense. With his dad was probably thinking with the way the news media spins and clips shit, and the way social media spins and clips shit. Why not go there and hear it right from the horse's mouth? That way, he ain't got to try and speculate on whether or not
his legal team. When people in
why does a legal team have to tell you anything? It's involving your kids.
You're supposed to stay. You're supposed to not be. Ain't you not supposed to not be in contact with the defense or the other side?
No, there is no law that says he can't be at a press conference. There's no law that says the parties cannot talk to each other. No, but
wouldn't your legal team advise you to stay away from each other? Won't that like compromise the case?
They can advise him, but that doesn't mean he has to.
I'm not saying it's against the law because the cops was right there dapping him up. They could have locked him up if it was against the law. I don't think it's against the law, but I think your legal team would advise against it.
That only applies for Carmelo. Carmelo is ordered to contact them. The father doesn't fall under those same rules, but I don't know why he's there anyway.
Oh, okay.
If you have a no contact order, right? Let's say you and I get into some shit, and there's a no contact order, and I'm not allowed to contact you. You can contact me as much as you want to. I can never contact you back.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
But the fact that y'all don't want to sit there and look at the provocation angle of it is insane to me. And let me tell you why. Because I was taking y'all the long way around the mulberry bush. This is mistake as to provocation. If a defendant kills another with a mistaken but reasonable belief that the victim injured or attempted to injure them, then provocation may be adequate to reduce a murder to manslaughter. And this is illustrated in the case Howell versus the state. So yes, provocation is in fact necessary in this case, and it's provable. Provocation is actually what is going to save Carmelo Anthony from getting the death chamber pine oil heaven.
You're supercharged.
But see, really people don't want to sit there. Hold on a second, babe, because I'm gonna drop down now that you back. But people want to sit there and they want to jump in their emotional bag instead of really dissecting this shit underneath the law. Like, if we're really looking at the law, if we really want to talk about what is happening here in this legal case, everything that has happened in that situation can be used to his advantage. But the way the court of public opinion is structuring this case, the way the race baiting angle is playing into this case, y'all are actually doing irrevocable damage to this young boy's defense. By saying that he's been bullied by the Metcalf boys, y'all are now feeding into premeditation because now he has a modus operandi. Cool. He has an amendus reis.
After Raw gets done, we have to read the money, and I see that we got a super chat on the linked channel. So yeah, really quick, that's yours. Okay, I know you wasn't done, baby. Go ahead, finish.
So when y'all are sitting there putting into well, he was bullied. That means he had more than enough reason to go there with the intent to harm somebody that was bullying him. If there was a provocation and the retort to the injury caused the death of someone, that affords for the charges to get dropped. The prosecuting attorney knows exactly what they're looking at with this tape because they have access to the whole entire case file, which is why the bail was reduced down to $250,000. Like, I need Black people, if you're going to be out here saying all of this crazy shit, doing all of this crazy shit, I'm going to need y'all to understand what intent means in the law, what premeditation means in the law, what it means when you're carrying a weapon, what it means when you're carrying a gun, what it means when you're taking not like that where you want to go. I'm gonna need you to understand what the fuck it is that you're participating in, because everybody wants to be hooded all gangster until you sitting in the motherfucking county lockup and you have to pay an attorney in order to help you resolve your situation. And number one rule that his parents should have taught him was to shut the fuck up, because him talking to the cops, him saying what he said in front of the cops, ultimately has killed his faith. He said, I did it. I did it. So no matter what the fuck these police officers want to charge them, they are absolutely in their right to have charged him with first-degree murder, because what they were dealing with was a murdered child, and he admitted to doing it.
All right. No, you can't leave yet. You got to read the super chat. You was the last one talking. Read the super chat.
It's recorded. The dad wasn't there to start drama.
Appreciate you, Marcus Antonio Castillo, with the $2, and then Angry Snowman. This is your super chat again.
What is your opinion of Metcalf's father being asked to leave the public hearing and him leaving?
We'll get to that. If DJ, if you get a super chat, let me know. I'll stop the show so you can read the super chat or a cash chat.
Hold on, y'all, because now I'm about to get. Baby Richard, you are free to click the link. If you got something you want to say, don't be a keyboard gangster. We're not gang banging on the keyboards. Say what you have to say and speak logical common sense, because I'm not an emotional woman. Like, I'm not going to go back and forth with you in the playhouse of your feelings. But we could talk about the logistics of the law. Please remember, I do have a background in law enforcement. Let's play, shall we? Click the link.
Go ahead and read this one, baby.
Remember, Rittenhouse bond wasn't lowered from a $2 million bond. Let me drop it again so you can feel emboldened to click this link.
And Rittenhouse's bond was actually raised from $1 million to $2 million after he reached the $1 million.
Yes, and his bond conditions was stipulated, and it was to be separated in between two different functions. And also, there was a big legal fight. Ags Valhalla, because he was there with me moderating in the chat. It was a big legal fight on what was supposed to happen with that money. And also that money went to a foundation and they dismantled his rifle at the crime lab. So that was part of his bond record. Well, not record.
Yeah, didn't the My Pillow guy end up in the end having to pay for his legal team?
Yes. Yes. DJ Witch Doctor, this is your super chat. You read it. DJ, you there?
My fault. Let me unmute. Ladies, I'm about to read this super chat. My fault.
Not ladies. Ooh.
Oh my God! Don't do that.
Raw, you got people on my in love with you.
So to Zyrax, my sister, my Asian sister, Mihao. You know what I'm saying? She said, just want to say hi, everyone. Hi to you, Zyrax. Hope you and the family are doing blessed on the weekend. Appreciate you for the super chat.
Long stroking.
See, I ain't got the sound effects that DJ Witch Doctor has, so y'all just gonna get some crazy clip that I play as a thank you. But appreciate you.
Wait.
You got
it. I got it. A money kind of thing. A money kind of thing.
So the DJ Raw visual.
All right. So where are we at in this? I stepped away. I was over there talking to the baby girl, and she was over there. Is that's Sharon? That is Sharon. Sharon, what the hell are you doing? Sharon said, damn.
Yeah. We were talking about provocation in the law and how provocation in the law is a defense to mitigate the charges of murder down to manslaughter.
Okay. And what was
we were on the parts that Robbie said that Carmelo Anthony was provoked the twins.
Yeah, that is
wild. She's crazy.
You're breaking. I'm not crazy. You crazy. You crazy that you don't understand provocation.
That's no provocation.
But Robbie, that's wild that y'all would say. That's wild that y'all would say the kids didn't provoke that guy. The guy didn't provoke Carmelo to stab him. That is wild to me.
No, that's not.
She's saying they both provoke each other.
Hold on. I wouldn't. I can't speak for her, but no, I am going to speak for her. I'm not going to say that she was saying that he was provoking him to stab him. I think that he really wanted him to move out from under the tent. Now, was he possibly provoking him into a physical altercation? Maybe, but I don't know. I don't like to deal in speculation too much. This is what's wrong with a lot of these YouTube streets and a lot of niggas in this space. Everybody like to use anecdotal experiences, especially when it comes to the dick and pussy conversation, the relationship conversation, the marriage conversation, family court, and all this, that, and the other. Everyone has their own anecdotal experience as to what happened to them and why it should be a blanketed statement that should be used for every other fucking governing podcast that happens in the motherfucking space. Shout out to Big O with the 199 super sticker. Appreciate you, Big O.
But yes, I appreciate you, love, but I can speak for myself. I was saying that Carmelo Anthony was provoking
right now.
Come do it. You know I like a spanking. You know I like it. But anyway, to TMI. But what I'm saying is this: Carmelo was provoking Austin to touch him. Mm-hmm. So now, if we're gonna say, excuse me, we're just playing. But if he was provoking Austin to touch him, and then Austin wound up deleted. One could either say that was premeditation, or they could use it to reduce the charges down to manslaughter. It could go either way. But what we can't have is tortious interference from the court of public opinion trying to reshape what actually happened in this crime. Now, anybody on this panel that has gotten away or has charges dismissed against them of attempted murder, raise your hand. Anybody in the chat too, put a 1 in the chat.
No, bro, let me ask you this.
Just attempted terrorism.
Rob, if you work for me, right, and I tell you, if you don't come to work tomorrow or you get fired, I'm provoking you into you getting fired, or I'm giving you a warning.
If you say what?
If you don't come to work tomorrow, are you getting fired? Is that a warning, or I'm provoking you for you to get fired? I'm provoking you for you to get fired.
You are provoking someone to get fired because the intention or the normal
a response.
The normal response or the normal thought process would be if someone is scheduled to work, they would come to work. So if you tell someone if you don't come to work tomorrow, you're fired, you are in fact provoking them to get fired. What are you talking about?
But my opinion, I think you're provoking them to come.
I'm giving you a warning. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving you a warning.
They just want you to come to
so
work.
Every time, so every time that you got a written warning at work, it's not provoking. Y'all just tripping, bro.
Poppy, read the money on the floor. Dude, that's all I'm saying, bro.
You know he can't
Hold
read.
on 1 second. What do they say the twins approached Carmelo? No report says that both confronted. Oh, it disappeared. What happened?
None of them say that both confronted him.
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead. And then read this one.
In what way did Carmelo provoke Austin? I guess that's a question for Robbie, I guess.
Warning someone can be provocation.
Baby, wait, hold on, baby. Wait, you don't have to answer just yet. Poppy was going. Go ahead, Poppy.
No, go ahead. Robbie can have it. Go ahead.
So you don't know what provocation is. Let me clear it up for y'all. Oh, let me put this one. Oh, wonderful question. As someone says to you to leave, please leave. Carmelo then says, touch me and see what happens, which means at this point, he wasn't touched. He was simply asked to leave. I know y'all understand words, don't you? If somebody said to you, please leave, or you don't belong here, leave. Touch me and see what happens. And then, when he touched him and he was trying to brush him out, go ahead and leave. He stabbed him and punch me and see what happens. So you got to touch me and see what happens. Punch me and see what happens. That is provoking someone to do something. That's like somebody running around and say, do something. Why don't you do something? I dare you to do something. You ain't finna do shit. Do something, see what the fuck happens. That is a provocation. The fact that y'all don't understand that simple concept is fucking blowing mine.
For real, me too. I'm serious.
I think the first warning he should have taken, he would have still had his life. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Right, if he would have just left. Go ahead.
No, the first warning when the guy told him, touch me, he already touched him. You already get off, because most people tell you one time, they're not gonna tell you twice. So he was privileged to have more than one warning, and he ignored it. You know what I'm saying?
Carmelo
to the LA project.
Carmelo easily could have left and went and got an adult to address the situation as well.
He could have asked an adult. Who gives him the audacity? Who deputized him?
That's what I'm saying. What you're saying is he could ask an adult to stay both ways, dude.
Pause for a second. Hold up.
Audacities will cause this young man to lose his life, man.
Hold on. Pause for a second. Don, come off mute.
Yo.
Okay.
Show
Hi,
yourself,
Don.
please. Nobody else can see you. Show us who you are.
I'm Mike.
Mike?
Mike who?
Yes.
Mike who?
Mike from
Mikey.
Oh, that's Mikey.
Yes.
Mikey, okay.
Oh, okay, cool.
Let me voice my opinion. I agree with what the other dude said. You know, you don't come in people's
Hold on, Mikey.
face.
Wait, Mikey. Wait. We got money on the floor. We got to read the money, Mikey. Hold on. We don't disrespect the money. We never disrespect the money. And I believe this came from Witch Doctor's chat. Witch Doctor, that's your super chat. Read your money.
Shout out to Lauren, aka the LA Project. She said, right now we are speculating. We have no choice. Let's just focus on the facts as they come out. It will be what it will be. Appreciate you. And can I just read Zyrex? So shout out to Zyrex. She said, in what way did Carmelo provoke Austin? Appreciate you, Zyrex. And Lauren, y'all make sure y'all drop the Lauren emoji and the Zyrex emoji in the chat. Appreciate you.
Most def. Baby, is this mine or yours? I don't know which one this is.
I don't know. According to them, asking someone to leave is provocation. We see this in real life all the time, and it's crazy. So here's the thing. Like, oh, wait. This
got one more. Is Snowman, is this your super chat?
No, it ain't got a thing on my end.
Okay, this is for the lady. Thank you for explaining the definitions. Big time, you're welcome. This is the thing, right? I'm gonna tell y'all this real quick.
Damn.
Oh God, more money. Touch or shove doesn't equal stab. Why is it so hard to get that? Someone push you in the club, you come across their head with a bottle, you go into jail. Facts, truth, reality, undefeated.
Facts.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna say this. What you are now seeing as you listen to the commentary, right? And this is no shade to nobody up on the panel or anything else. A lot of people swear to God that they OG, triple OG, they thugging it out. They done been arrested, they done been to jail, they done did time and everything else. But you could always tell who really been up in some legal situations and who done been in the struggle or what. Go ahead, babe, you do it because we doing so much. Who been in the struggle or whatever else by who knows the value of the law. Either you're on the right side of the law or you've been processed through the system. And either way, you know that proportional opposition is what matters when it comes down to convictions. Even shit, if I smack Sel and he punches me, that is not equal. That's not an equal response. Like, what are we talking about for real?
You're talking about
maybe people need to learn how to keep their hands to themselves. It's very simple.
No, it's nigga law.
It's very simple.
Nigga law.
Really quick, because Mikey did come up here and I did stop him.
Whatever you want to call it, if you keep your hands to yourself, you will be alive.
All right. The KP
right, but when someone asks you, and when someone asks you to leave their area, leave their area. Stop having a dick
but
measure.
That's not his area, Rob. But that's not his area. You know what I'm saying?
That's
not his property.
It's not his area. Neither was it the Anthony's family to ask the father to be removed either.
Hey, Sel, can I ask a question?
No,
that was a specific thing, Sel, for them to do.
That was something set for them. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't a press conference for him and them. It was their press conference. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's true. But my thing is this whole entire case is built upon who has the right to be where and what and all is that and the other.
Right.
Really quick.
So let me ask you this, Sel. Let me ask you this before you go, Sel.
Can I say something?
Fighter, if you want if you want to stream your platform, you can. I don't have no problem.
Can I say something?
Yes, Mike. Give me 1 second. And also, Poppy, you got wind blowing in your background.
Mad wind.
All right. So, Fighter, if you want to stream to your platform, you can. Any super chats or cash apps you get, make sure you let us know so we can shout them out. Next was, I think, did KP from KC5 go at all?
No, KP didn't go.
Okay, KP and then Mikey.
I've said this before around this case, and I'll say it again. Emotionality doesn't mean you're right. At the end of the day, man, I'm sorry to say this, but black people got to stop trying these cases based on a theory and instead of based on what the law is. At the end of the day, this is not a time to kill, man, where you watch Matthew McConaughey walk out Samuel L. Jackson after he killed them boys in the courthouse. This is not that. This is not a movie. This is real life. Look, you're going to be disappointed. That's essentially what people are trying to get y'all to wrap your minds around. You're going to be disappointed when this goes to court and he most likely does prison time. That's all people are saying. We're not saying he's justified in doing what he did. We're not saying that he's wrong. We're just saying what's going to happen when the law sees this. That's all we're saying. And that's
all right, really quick. Before Mikey go, it looks like Witch Doctor got some more money. Go ahead, Witch Doctor.
Appreciate it. Let me go back to YouTube. Let me see.
We making some money today, goddammit. Got some money. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So to Zyrex, she said, I understand what provocation is. An argument can also be made that Carmelo was provoked when Austin said leave with a threatening undertone. And he actually backed it up with physical actions. Zyrex, appreciate you for the super chat. Also, Red Pill Ranger says, keeping hand to yourself argument is silly because people should also know not to stab humans in the chest. Street law and criminal law are not the same. I agree with you. It wasn't warranted, the stabbing, but it could have been at the heat of the moment. I don't think the young man left the house with the intention to delete nobody.
Of course he didn't. We know. We should know. You should be able to say that. You don't think you should know that he did. But
hold on, wait.
All right, and everybody in the panel.
Angry Snowman got a super chat too.
Yeah, you got big time for $10. Says also for anyone who carries, take any 2A course. You can't drop the hammer unless your life or life of a loved one has been threatened with a weapon. At least in PA, it's like that in Ohio and Indiana too. That's our stand. That's our stand your ground.
All right, Poppy, really quick, and then we have to get the monkey. Go ahead, Poppy.
I want to know how many of you Negroes in here walk away when somebody put hands on you. I want to know that.
Ooh. I've done it before.
Good question.
I walked away like once or twice.
Several times.
Once or twice.
Jesus Christ.
But other than that,
sometimes some things just ain't worth getting into a fight over.
Wait, hold on, guys. You just compared walking away to somebody sticking somebody with a knife. That's essentially what you did, Poppy.
Brother, the knife came after the knife came after the boy got touched twice, homie.
Yeah, it did come
Bro,
after.
the knife came after he got touched twice. What are we talking about here?
Okay, all right. We're gonna see what happens when
listen. I tell my kids.
Let me say this.
I tell my kids. I tell my nieces, nephew, my little cousin. You don't start nothing. By somebody put their hands on you, you get off, nigga. I don't play that, bro. I just don't. I don't know how you raising yours, but nobody gonna be touching my kids around like that, bro.
And you have a collect call from. That's what you're gonna hear on the other end of the line.
It is what it is. Keep your hands to your motherfucking self. How about that?
Hold up a second. American Nacho, who are you?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Oh, okay,
you know, like me personally, somebody tested my space. I said, look, if you don't leave, it's gonna be a problem. And he said, I ain't gonna leave. Okay. And then what happened? I put my hands on him. We started dumping. For me, after I told that man, leave.
If they would just gotten a fist fight, though, we wouldn't even be talking about this. Like nobody's against him defending himself, getting in a fight. It's high school. That's normal stuff. But he's not supposed to have a knife there to begin with. Like I think that's
different. It's different too when somebody tells you, "Look, I got something on me." You feel me? If you don't back up, I'm forced to do what I got to do. If you don't listen, then that's on you. That's on you.
We're doing Monday morning quarterback over here.
We are, and we got super chats on the floor really quick. Right here. Who is this? Okay, really quick. I see that someone is trying to enter the studio. We got a studio full of 10 people. If you want to get somebody off, you can boot them. It's up to you. But right now we got money on the floor. The only people that cannot be booted off unless you're gonna pay double is myself, Raw, Fighter, Snowman, and Witch Doctor. If you want to boot them off, you gotta pay double really quick.
And Poppy.
No, not Poppy, you can get booted.
Which not, nigga.
Half off.
You ain't shit, man. I ain't supporting you. Know, I'm unsubscribing right now. Fuck you, nigga.
You What is the drop? Listen, somebody told the OG, the angry man, that he not everybody's cup of tea. Guess what? I may not be everybody's cup of tea, but I try to run a panel as fair as possible. I even want people to read their money. So go ahead, Witch Doctor, get your money.
I'm fucking with you, boss, man. Go ahead, bro. I was playing.
And show so to Red Pill Ranger, he said, intention or not, he's still going to jail. I think they're gonna make him do some sort of time. He said no one said walk away. I said don't delete them. And he also sent the last one, said we don't have fish anymore. Jack the Ripper shit. Okay, he's saying we not fighting no more. We just
and I'm gonna read my two. You men is too damn sensitive about being touched. Toughen up, Negroes. And y'all too scared to take a good thumping. Man up and get your bands up. $ Butterfly Progressive. Y'all support the show. I mean, come on. Shout out to all that. But you know, like y'all got to do better. We're talking about fights. I'm telling you right now. Someone that beat a case for attempted murder. These lawyers are looking at this, that he had intent because he had the weapon with him. He had it on him. That's intent. He read his bag. And then he said, touch me. That's intent. They're gonna persecute him to the fullest extent of the law that they can. And there's ways to get around this case, but it ain't gonna be with no public defender. Right, he's gonna have to have a very paid attorney in order to do it. Now I know Fighter is our resident criminal, so go ahead, Fighter.
Damn, why you gotta bring this business out like that?
I'm just playing. I'm just the show.
Can y'all hear me?
That was nasty work.
Oh,
That was nasty.
First Fighter, and then American Nacho. Go ahead, Fighter.
Do I sound good?
Yeah, you good. Go ahead.
All right. Well, Gilligan Thorky is the Cloud Chasing Coca-Cola Dominican representative, and Raw G, that was unnecessary. Why you bringing up old shit? Anyways, have you guys ever been stabbed or stabbed someone before?
I've been shot. I haven't been stabbed.
Yes. I have been shot and I have been sliced. Yeah.
Yes.
In my arm.
Yeah, I've been
I got
stabbed.
stabbed
I've
by
been
my
stabbed
sister.
in before. I've been stabbed twice. One is a real stab. The other one is like,
I was supposed to let Truth go. So after Fighter is Truth. My bad. Go ahead, Fighter.
So has
my sister stabbed me too.
Okay, so have any of you guys ever inflicted harm on anyone before?
Yes.
Yeah.
With a weapon.
Yeah.
No comment. Come on, man. What are you asking there?
All right. Okay. No. Maybe someone can share the experience, or maybe they can't. All right. So we know that usually in these situations, you have to have extreme self-control to only strike once. You know. So, I only shot the gun once, or I only stabbed them once. That takes a lot of self-control. Now, if you keep going, you going in. There's a lot of intention and there might be anger, emotion behind that. So I think that shows real intent. If he would have kept stabbing him, that would have been crazy. But the fact that he only did it one time, he would have to pay.
And he ran to Fighter. He fled the scene after. Yeah, he was scared.
Remember, it was raining. Wasn't it raining?
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly.
According to the police report, it only started raining after the initial stabbing happened. That's what the police report and the witness statements say, that it was raining after the stab happened.
Yo, but you know what? Yo, that little brother, he's gonna have to sit down for a little while. Give him the minimum manslaughter. Give him like 5-4.
Here's the thing: I stabbed somebody and I got charged with attempted murder.
It'd be like that. I'm not gonna. One time or nah.
One time, one stab, attempted murder.
Yeah, but they reduced your charge, right, to like assault first.
No, it got dismissed.
Okay, it got dismissed.
I'm glad y'all.
That's why I'm trying to tell y'all be going into these courthouses with these public defenders.
Wait, Raw, what? Yes.
No, see, that's another. Listen. Why do people assume that sometimes public defenders are the best lawyer you could get? Like,
shit.
Every time.
There's public defenders that beat bodies, bro. And y'all don't believe, like, public defenders have helped a lot of people out. And they're more passionate.
That's because he beat the odds, bro. Don't be counting on no public. That's like counting.
No. I'm not saying that. No.
1,000 miles out of town.
Yeah, public defender gonna get. They just there to plead a deal, bro. The public defender is the worst thing.
Bro. Somebody's
we don't. Time out. We don't have to worry about. We don't have to worry. We don't have to worry about public defender. We don't have to worry about public defender because Buddy got about $500,000 in the account. No, so we don't. That shouldn't even come up. He got money. He's gonna have a good lawyer.
Right, but but y'all giving bad advice. Y'all giving bad advice to the young men in the streets.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm glad you said that. Wait, time out.
Can I finish with that?
Wait, hold on. Wait, no, because I'm glad that she just said that. Anybody listening on any platform that is listening to this conversation, this is not legal advice. Let me put that out there now, because I don't want anybody to try to report or flag anybody's channel that is restreaming this right now. What we are discussing is not legal advice, and it's stupid that I have to say that, but I have to say that.
No, this is our personal opinions. These are our personal opinions.
Fighter. Trust me, I've been doing this long enough. You have to say that. This is for entertainment purposes only. This is not legal.
Crazy. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Nobody ever came at me for that, though. That's petty.
You've never been on Nick Ricada's channel.
Hey, still.
But I'm telling y'all.
You gotta play any commentary from anyone on the panel does not
reflect the host of the show. This your own shit. Everybody saying their own shit. Feel your own way.
You're gonna learn today.
You gonna learn today.
All right. Anyways, all right. That kid, he's gonna have the.
Wait a minute, fighter. Respect the money.
I didn't know there was more moño. Man, I'm about to send some moño. I'm about to send some moño for disrespecting. Go ahead.
This is whose money is this? Whose money is this?
I don't know. I'm just gonna read it. We're gonna get through. I'm gonna read. You click through.
Okay.
If you show self-control, that kills the I feared for my life argument. Man, I'm glad y'all ain't his lawyer. A person fearing for their life whiles out, they empty the clip. Carmelo plays football, scared to get hit. What? Old heads would say, don't start, but you finish it. Let's go, Ellie. And let's show some love, because we've been just reading the super chats. Y'all ain't had no music break, no nothing. I got y'all. Don't worry. The champ is here.
Hey, I know you think that you know me, but you ain't even seen my dark side. It's just if you know me, so baby, do it right, do me right.
Shout out to our good brother, the angry man. He said, be careful, y'all. The Negro Coalition gonna revoke y'all black card. No more grits and butter biscuits. Now, angry,
that's hilarious.
Angry man, if you want to come up here, let me know, because I'll pop off and make a space for you. Just type it in the chat. And my chairs gave the $4.99 holler with that wave and say hi. But y'all go ahead, crazy asses, come on.
No, well, I'll be quick. I'll be quick. Listen, yeah, I think this was just an accident and a bad day. Everything moved so fast. I think that they're probably both good kids. They just had a little disagreement, a little altercation. They're both out for masculine young men. So they got into it, and unfortunately,
nah,
we all hearing it. We all hearing it. Fighter,
back out and come back in.
Go out, come back, acting up.
Yeah, fighter, your microphone is doo-doo.
That Obama Wi-Fi is trash.
Yes, it is. All right, so really quick. It's really quick. We got to get the truth, and then we have to get to American Nacho. He's been waiting patiently. So, truth first, and then American Nacho. Go ahead.
All right, so once again, bro, if you listen to everybody's conversation and their opinion, majority of y'all is not talking about anything dealing with legality. Y'all talking about morality or your moral code or guides. If you're asking me if he stabbed him, if you're asking me would I have done that, no, I would have stood up there and fight. If you're talking about when it comes to the street, if I seen somebody get hit and get stabbed, yes, I have. Did I feel sorry for the person that got stabbed? No, I didn't. But that is a moral basis outside that has nothing to do with the courtroom, that has nothing to do with the law. And on top of that, we're talking about on school grounds. This is another thing. School laws has nothing to do with state laws. It's just like if you shoot somebody, if you shoot somebody on school grounds, you're in trouble. If you stab somebody on school grounds, you're in trouble. You're going to jail. There is no weapons allowed on school premises whatsoever. And that is, I don't know no school that does not go by those guidelines. And that goes for sporting events. I don't care if they playing teacup. Anything involving with school activity inside those guidelines, inside those time frames, it's going to be penalized against whoever is the offensive. I'm going to ask y'all this. For those saying that, oh, he can be anywhere he want to be and whatever, at a Black Panther party that is at an open event that is allowed for anybody to go there, a white person walks in there, starts making obscenities, name calling, whatever. What's going to happen? Would you say that if that white person walked in there and started with them black people, would he be wrong? Or would you say, hey, you know what? He's allowed to be there. He's allowed to say things to the Black Panthers without having to worry about being harmed. without having to worry about being escorted, any of those type of things. We already know if we flip it, then the situation is going to be different. That's why it means y'all, the way y'all approaching it is false. We are making a black person that got stabbed, and it's a white person. Y'all would not say that the white person has a right to stab a black man just because he asked him to move, and then he started to move him out the way. Y'all would be upset. Y'all would say, why you ain't stay there and fight or anything like that. Hold on, let me
Are you comparing that to a Black Panther rally, bro? Like the kid didn't go to a KK. The kid didn't go to a pro-white nothing, bro. The kid went to a sports event. He's an athlete.
It's about the environment.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, it's about. I'm only talking about environmental and situational awareness. This is the biggest problem, and this is what we should be teaching our children: situational awareness, environmental awareness. I always tell my children, if they get into fights, you need to be removing yourself first, because then that absolves you. If anything happens, that person can fall on the ground, break his neck, and die. But every time my children know, hey, walk away, that person follow you or anything like that, as long as it look like you're retreating, you're absolved now. You get to, if they keep bothering you, get in your space after that, tear their asses up. But as far as stabbing...
Wait, hold on. I have to ask a question. Do you also teach your children that there's consequences behind whatever action
I'm
you
going
take?
there. I'm going there. That's why you gotta let me finish, brother. I also, with anything that I do, I don't complain about it, nor do I complain about the result, which is the consequences that could come behind it. If I'm in a bad environment, dealing drugs or anything like that, I don't complain about law enforcement, how rough they is, how they put hands on me or anything like that. If I choose to stab somebody, I'm not going to complain that I'm going down. I'm not going to ask for help. I'm not going to ask nobody. I did that shit. That's what he said. I did it. It ain't no assumption. It ain't no, I don't know if we got the person. He openly admitted, sounded like he sounded off proud. Hey, I did it. And that's what you should be doing. And then you go take your ass to jail and you do your fucking time. It's just that simple.
Appreciate you for that commentary. All right, American Nacho, you've been patiently waiting, good sir. Go ahead with what you got.
Honestly, I don't disagree. I was going to say a lot of what he just said. I was just going to cite the Texas Penal Code, basically saying that, he was never supposed to have a knife there in the first place. I mean, if they just got into a little scuffle and a fight or whatever, even if they did both jump up on him, I mean, they would have been punished accordingly. I mean, you get in a little fight in high school, you get in a little fight, you should defend yourself. That's what I would teach my kids too. But I would never, you know what I mean? You should never be in a position where you think it's okay to bring a weapon to school, and definitely where you think that stabbing somebody is equal to like touching someone's bag or putting your hands on somebody. Yes, they shouldn't put his hands on him, but I mean, you can't stab somebody in the chest, and you can't have a knife there to begin with. And then I did want to touch on the guy that's the spokesperson. I don't know if this guy is a spokesperson for the family or if it's a lawyer or what, but the whole thing from start to finish, I think, is just...
He's a preacher.
It's got a... Yeah, I mean, they're just muddying up the waters and it's making it worse about race. This guy that's speaking on behalf of the family still thinks that, he thinks there's a video out there of Kyle Rittenhouse shooting 3 people in the back. Like, the family surrounding themselves with people who are, don't know what they're talking about and are supposed to be knowledgeable in this stuff, supposed to be spokespersons on their behalf or something. So,
most definitely. Mikey, mute up if you're not saying nothing. Go ahead, baby.
Yeah. Angry man with the $9.99. Someone stop him. He's using logic and common sense. Holy shit. Now, wait, but this is the thing. For those of y'all that are saying Carmelo Anthony is a child, he's not a child in the law. In Texas, a juvenile is defined as an individual who is at least 10 years old, but not yet 17 years old. This means if a person commits a crime or delinquent act while under the age of 17, they will be subject to the juvenile justice system. Once a person turns 17, they're considered an adult and their case will be handled in the adult court system. We saw this recently in the how to create a murderer case, right? The younger assailant the younger alleged or whatever accomplice in the story was tried as an adult, even though he was of a younger age. When Carmelo was arrested, he wasn't taken to the juvenile detention facility in Frisco, Texas. He was taken to Frisco PD. This is an adult in the law. And y'all have people that are 17 years old signing up to serve the country. So when y'all call 17-year-old girls women, so when do we make the distinction? What is a child and what is an adult? It can't be an adult when you feel like it's something to your benefit, and then they're a child when it's something that's to their own detriment.
Well, two things can be true when you're trying to spin a narrative, which is what most grifters do, right? Most grifters will say that, oh, because Carmelo is black, all black people should agree with him because he should be perceived as innocent. When this man himself, who performed his own 7-10-30, if you don't know what a 7-10-30 is, you need me to explain it to you, I can and will. But he performed his own. Sure. Here, let me go ahead and pull it up so I can get a visual representation for anybody that needs it. 7-10-30. Statement. All right, cool. Share this tab right here. The phrase, I'll zoom in on this. As a matter of fact, I'll solo it out. The phrase 7-10-30 statement likely refers to the New York Criminal Procedure Law 710.30, which outlines the procedure for the prosecution to notify the defendant of their intent to offer evidence of certain types at trial. This notice is required before trial and allows the defendant a reasonable opportunity to move to suppress the evidence. The purpose of the 7-10-30 aims to provide the defendant with sufficient notice of what evidence the prosecution intends to introduce, specifically statements made by the defendant to a public servant and certain eyewitnesses' identifications. The best way I can break this down for you, where I don't have to read through all of this legal jargon, is his Miranda rights did not have to be read to him, because when he approached that resource officer, the first thing he said was, "I'm not alleged, I did it." So that is an admission of guilt. And also he said that he put his hands on me. He didn't say they jumped me. He didn't say, oh, his brother and him. He didn't say all them niggas. He said he put his hands on me. I'm not alleged, I did it. After the resource officer said, I think I have the suspect in custody. I'm not alleged, I did it. Okay, so that statement alone right there lands him in that 7-10-30 category. They don't have to read his Miranda rights. They don't, because he's not being questioned. And also what he should have did, what his parents should have did, was teach him how to shut the fuck up, because anything that you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. So I understand morally what a lot of people are attaching themselves to when it comes to this whole race baiting grift for bullshit. But my thing is this, though: get away from the fucking emotions and stick to the fucking facts. He nailed his own nail within the damn coffin when he said that shit.
And hold on, Zyrek says he's a child till he's 18. He's gonna get tried as an adult, because I'm sure he'll turn 18 before he's tried. And again, I try to tell y'all, but y'all never take my word for shit. So let me show you from the Texas District and County Attorneys Association. I'm trying to tell you what the law is in Texas. Like y'all got real problems with definitions in the law. Let me go back to who is a juvenile. Who is a juvenile? Let's solo this out so people can read it clearly for themselves. In Texas, a person can be charged in a juvenile court for criminal offenses committed on or after his 10th birthday, which means any child under the age of 10 could commit a heinous crime and not be charged at all. But once a person turns 17 in Texas, he is legally considered an adult, and any criminal charges would be handled in adult court. The Texas legislature has recently discussed moving the age of legal maturity from 17 to 18 years of age. One argument for increasing the age is that 17-year-old is considered a minor for family law purposes. However, as it stands, the Texas Penal Code to this day considers 17-year-olds an adult for criminal offenses.
Okay, so by that, we don't have to worry about him being charged in juvenile court. He's going straight to adult court. He going to big boy court, right?
Right. And Zyrex, that's not just in Texas. Some states actually consider 16-year-olds to be adults.
Someone was saying something before we start talking. Who was saying something?
That was me real quick. Y'all hear me? All right, so I just want to finish my point on saying he's innocent of first-degree murder, but he's gonna have to do some time because at the end of the day, someone is no longer here.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Now, let me ask you this,
Fire. The knife wasn't my fault. I think the knife wasn't permitted on school property too. They might try to get him for that shit too, either some sort of probation or some shit.
That alone, I think, is a felony if he uses it on campus.
So when we go to the go ahead, American Nacho. My bad.
Sorry, I was just going to read the penal code for it. I'm not sure where exactly it is in there, but it's Texas Penal Code section 46.03. And I think if you use it on school campus,
hey, do me a favor. Do me a favor, Nacho. Your mic is a little low. It's kind of hard for the here.
Okay, yeah, let me fix it.
I'll adjust it. Oh, he got it. Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead.
Look at this one. It didn't happen on the campus. Where do you think the track and field event happened?
Well, it was at a state place, but I'm pretty sure that when you have high schools,
usually it was a school event. It was a school event. We just gotta kill it right there. It was a school event. We just gotta leave it right there. It's a school event.
Nacho, when you get ready, just come back off mute and you can take over. But anyway, really quick, page 11 of the Frisco Independent School District Student Code of Conduct. I have to give credit to Mr. Fantastic for putting this up on his community wall, and I've had it bookmarked in my damn Google ever since. But when you scroll down to page 11, I don't need to read all of this bullshit, but we're just going to go through the things that makes sense and that relates to this whole entire thing. And then I'll read the super chat and then American
razor and box cutter.
There you go. A razor box cutter right there, or chain, or any other object used in a way that threatens or inflicts bodily injury to another person, a look-like weapon that is intended to be used as a weapon or could reasonably be perceived as a weapon. I don't need to read air gun, ammunition, a hand instrument designed to cut or stab another by being thrown, such as a ninja star or a kunai. Y'all need to go look up what those is. A location-restricted knife, to Poppy Blanco's point. If that knife is under 5.5 inches, then it's okay to be there. But here's the problem, and this is where it gets interesting. A pocket knife or any other small knife, it cannot be used or carried or brought upon school grounds or the events. By that alone, he's nailed.
Yeah, that just got taken away about the 3.5 inches.
Mike,
yeah. Go ahead.
Is it any better?
Yep, that's better. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say it's Penal Code 46.03, and then the school district is like an independent. It's like a school campus, so it's not, I think, part of that high school specifically, but it's like the stadium itself is an independent district, like school district facility, and it was a school event, so it falls under that,
exactly. Code. So y'all get out your damn feelings with that stupid shit. It's not a school campus. You sound stupid.
Really quick. Excuse me. He introduced the penal code. I want to read it right quick. He introduced the penal code. I want to read it right quick for the replay value. Texas Penal Code section 46.03 prohibits the possession of certain weapons in specific locations. This includes schools, polling places, government courts, racetracks, and secured areas of airports. The law applies to a person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly possessing or going with a firearm, location-restricted knife, club, or prohibited weapon. Ooh wee! Thank you for bringing that up. They could put this on him.
Just that alone, yeah.
It says it right here: schools, on school premises, grounds, buildings, or passenger transportation vehicles. Ooh wee!
And then let me just say this real quick for the people that want to be like, "Oh my God, this is not a school campus. It's your TV. You can suck your mother. Don't ever try to play in my face. Let's not do that." I could be more foul mouth than you could ever imagine. So for those of you, the David Quick Kendall stadium is located right next to Staley Middle School. It was named after an employee when he passed away for his dedication. It is, in fact, under the FISD label. So it is considered, in fact, a campus. Yay! What did we do today? We learned. Stop playing with me.
Hold up, because this is important.
Yeah, we knew that was a school event.
This is important as well. It says racetracks.
Yes, I know. I'm talking about the audience, because the audience
just came up. There go the OG. There go the OG. Baby, we ain't gonna play his intro. Like,
yes,
we
are about to play it. I'm about to play it right
now. You better do that, man. Right.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
The OG, the angry man, is in the building. What's going on, OG?
Now he came up with the red too. Like he really.
What's going on, y'all?
Look at that shit. He got all the red lights.
I come here intentionally trying to provoke people.
Oh Lord.
I came up here to warn y'all. You know there's a Negro coalition roaming around these YouTube streets. These Negro-peans are gonna catch every last one of y'all. Don't y'all realize y'all are supposed to be showing your black supremacist, racist bias? Don't y'all realize that?
I'm sorry.
Did you just say Negro-peans?
Yes, I
yes.
did.
On whose authority? To hell with these Negroes that's out here grifting with their emotions, trying to get dollars about the niggas that ain't got. What the problem is, a lot of these niggas are seeing that damn give, send, go money go up, and they think they about to get a part of it. Here, let me help you Negroes out. It's up to here. Let me refresh the page. It's up to $492,000 as of the start of this stream. So guess what? You Negroes ain't getting a motherfucking dollar of it. So keep on grifting with your little emotional tears. How you want to put on the front for Mr. King McStabby. Where my motherfucking toy at? Where is that? Right there. This motherfucker. You can get a part of. Listen, this is going to be a collector's item only. You got to hit the cash.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, listen.
King McStab.
Yes, Captain McStab. This motherfucker right here. So anyway, now that we got that shit out the motherfucking way. Where was we going with this? Oh yeah, that's where we was going.
No, we have to do something to get back our black card. Y'all ready for it? One here you go. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. We gonna act like it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This is not a savior.
What song is that?
That's the Negro spiritual anthem. You know they sing that song every Martin Luther King Jr. Day.
I don't know that song.
I've never heard that song before.
You've never heard
it. Voice and sing of liberty.
Sir, you have to forgive me. I'm not engaged. I'm not engaged in any niggerdom whatsoever.
What the heck? You've never heard lift every voice and sing. Damn. Go ahead. Go ahead, Poppy.
Can we agree that the boy was overcharged?
Yes.
No.
No. Yeah. I mean, that's
the evidence that was provided.
Let me ask this question. Everybody.
Hold on. Give me a second, sir, and I'm gonna be out your way, boss. I believe that boy was overcharged.
You asked the question. How you gonna ask the question? Not wait for an answer.
Of course, he's like we gotta. I didn't realize you was a Negro-pean, Poppy Blanco. Was you on that panel? Was you on that panel with the Negro-peans? Is that what it was? Let me tell you.
Which panel was that?
You got to be specific, though, for real. I've been a lot of panels.
You talk about the one where you were the thumbnail?
Yeah, well, I was the thumbnail. That one.
Last night.
Yeah, that was last night. It was.
If it was last night, I wasn't.
It was the black version of a what mob. They were trying to get frontier justice on the internet. Look, here's the thing.
Amir put you on blast, Poppy. She said you was on that Izzy panel. 20B what she said you lying. You a liar. Ooh.
Yeah, we got a Negro.
Last night, and you saying that was throwing checks at you?
Yeah, Free Zone was even there last night.
I didn't say that. I said you was on the panel.
Go ahead, boss.
Look, here's the thing.
Yeah, because I do believe that the boy was standing his ground. Yeah, I mean that's my position.
Let me ask
That'll make me a PM.
Let me ask all of the the Negroes up here. My bad if you're not a Negro. Let me just ask this question. Just how this matter of fact, forget that. Let's ask everybody. Everybody in here. You're a 17-year-old high schooler. We all live in the real world. Not this fantasy world that these stumps living in. We all live in the real world. You're 17 years old. You get into an altercation with somebody. You stab them. They lose their life. Are you going to jail?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes and no.
Yes. Yes.
That's the answer right there.
Yes.
That's the answer right there. Period. And we all know this, man. That's the answer. Now here's the thing. Will, you pointed it out, and everybody is just kind of overlooking it. You want to know the reason why there's so much black outrage? You want to know the reason why the parents is doing a press conference and talking about we need justice? Because they stupid ass 3.9 GPA son confessed to the damn crime on the scene.
Exactly.
That's why they outraged, because they trying their best. They trying to fix what he did in a moment of stupidity.
Yep. So
it is at the end of the day.
He should have kept his mouth shut.
Yo, can you hear him?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Angry Man, do you think that boy deserves a first degree murder?
I think that little Negro did something that he shouldn't have did, and now he has to face the consequences, whatever those consequences may be. Now, do I think he should be in prison for the rest of his life? No. But he should get some time for doing that. Because we can chalk some
my
of
question is, do you think the charge fit like what he did, he fit first degree murder? That's all I'm asking. Yes or no?
What are you looking for? Like, you know what? Here's the thing. You know what's really frightening me right now?
What's that?
A lot of you brothers that's on Carmelo's side, when y'all are asking these questions, every time y'all ask me these questions, just like Iz was asking me question last night, talking about some, that's a direct question. You know what I feel like? I feel like the white guy in that store on Rosewood when that mob came in there and started asking him questions.
Damn.
Are y'all gonna turn on me because I don't give y'all the answers y'all want?
No, but I low-key wanted to hear the answer too, but I ain't gonna turn on you just for that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But I would like to know if you think he deserved first degree also, because that is kind of
look. It's not up for me to determine what they charge him with. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, well, he deserved this or he deserved that or whatever, right? I'm not gonna sit here and say that because I'm not a district attorney. You feel what I'm saying? And that's just me being straight up. I can't tell you whether he deserved manslaughter, first degree, whatever, right? All I can say is this. He took something too far. Okay? I done had to fight dudes that was way bigger than me.
Yeah.
I done been in numerous fights in high school. I ain't never plunged nothing into nobody's chest. Right. I ain't never been that scared in high school. You understand? Now, like I said on my show, if we find out that they knew each other previous to that and the twins used to bully him or something, I can understand him being scared enough to be carrying something with him. But even then, it doesn't make sense because he went to the tent where they were at. I'm pretty sure he had sight to see they were standing right there.
Yeah, I think it would be worse if they used to bully him, because that'll show that he took the knife with the intentions to. I think it'd be worse if we found out.
Okay, well, let's go with the fact.
Yeah, and that's their narrative. That's a terrible narrative to operate on.
Let's go with the fact that he wasn't bullied, right? Let's go with the fact that he wasn't bullied. So if we go with the fact that he wasn't bullied, Now we gotta ask, why does he have a weapon on him?
Right, but let me speak to the charges, right? Because I want to answer that question real quick.
Don, mute up. Yo, you got air conditioning in the back.
Yeah, I'd like to say something too before we get off the charges after you.
Yes.
Nope, no problem.
He got charged with what the police were able to charge him with at the time of the commission of the crime. What a lot of people fail to realize is what you get charged with is not necessarily what you will get convicted of. That's not the prosecutor's job, is to see if the charges that the police gave you will stick, if they can actually convict you on those charges. So the police always give you the highest charge that they can give you. That leaves the prosecutor room to plead down if necessary or move up if necessary. The reality is, with the charge that he was charged with, as more information unfolds, his charge will probably most likely get reduced because it may be difficult for the prosecutor to prove first-degree murder. But if they arrested him for like manslaughter, that would get dropped down to like disorderly conduct. And they're not going to let this young man get away with a violation of the law. He's going to have, at best case scenario, a class A misdemeanor from this. He's not going to walk away from this with clean hands.
I got a question.
Sure.
They claim that there are multiple videos, right? If there's a video exonerating him, why that video ain't been leaked yet?
Because everyone has, this is just what I heard from the news, anyone who leaks the video can be charged. At least that's what I heard. But we've seen TMZ leaks tons of shit and they've never got charged. So First Amendment rights is First Amendment rights. So if anybody is watching this show and you want to come up here, you want to leak the video, trust and believe me, I'll boot everybody off this motherfucking panel so you can have your time and you can play the video. But other than that, from my understanding, it's just a fear-mongering tactic. They don't want the video to get out. Now, what I am understanding is there is multiple videos that has been taken from cell phone footage that was at the track meet, and they are in possession of that. So there's that angle. Really quick,
I do believe it's because they are minors.
Want to say this real quick. I just want to say this real quick. Sel, if you got anybody in the back that could add to the show substantially, like somebody important, you could put me in the back and bring me back up because I'm multitasking over on my end. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, no problem.
But just bring me. Don't kick me though. I'm still here. You know what I mean?
I got you. All right.
Yourself.
Hold on. Vibe with Big Heavy Podcast. Can't tell a person how to defend themselves. The excuse for the white boy is crazy. You can hit the link and you can come up. What do you mean? What excuse is being made for the white boy? This is I'm not going to draw a conclusion of what I think you mean, but you can come up and you can hit the panel. Also, gotta pay attention to the money. Megan 444 with the $49.99. Thank you for an adult conversation on this matter. Love you, Sal and Rod. Greatly.
If you ain't first, you're last. You know what I'm talking about? That phrase, trademark, not to use the outside tradition of Ricky Bobby.
Shake and bake.
Hey, you can drop me too if somebody needs to come up. I'll hang out in the back.
Okay, so wait. What needs to happen is I already put Witch Doctor in the back. Someone would have to drop for because I see Sharon wants to come up. So someone
I drop.
Okay, I appreciate you, Mikey. Go ahead and drop, Mikey.
Thank you, Mikey. Thank you for coming.
I'm confused by the statement. Why would we need excuses for the white boy if he dead?
Right.
Exactly. That's what I was working on. Like that's why I said hit the link and come
crazy
on
work.
I don't understand that part.
Hey, if I can piggyback on what the lady was saying a minute ago, she kind of was touching on something that I wanted to say. This is standard operating procedure for the law. I mean, this is exactly how the courts operate. This is how district attorneys operate. They're going to try to hit you with the highest charges and then plea down. I mean, the same thing happened with the Rittenhouse case. The same thing happened with Penny, every other case. That's just standard operating procedure. So if the angle is, oh, they're hitting him with all these charges because he's black or whatever, that falls apart because that's just what all the courts do.
There you go.
Oh God, Sal, the Negro, one of the Negro peons found me.
Oh Lord, we gotta run.
Excuse me, bitch.
The mob is here.
Really quick, I have to say this really quick. Where did he go that fast? No, he's still here. All right, so really quick, I have to say this really quick. Angry Man and or Sharon, anyone who has a channel and you want to restream, I have no problem with it. But if you do get a cash app or a super chat, let me know and we will stop the show so you can read out your money. I want everybody who's participating, that is a content creator, to get your money. So go ahead and get your money. You can restream. I have no problem with it whatsoever. But I got to read out the money that's on the floor right now. Almanaz with the $2 says, the law tells you how to defend yourself. Shaking my head. Exactly. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all got it.
It's about to get good.
I'm a scared.
You scared? Oh, man.
I'm scared for you.
You scared? Okay, well, this is what we'll do. We'll put him right here so that way you ain't got to be scared, OG. I got you.
Is Wayne Brady going to have to choke a bitch?
He's got his black shirt on. Where's the black hood at?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Sharon. What you got for
us? So my main issue is I don't see why we want to put this kid in jail. I don't think he's going to do anything past probation. The reason why I don't think he's going to do anything past probation is because of the knife situation, right? Even though I don't think it's illegal by because it's a sharp tool, so I get it, so to speak. But since it's only 3.3 inches, it's just like having scissors or anything like that. I'm pretty sure he forgot that he had the knife. Most likely, the young kid have 2 jobs, so I think he's not going to get away with the knife situation. And so I think he's going to get probation tops. So I don't think he deserved more than probation, in my opinion. Murder one, I'm glad that he got charged that, so this way he can get off because it's way too hard of a charge. They need to fight it. Don't allow him to take no plea. Deal with it in court because there's no way I believe they could charge him and convict him of murder one.
Who told you that his knife was 3.3 inches, sir? Where did you find that?
It doesn't matter. Regardless of it, it said it's a little small knife from what I understand. I don't know if it turns out to be a butcher knife or something like that, where it was like something like that, then my thought process would change. But from what I understand as of right now, I understand it's a small knife.
The knife was at minimum 5.5 inches, which violates Texas Penal Code and is in fact a felony.
No, but we don't have the size. So they said the knife was 5 inches, or that's the penal code you're talking about? Because the penal code says 5.5 inches is considered a landing knife. So that means you have it on your side. But from what I understand, he didn't have one of those. But we get.
So where did it? But see, this is why I like about. I'm gonna use Angry Man's word. The Negro Europeans. You're saying that the knife is 3.3 inches. Where's the documentation of that, sir?
What I'm saying, that's what people are saying. That's the regurgitation.
No, we're not going by hearsay.
So people are saying that it's so. Yeah, I'm telling you what I heard, and I'm saying that I don't have no record report of
Who
it.
is it with the toy?
The people that are talking about the case, majority of people saying that the knife was 3 inches or whatever the case is. So
you going by what you heard, not trying to find the facts.
So that's the information. None of us got the size of the knife yet. None of us. We don't know.
About that. I had a child interruption. Give me 1 second. I had a child interruption. That was all the toy music that y'all just heard.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Wait, hold on. Let him finish his thought because he up here. But I had a child interruption.
Oh, come on. He never lets anyone else finish a thought.
He don't let nobody finish. I mean, he is a Negro peon. I mean, he was a part of that 20v1 situation. At least that's what I heard because I didn't watch it. But
you know damn well he only ever lets anyone get halfway through their thought and then he redirects their thought his direction.
Jesus Christ. All right. So
he just tried to do it with me. He just tried to do it to me.
I know, but I'm about to get him. Baby, I got him. Watch this. So Sharon Bracy, quick question for you. So this is only by hearsay matter that you heard that the knife was under 5.5 inches.
Yes.
Okay. And really quick, American Nacho, what was that Texas Penal Code again?
46.03.
46.03. There it is right there. All right. So I want to bring this up, right? Texas Penal Code 46.03 prohibits the possession of certain weapons in specific locations. This includes schools, polling places, government courts, racetracks, and secure areas of airports. The law applies to a person intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly possessing or going with a firearm, location, restricted knife, club, or prohibited weapon. And then we can see right here highlighted, and when we talk about racetracks, because this did happen on a racetrack. Now, Raw pulled up that the stadium is within, I think, 1,000 feet of a school, is right next to a middle school, right? Baby, you there?
Yes,
Okay.
it's right next to it. It's considered a school facility. It's a campus.
Right. It's considered a school facility. And then we also have to look at the student code of conduct. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic again for putting this on his community tab. When we look at the first independent Frisco Independent School District student code of conduct, we go down to page 11 right here. We don't need to read through all of this other than a razor, box cutter, or chain, or any object used in a way that threatens or inflicts bodily injury to another person, a look-alike weapon that is intended to be used as a weapon or could reasonably be perceived as a weapon. We don't need to read about air gun, ammunition, a hand instrument designed to cut or stab another by being thrown, such as a ninja star or a kunai. Don't need to read that. A location-restricted knife. To your point, Sharon, a knife that is 5.5 inches is location based because it's not illegal. But we go down to here. A pocket knife or any other small knife is not allowed on school premises. So the question now remains, with all of this, that is with all of the penal code, with the student code of conduct, with everything that is surrounding this particular incident, is it fair to say that he had that knife on that premises illegally?
Not illegally, but it's just not permitted on school grounds. It's not illegal to have a knife in Texas at the age of 17. No, so not illegally.
Okay, so not permitted on the school grounds. Hold on 1 second, got to check
the incident occurred at
is
David.
At least a misdemeanor, even to have a knife. Period on the school grounds. That's what the penal code says. So it is illegal.
Okay, so it is at least a misdemeanor. Go ahead, Raw.
I posted I copied and pasted some in the back chat if you want to read it.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. Like it's a school facility. Him having the knife
5.5 or over. Sorry, 5.5 or over is considered a location restricted knife, but but the usage of any blade or possession of any is at least a misdemeanor. And then when you use it, if you were to use it in any kind of aggravating factor or whatever, then it is a crime.
Correct. Go ahead, Raw, and then we gotta read the money.
Yeah, like I agree. Like the fact that y'all are trying to make this anything else is pure and utter bullshit. Like I get it. Y'all see yourself in that little boy, right? You're like, oh my God, that could be my son or whatever. Cool, I get it. But at the end of the day, that could be your son that committed a crime. And ultimately, y'all gotta stand firm in that. Like there is no getting around this. Like a 3.3-inch knife, that's not even a pocket knife. That's not even a switchblade. In order to depress a knife into the sternum and reach the heart is not at the surface of your body. It's fully protected. That takes a bigger knife to even reach, even in the cavity of a minor child. So 3.3 inches just not gonna catch it. It's not big enough. That's not long enough.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Raw. You got to remember, he may have been a minor child, but he was the size of a man.
Exactly. So he's not.
This is 240 pounds.
Right.
Who's 240 pounds?
Aren't they screaming about how? Aren't they screaming about how Austin is? He's 6 feet tall and 200 and some pounds. So what you got to understand is this young boy was able to drive a knife into the heart of what is basically a grown man's body.
Exactly.
That's not no feet.
Right. So
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hold on, Sean, you're next.
In the Life with Mike, you can say whatever it is that you want to say, but we know that your mother was like the community doorknob. Everybody had a turn, and she wasn't a mother to you. We know that you was a latchkey kid. We know that your mother fed you off of food stamps and barely could keep it together with Section 8 housing. We know that your mother couldn't sell that box and afford to pay her $25 a month rent, which is why you were constantly facing eviction. We know this is why you come to the social media spaces and try to troll. I understand your mama was poor that she couldn't make sure you have an education. But see, don't make it going down in it. Yes.
Hey, Raw, you might want to be careful talking about welfare. We got Negro.
You're right.
We got broke niggas in the building.
They're gonna get
Dude, you're causing me to have PTSD off this welfare talk.
All right, so the rules of the show is whoever talk last got to read the super chat. So, Angry Man, you just said something. You got to read the super chat.
Deborah said, "Attention, please, whatever you do, do not ever get an attorney who thinks like Bracy."
Damn, terrible. All right, Marcus Antonio Castillo with $5 says, "It is felony how the weapon was used. It goes up to felony. Considered homicide. Mr. Metcalf buried his son. Carmelo, be a man. Son, take the punishment. 100 with the scales. Appreciate you." And again, for anyone who is restreaming to their platform, y'all need to be supporting your content creator. I want everybody to get their money. So hit their Cash App or hit their super chat and like and share this motherfucker out. Sharon, you got the floor.
So I agree that the knife thing, I don't think he could get around that. I think that's why it's going to be probation. But the murder situation, I don't.
Pause 1 second. I see someone is trying to come up. You're gonna have to boot someone. It says the studio is full.
Angry Man too.
It might be somebody trying to be coming over here to attack Angry Man, but you got to pay some money if you want to attack him. So you should have got in here like Sharon, got here for the free. But anyway, make sure you hit. I don't care who's super chat or who's Cash App you hit, but primarily you should be hitting mass. If you want to boot somebody, go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, so like I said, I think the kid should probably possibly get probation for the knife. Clearly the kid was under some kind of stress and he felt like he was in fear of his life. That's why he went for his bag and went and grabbed the knife to protect himself from possibly two people that was approaching him very aggressively. And that's what he was in fear of his life, and that's what he used. And in Texas, something as reasonable, right? You got to do something unreasonable, what a reasonable person would do in Texas. And so, and within reason, we could say that kid, Austin Metcalf, or his brother, Hunter Metcalf, can give Carmelo with a K a concussion, right? We could,
according to who?
The size of that man, if he was to connect him with fists, he would be able to give him a concussion, correct? We could all agree to that. 240 pounds, that's a possibility, correct? We all could say that's reasonable.
I have a question, Sharon.
I do too.
I know, but let me finish the thought.
If you don't mind, sir, I would like to ask you a question. Just want to be part of the conversation there, buddy. So what you're telling me now is that if we have, let's say, a police officer that just happens to be a short guy, let's say 5'7", let's say he's 100 and some pounds, not 200, but close to, right? And let's say he's trying to arrest a big burly 6'3" black man, 200 and some pounds. What you're saying to me now is that cop has the right to shoot him because he should fear for his life because that guy is much bigger than him.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What?
That's not what I'm saying, because the police officers have authority, right? So it's a completely different scenario when I think about somebody that have authority, that has the power to call backup. If he sees somebody as that tiring, don't want to listen to commands. That's why they have women that's out there that be on the patrol by themselves, because they got backup. They have weapons. They have tasers. They have plenty of things on their person that they are legally to use, and they also have the authority to stop somebody. Unlike Austin, he does not have the authority.
But you know what Austin did? You know what Carmelo had that he could use? His autonomy. He could have walked away.
That's fine, but also because the other kid too, Austin and Hunter, could have also walked away. They didn't have to approach the kid at all. They had
He wasn't supposed to be in their gang.
They had no authority.
Do not cut him off, Masaru. Go ahead.
They have no authority to tell who and what not to be in a public track space, especially when the person is a part of the track meet itself.
You don't
think? Go ahead.
What I was gonna say, because we've been arguing the same fucking point for the last 3.5 hours, is that the guy shouldn't have been there. Period. He was from a rival school, and the tent that he was under was not from his school. Therefore,
It's a
he
bunch
shouldn't
of
have been
schools
there.
in there. It's at least 7 to 10
Oh,
schools in
let
there.
him finish his
Let him
thought
finish.
too. Like everybody wants to finish their thought and interrupts everybody else. Let him finish saying what he's saying. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Master.
so the point of the matter is, and this is the reality, he shouldn't have been there, and they told him to leave. He didn't leave, and then he acted like a pussy, pulled the knife out and shanked the kid, and then took off running. So at the end of the day, this kid's a little pussy, and he's gonna get what's coming to him, and that's just the reality. You guys could be like, oh, but he's black, boo-hoo, and he needs to get off, and blah blah blah. No, he needs to be put under the prison.
I just want to say stabbing is not a pussy thing because you got to get up close to somebody and trying to fight.
You're not gonna cut him off either. Damn, Masaru. I just stopped Poppy from cutting you off.
Comfortable on the internet, bro.
You see what I'm saying? I just stopped Poppy from cutting you off, and then you.
Hunger Games, and may the odds be ever in your favor.
Nah, I just stopped Poppy from cutting you off. You should not be cutting off Witch Doctor. It's just that simple. I done told y'all about this decorum shit too many motherfucking times. God damn. At the end of the fucking day, here we are trying to have a legit conversation, and y'all still want to participate in niggadry.
Yeah.
So put a stop to the shit. Be a grown fucking man. Hold your nuts and just wait. And that goes for any and every fucking body. All y'all niggas do is circumvent this motherfucking space, bitch, cry and complain and moan. Oh, they didn't let me finish my statement. But then you jump in to cut somebody else off. And y'all niggas is drawing the motherfucking line through the sand, talk about if you don't stick with black, you ain't black. Fuck you then.
I can't hold my nuts. They're in the living room.
Maybe you can hold my nuts. I'll bring them to you.
We got big time with the
Thank you.
$5 super chat. Says, may I please ask for the panel's opinion of the father showing up to the press conference, being asked to leave and leaving?
We'll get to that in 1 second. First, Witch Doctor, and then we can answer your question.
I just want to say stabbing somebody. I don't know if anybody stabbed somebody before. Getting up close to somebody and stabbing them, that is not pussy. You know, and I think that the guy did it in the heat of the moment too, you know what I'm saying? But trying to aggress somebody that is smaller than you in stature, that is low-key pussy to me. You ever heard the phrase pick on somebody your own size? And just to what the guy, the big time guy said, I thought the dad had a lot of audacity going over there. He had no business being over at that press conference. It wasn't set up for him. He could have his own press conference. That's just audacity all around the board.
So I wanted to address some as well, if I can.
Let me go in order. First, Angry Man, then we'll go to Sharon. Go ahead.
So I mean, the way I feel about it, as far as the press conference, is the father was totally justified in stabbing that person for making him leave the press conference. Oh wait, he didn't stab anybody?
Nope, he didn't. He left willingly.
My bad.
Angry Man, the authorities, the proper authorities removed him, not just any civilian.
They didn't remove him. They escorted him out.
The proper authorities escalate. That's why the kids didn't. Why they didn't have the proper authorities remove the kids from the tent? They didn't. Who deputized them?
Well, my bad.
That goes both ways, though.
My bad. I forgot. When black people are places they're not supposed to be, no one has the right to tell them to leave. But when white people are places they're not supposed to be, they gotta leave.
The right authority should tell you.
Affirmative.
Okay, so I want to address that.
Wait. Let me just last part. Then you got it, Sharon. I just want to say this to all of the Negro peons on the panel, right? I think it is absolutely disgusting that all of you Negroes have grew up learning about the civil rights movement, talking about systematic oppression, talking about systematic racism, talking about how horrible it is the way black people were treated back in the day, how white folks had white privilege, all of the movies you watched where you felt outraged, Mississippi Burning, Rosewood, all of this shit, only for you niggas to show your own version of white supremacy today. It's disgusting. Really disgusting. And you can sit back and you can try to claim the moral high ground and pretend like you have a right to do it because of oppression or because I'm black, but it's bullshit. And you know it.
Oh, American Nacho put some fire in the bag. But don't worry. You know what? Actually, Sharon's a Negro peon. He'll let the white man go. Go ahead, American.
Absolutely not. I was next. Absolutely not.
I want to let him see. He's been waiting. Y'all can let him speak.
Go ahead, Sharon.
So no, I think we need to have a conversation about personal space. Number one, Carmelo was not in a place where he was not supposed to be. He was a part of the track. He actually won the race that day. So this idea that he was not able to be under a tent is insane. No, it was when we go to track meets, football games, basketball games, people intermingle with each other, even with the opposite team. They go shake hands, they say what's up, they slap fives, they talk. It is not, he was not at a place where he wasn't supposed to be. That part we got to stop adding that into the conversation. And these kids show that they don't have no personal space, right? So he sat down somewhere in the corner. They approached him. Then they attempt to grab his bag. He said, give me my, all this back and forth that they had. And we understand also with the information that we had is one-sided. That is for the prosecutor side. We didn't hear the other side yet. So we got to make sure we understand that the information that we are dissecting is only from one side of the argument. And number two, the father, he also shown that he don't show no personal space. He wasn't necessarily up in the parents' face to face, but however, he was all up in their face emotionally. So he don't have no idea what personal space is. This is why the parents, they use the right authority to get him out of there, because if the father himself, the father went to say, hey, you need to leave, we know it probably would have turned out a little bit more heated. It wouldn't have been just a walkout. He needed about 5, 6, 7, 8 officers to escort him out.
Wow.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to stop you right there. Are you done with the cap? Are you done with the cap? Because that entire speech or that entire sentence he just said was complete and utter bullshit. It was a public event. It was a public press conference. And then the moment the father showed up, they turned it into a private. When are you going to stop lying, bro? Because I'm calling cap.
Really quick.
Okay, wait.
Yes, it was advertised as a public event by Next Generation Action Network.
WFAA even is streaming it. They have like an app and you can watch it on your TV for free. So it for sure was a public event. It for sure was.
And you can't even use the restraining order argument because Carmelo was on house arrest. There's no reason he wouldn't have been allowed to be there.
Hold on. Let's show respect to the money and then we'll go back through the order. It's not Sharon's turn no more. Sharon's over it. And how you just gonna skip over me? You gonna make me go last? Damn it.
Then read the goddamn super chat, woman.
Okay, Zaddy. In modern America, no one is enslaved and not a victimist. Now, let me answer the question.
I just want to say that is the new slogan. Y'all should make some t-shirts. Winning races and stabbing places.
Shut the fuck up.
Wait, they already got it. They already got a Carmelo Anthony theme song. You ain't heard it?
I heard
they do. That's crazy work too.
I heard that.
I hate y'all so much.
Hey, I seen Sharon pop locking to it.
He was.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Hey, listen. I just wanna have a conversation about.
No, wait. It's not your turn. It's not your turn.
I wasn't jumping the turn.
It's my turn. It's my time. God damn it. Where is my Skip Bayless clip? Because y'all doing too goddamn.
I deleted it. Don't worry, I got you.
It didn't fly for 1 second. It's not.
Sharon is being serious today. Yes.
Yes. It's a serious topic, goddammit. We need to have a real conversation about it.
I don't want to have to drop everybody down so I can speak, but I swear to God on Jesus, I will drop y'all down this Resurrection Sunday. But okay, the same way that y'all feel like Carmelo Anthony had the right to be wherever the fuck he wanted to be, and then nobody have nothing. I want my solo screen too. The hell y'all think this is? And then nobody had the right to tell him he had to lead the tent. Then guess what? Then nobody had a right to tell Jeff Metcalf that he had to leave that event. See, what you're doing is you're conflating your Confucianisms. And what you're actually doing is making the point You're making the point that people have the right to tell you to leave. Now, the police officer shakes Jeff Metcalf's hand when they escorted him from the venue. But y'all get it twisted. Let's look at some legal definitions. The color of authority is that semblance or presumption of authority sustaining the acts of a public officer, which is derived from his apparent title to the office or from a writ or other processes in his hands, apparently valid and regular. State these.
No, it's anime girl. Leave it alone.
Who the hell is talking?
No.
Somebody telling their business. I got you covered. Hide your kids, hide your wives. State versus oaths. But when we're talking about authority, authority is the official permission or right to act, often on behalf of another. Authority may also be a person or institution that has power over another person. These are the legal definitions. Y'all just be out here putting out terminology and saying whatever it is you want to say. That man had the right to be there. And in fact, them making him leave proves that people can leave peaceably from an event and not have somebody lose their life. It also pushed diminished capacity in the ability to make the sentencing or charges be minimized for their son. They so busy playing chicken with a convicted criminal as their spokesperson that they making the wrong moves all over the place. Y'all are really crazy. Like, y'all are not paying attention to the plays because y'all got y'all emotions all up in it. That boy is going to go to jail because his case is being handled irresponsibly in the media.
Cody is King made a good point too. He said, understand if Carmelo gets off on self-defense here, it opens up black people to get off by whites for touching them at all. Well,
So this is not true. So this is the problem that y'all keep having. I don't know why we trying to act like we are afraid of being honest, right? So no, we are going by the law in Texas, right? So in Texas, all these things is okay. This is how they operate in Texas. Hey, in Texas, it was a case law that somebody got knocked out and he got a concussion and he deleted somebody. Listen, it is. I don't understand why it's an issue to just deal with the law and not our moral feelings about the situation.
Because the law says
we've just given you the penal code and all the laws.
As I've been having a conversation, I didn't put no race into my part of my conversation at all. All I'm saying is that people in Texas, they operate. You could take somebody's property. I could go chase them down if I was in Texas and delete that person.
No, you can't.
We're not talking about property law, though. We're not. This is not property defense.
Right. We're talking about criminal law. And if, to your point, if we're going by the letter of the criminal law in multiple penal codes and multiple factions, Carmelo Anthony has violated the law to a felonious degree.
Hey, Sharon, that shit is hard. That shit is hard.
Before you joke, but which law did he violate?
No, that shit is hard when you ain't on the echo chamber, ain't it, bro?
It's not difficult at all. I'm having a conversation. I go to hostile places all the time, and we not even being hostile yet. We having a conversation.
Hey, Sharon, say this. The Kings is gonna rise again. Say that for me, bro.
So what? I don't understand what law that we are talking about that he broke. That's number one.
He broke penal code 19.01, 19.02,
Okay,
penal code 46.03. Those are the laws involving homicide.
So no, I don't think he violated those laws of homicide because he was getting the aggressor was on him and he was protected. He stood his ground because also in Texas, you do not have to retreat the way how y'all keep saying that.
Said homicide and murder.
So when we're talking about concealed doctrine means you have to be on your property in order to stand your ground. It has to be your ground. He was not on his property. He was on school property. So the concealed doctrine actually does not apply.
I'm not talking about the concealed.
Hold up, Sharon. You don't get no favor. You cut her off. I cussed everybody off for cutting people off. Let her.
We having a back and forth, but we're not even cutting each other off yet.
But watch what happened. I just seen the other day. Two niggas got into it because of interjecting. So let her finish, and then you got it.
So the stand your ground law, right, is also known as Castile doctrine. Okay, and it applies within one's home, one's vehicle, one's place of business. Okay. Now, some can say it also applies to public places where people have the legal right to be. The only thing is FISD property is not a public place. It belongs to Frisco Interdependent School District. So Castile doctrine does not apply.
That's fine, but we talking about Texas.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about Texas.
Okay,
that is
so
Texas law.
So now when he said, so now that they're in a public place and he said,
and that also.
Okay, go ahead, checker.
Baby.
You do your thing.
I'm old one. I'm old one. I've been interjected all day.
You get the same goddamn treatment everybody else.
Okay, well, I'll be in trouble, but I'm still gonna say what I said. Stand your ground and
spank the shit out of you.
Again, I like it, but stand your ground and Castile doctrine also refers to gun laws. Tell them where the gun line is, boss.
Auntie, behind you. All right, so now when a young kid he went to just sit down, which is a public space. It is not Austin or Hunter's space. It is a public space. They are in a track meet. He sat down, and when Hunter approached him and told him whatever he said, because we don't know exactly the words, but it was confrontational. And then so they having a confrontation. Then the other brother came and he inserted himself into the situation. He also was very confrontational. So it's two people.
That's
being
speculation.
aggressive.
You're lying.
I'm not being speculative. This is what
nowhere in any police report. You just lied.
Even if you grant the argument.
So the story is said that Hunter was the first one. Hunter said it himself on live air that he was the one that approached him first. And then Austin, most likely, I'm guessing he's the more aggressive twin brother. He was, and then they had a conversation. That's what happened. So we can say that.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold up. Black and Proud, what the fuck is you talking about? When are you going to take a look in the mirror and remember your criminal activity you have committed that helped destroy the people you love to denigrate now? What fucking law did I break?
Said denigrate now.
Denigrate. I don't give a fuck. Out of third grade. What fucking law did I break? And what people did I fucking denigrate now or denigrate now? When you motherfuckers is the most degenerative people on fucking earth.
Uncle, honestly, just ignore them. Just ignore them. They're just trying to get a rise out of you.
No. Here's my thing. Motherfuckers will talk shit, and I see all the little slick shit y'all saying in other chats. But still, specifically, what fucking law did I break? Because if I didn't break a law, don't speak to me about something that I need to go look in the mirror. I look in the mirror every fucking day. But you niggas like to sit up on this motherfucking app and grift for bullshit. Now here, I'll grift for everyone. Your content creators are spending time participating in this conversation. Everyone should be supporting their content creators. Sharon, Angry Man, Raw B, Angry Snowman, my DJ Witch Doctor, we all putting in work. Now, I could cuss our fighter ass because his ass ain't on the goddamn panel, but he should be streaming. But support your goddamn content creators. That's
right. Exactly. But let me just say this real quick. The one and only verbal assassin, you don't have to be on your property. Y'all better stop listening to these jailhouse wannabe in the chat attorneys. Are you nuts? Are you nuts? Let's see what the law offices of Matthew D. Sharp say and the penal code itself. In the individual's legal right to self-defense also applies when they're compelled to defend their property. If the individual doesn't retreat before using force in self-defense. In short, this is Texas stand your ground law. Like, what the fuck are we talking about for real?
So that means
like,
you don't have to
no, that means you have to be in your property. You have to be in your property.
That also applies, but
applies within one's home, vehicle, or place of business, as well as in public places where they have the legal right to be. But you also have to retreat. And like I said before, Frisco Interdependent School Districts. Yes, you do.
You do not.
How does the
Oh my God!
Hold on,
before crazy? Yes, you do. You do.
Let me finish my statement because Self stopped me because he wanted to address the chat when I was talking.
I really don't understand this. Like
he interrupted me when I was talking. I'm just trying to finish out a statement. That's all.
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about
have a duty to retreat. Go ahead, Angry Man.
I don't understand this, Ron. Like, you were on a panel about me. There was a 7-hour panel, and you're here now. You don't want to speak to me. Can I say something?
But the problem is, I was talking, and so he wanted to address a chat. I was in the middle of talking.
Do you find it strange, Sel, that Negroes will pile onto a panel that has my thumbnail on it, biggest day, but then when I'm on a panel, niggas don't want to engage with me?
Here, let me make it possible. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
So what you're telling me is that the school venue didn't belong to the twins,
right?
But the public venue that the Super Afro Action Negro Network was at belonged to them.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, he had every right. What I'm saying is that he had every right to sit down where he sat down at, and those boys had no right to approach him to force him off of a public property, off a public place where he's supposed to be at, that he signed up and he was in a race. He was a part of the event.
Father had
the other two.
And the father had every right to be at that press conference, because the same way that Carmelo was part of the race, his son got killed by them.
Yeah, but he wasn't invited to this press conference, and the law.
He didn't need to. It was public.
The authorities at the building, they deemed that he wasn't supposed to be there neither, so they escorted him out. So regardless if you feel like he's supposed to be there, the authorities, the proper authorities,
actually, the owner of the property had him trespassed. That's what really happened.
Angry Man and Sharon, everybody stay out of it.
It was a public place, and I got news for you, Sharon. I don't know about you, but if the parents of the child that stabbed my son and put him in the ground is doing a press conference to play the victim, you damn skippy, I'm showing up there. In fact, I feel like that father showed up there and was way more cordial than he should have been.
Well, that's fine that you might think that. However, I think that father, he was absolutely out of pocket, out of bounds.
No.
He's coming from
someone who wants to confront everybody on everything.
Personal space. I don't know what's the problem, but no, he needs to respect people's personal space and their emotional space. That was for those people to have a conversation to address the press. It had nothing to do with that father. They was not even addressing the actual case or addressing anything about Dave Fallen's child.
Wait, hang on a second.
Why did they make it public?
Are you gonna hang on to two people in the middle?
I'm trying not to pop the fuck off, but goddamn, it's two people in the middle. They got it.
Let me ask you this question. Sharon, you old enough. You probably seen the movie. Back in the day, A Time to Kill. Did you cheer for Samuel L. Jackson when he bust up the courtroom? Yeah, you did.
You lying. Oh, you lying.
Yeah, you did.
Sharon, you've never seen A Time to Kill?
There's no need for me to lie. I did not see the movie.
Okay, well, screw. You didn't see it? Fine. Cool. I'm going to ask the rest of the people in here.
It's okay. You have a conversation with me. You want to address one of the Negro peons. The Negro peon is here. Don't try to move it. We don't need no hypothetical conversation.
That's how I know he lying. That's how I know he's seen that movie, because he know the point.
I do not know the point you're trying to make. What I'm trying to do is get you to have the conversation with me.
You know the point I'm about to make. You know what? I'm starting to realize why you niggas pile up on panels instead of coming to my show for the smoke you got with me.
I be in your channel and I talk to you all the time.
Whatever.
So don't even do that. You don't drop the link that often. Whenever you drop the link, if I'm there, I'm going to hit it. You don't drop it that often, but when you do it, I will hit the link. Right. So now go ahead and make your point. But I did not see the movie.
I don't like to converse that much with Negro peons. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, to everybody up here, every last one of these Negroes cheered. Every one of them cheered when Samuel L. Jackson busted up in that courtroom.
Damn right,
they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
That's fine. But let's talk about what actually happened, not a movie. People that don't have no real point, they love to go through hypotheticals and things that are made up, right? So, but me, I'm trying to stick to the fact and the point of what is actually happening, give you my real thought about what's happening and why that father. This is why you attempting to talk over me, even though
Time out.
You're doing too much.
Time out. Hold on, wait. Time out. Sharon, you was talking, so read the super chat, please.
Yeah, but you gotta let me. I'm not able to finish.
Read the super chat. You're the last one talking. That's the rule of the panel. Whoever was talking last while the super chat comes,
I'll read it. Big time. Said for the panel, A Time to Kill was race swapped. Harris versus the state of Mississippi, 1988. Oh, so it wasn't just a movie. So it happened in real life too, Sharon. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sharon. Finish your point.
You do know movies are based off of things that actually happen. You do know that's called art imitating life, Negro peeing.
You didn't know that Harris versus the state of Mississippi was a real case? You didn't know that actually really happened to a little girl? And the prosecutor's closing statement was the most prolific closing statement that has ever happened in a legal forum ever, because he detailed the events of the crime and then he said, imagine if she was white.
Yes,
now imagine if Arthur Metcalf was black.
Oops.
Uh-oh.
Got your ass.
Yep. All right, now go ahead. Go ahead, because I'm not gonna let what happened on the other panel when it was 20v1 and Angry Man wasn't even there. So Sharon, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes,
even Sharon, I can show you respect. While niggas talking about I can't show respect because I'm not everybody's cup of fucking tea. Anyway, go ahead, Sharon.
So again, lost my train of thought. So now with that, I guess Samuel Jackson shot up the place in the movie, and I'm guessing in real life he shot up the courtroom as well. I don't know. I never heard of this case. I didn't know that somebody came into a courtroom and shot it up because of some kind of racial case. I never heard of that, but I will do my research on it. Regardless,
I'll put it in the back chat for you.
That's crazy. Regardless of the fact, the father, he should not have been there, especially if he really if he was trying to protect his son and tried to help his son out and get this young man convicted of a crime that he did not commit in the first place. He shouldn't be there because
says who?
Says
no. In honesty, who are you?
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
So you can come back after he read the super chat. Damn. Go ahead, Sharon. Finish your point and read the super chat, and I'll bring Masaru back. Jesus Christ, y'all niggas have no panel etiquette, or fucking decorum. Jesus, diarrhea of the fucking mouth. I love you, little nigga. But wait. Go ahead, Sharon.
Big time. 2 white twins were attacked by a black attacker in Harris versus state of Mississippi.
No,
it was a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old little girl that was forcibly raped and badly beaten in their home in South Haven in DeSoto County, Mississippi.
Okay.
Oh, you legal eagles. Let me shut up.
I'm not sure what that had to do with this case, but
oh, you need me to explain it to you?
Sure.
You need me to explain it to you? So now, all of a sudden, like whenever there's a black victim, you niggas turn into Super Sleuth Inspector Gadget Columbo. But when it comes to the other way around, all of a sudden, you niggas can't comprehend.
The problem is, while I'm having a conversation with you, I didn't bring race into it. You keep attempting to bring race into it. I'm not. So, but if you, I'm talking to you, right? I'm not bringing race into it. I'm going by.
You know why I'm doing that?
Okay.
You know why I'm doing that? I'm doing that because that's the same shit white folks used to do. They used to have racial bias towards black people, and every time somebody would bring it up, they would pretend like they weren't being racist. It was just about justice. You niggas learned well from your slave masters.
Oh, wait, okay, that's fine. That you talking about yourself. You learned from your slave master. That's fine.
No, that's what you just said. Actually, that wouldn't totally apply to me.
Well, that's what you just said. You said you did that because that's what they do, and you learned well from slave masters. Clearly, you must be the butlers that everybody be talking about. I don't know, but what I'm saying is this: I'm not bringing race into my conversation. I don't think the father was just by walking himself up into that conference. He knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to intimidate that family. He was trying to intimidate that family. He was trying to intimidate the press and the media to try to switch it over to him. He should have not been there. That's number one. He was impressing his will on that family, which he should not have done. And it shows that he probably taught that to his goddamn sons too, because they want to invade other people's spaces and move people from a public space where they had no authority to do such a thing.
Would you say that a kid?
Hold on, AM, really quick. Mr. Fantastic, thank you for joining the panel. Good G. If you want to restream this platform, you can. I have no problem with it whatsoever. Any super chats or cash apps you get, let us know so that we can thank the supporters of all of the platforms. Same thing goes with Sharon, AM, and everybody else who's restreaming. So I want everyone to get paid for spending time here on my shit. So make sure y'all get paid. Angry Man, you up next. Go ahead, Angry.
Yo, hey, Mentor, can I take over real quick? Can you give me like a minute?
Welcome to Nigga Mania. We've been waiting on these epic battles all year long. Macho Man Ricky Savage versus Hope Easy. Nigga Mania.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
So, in your mind, the father went to that press conference to intimidate them.
Absolutely.
With what?
His presence.
A middle-aged white man by himself was going to intimidate a room full of people. But in your mind, a kid going over to another tent with a weapon on him, that's not intimidation.
No, it's not intimidation, because you're putting it as if when he went over to this other tent that he went over there to bother somebody. He did not. He went and sat in a corner, and then the hunter.
Here's the thing about what was said in the police report. Here's what was said in the police report. Okay, I get that you Negroes see. There's a commonality between you and the other Negroes that was over there on that 20v1 panel. Y'all don't know how to have a conversation because you want to dictate to people. See, that's how I know you don't really want to have the conversation, because you want to stand up on the podium like Dr. Martin Luther King and just yell what you want to say at people, and they don't get to respond to you. Right?
No, that's not what's happening right now.
Okay, so then let me interject and have the conversation with you.
You have been interjecting. I've been getting interjected a lot without even losing I'm allowing all of this, whatever you're saying that I'm not doing. It's been happening. I'm trying to stick to the point, and you saying I'm doing something that I'm not. That's crazy.
You don't get interjected. Interjection.
Do me a favor. Hold the panel down. I got to step away for a second.
You're not getting interjected. An interjection is not an attack, brother.
I didn't say it was an attack.
But the way you just posed it is if it's an attack. You said, I've been getting interjected. No, bro, it's not an attack. The problem with this whole thing is y'all want to ignore the facts. All right. And I know why you want to ignore the facts.
Y'all? Me and you talking.
I'm saying y'all because I'm talking about.
Don't say y'all. Talk to me.
No, I'm gonna say y'all because it was 20 of you niggas with my picture on the damn panel.
I didn't join it for that. I didn't even see the thumbnail after you said something
just to be fair, AM, I didn't know the show was about you either. I thought it was about the
I didn't know that. I'm saying y'all because there's a whole coalition of niggas that think like you think. So I'm gonna say y'all.
No, but that's not fair because I'm not giving you what somebody else is thinking. We are walking down the conversation and where we disagree at. And right now, at this moment, we are disagreeing on this young kid having a knife, purposely sitting in under their tent to try to entice a fight. That is not what I understand for it to happen.
So in this conversation, you're going to argue that those two twins shouldn't have prohibited Carmelo from going in that tent, but you gonna sit your ass right here and prohibit the way I talk.
I'm not doing that. What I'm telling you is my argument. My argument.
And just accept the fact that I'm saying y'all and stop deflecting, because that's what you're doing.
I'm not. So make your point, because I'm not understanding what you're saying now.
Oh, thank you. Now I can have a conversation with you. Appreciate it.
But with me then, I'm not y'all. My name is Sharon.
Thank you for not policing my speech.
Well, talk to Sharon, not y'all.
I'm gonna say y'all, nigga. Y'all,
nigga, neither.
Right here, see this right here. This right here is why that whole situation happened, and y'all don't want to admit it. He walked over to the tent, regardless of what his reason was, regardless of whether he was supposed to be there or wasn't supposed to be there. Don't matter, because at the end of the day, they asked him to leave, and when they asked him to leave, instead of him saying, "You know what? Forget y'all. I'm out," he said, "Touch me and see what happened."
Yeah.
Niggas hate for people to impose shit on them, but y'all love imposing shit on other people. Like just like how you're sitting here right now telling me don't say y'all. Nigga, you can't tell me how to fucking talk.
Just like how he can't say, "Hey, the father wasn't allowed at a public event." Like, who the fuck are you?
But the problem is that the authorities thought otherwise. So y'all just talking just to be
no.
talking.
The authorities they trespassed him, Sharon. He was trespassed.
The authorities escorted the man out. We cannot say that this young man that went down to sit down somewhere.
He was trespassed.
He didn't have the right to say.
Why are you overlooking the freaking fact that he was trespassed?
Trespass him to make him leave. It was advertised as a public event. If that man came there and just stood there, if he wasn't yelling at nobody, if he wasn't causing a disturbance, if he wasn't trying to fight nobody, he wasn't doing anything.
That's not true.
Funny thing about it is, this is the funny thing about it. Y'all don't even
what
realize.
you're saying is not true again, right? So his presence is doing something, because he's a if we just do your hypotheticals, right? If my son did something to your son that egregious and you show up, it is no way I'm thinking that you just coming to talk to me.
Well,
we all
let me ask you a question.
that.
Ron, you can't.
It's not fair to say that this man was just peaceful by being there.
Ron, check this out, bro. You cannot make the argument that Carmelo's presence under the tent wasn't a problem while simultaneously making the argument that his father at the press conference presence was a problem.
Absolutely, you can. Those are two completely different situations.
Hold on,
You cannot compare those two things. Those two things are not. Those two things are
long stroking.
Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second, and then I'll let y'all get back to it, because I do want to hear from Fantastic as well. The only court barring from that event was for Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony was the only one legally not allowed to be in attendance. Now, Jeff Metcalf was trespassed, but there was no animosity, there was no hubris, and in fact, the police officer shook his hand on their way out of the venue.
Rob, can I say one quick thing?
Check
the
this
thing
out.
About it, the twins should have asked the proper authorities to remove the guy the same way that the father was removed by the proper authorities. Why people are deputizing themselves and taking stuff into their own hand? That wasn't the twins' property. They didn't own the tent or the track meet.
I agree.
DJ Witch Doctor, if you and your homies is somewhere chilling, whether you in public or wherever, right? And somebody roll up on y'all that you might possibly have an issue with, or you might just not want there. You're telling me, DJ Witch Doctor, that you're gonna get up and go find the police to tell them to leave?
No. I'll tell them to leave, but I'll be in the wrong because it's not my place to tell them to leave. But I'll still do it. I've done a lot of things that I'm wrong for doing. That's not their place. That's not the law.
Y'all are making mental, bro. Y'all are making mental leaps and mental gymnastics.
You're the only one that's doing that.
Wait, you have to show some respect to the money.
In order
Huh?
I have to show some respect to the money. Now, why I said what I said about only Carmelo Anthony being legally barred was because Illmatic X said that in the chat. Thank you kindly. But Amanize with the $2 said, what was his will? He and his family are the victims. Agreed. That civil rights speaker, baby beater, is Timu MLK. And we're going to show a little love, change up the mood, and then we're going to get back to the conversation.
You shoot a boy, nigga, we don't care who you shot. Nigga, quit talking money, round rich nigga. Nigga, we don't care what you got. Bitch, I got 6 niggas, dead hit niggas. Boy, I don't give a fuck, especially when I'm late, nigga. Real shit, nigga, see the bitch to line you up.
Now, Fantastic and then Angry Man and Sharon can get back to their fight. Go ahead, Fantastic.
No, hey, shout out to everybody, man. Thank y'all for inviting me. Yeah, so the question would be, how are you going to be also apologetic and genuinely mean it, but you won't allow the father to just be in attendance if he's not causing any issue? The father's just there. Like you said, it's a public thing, and you make this, you know, this apology publicly to the family. So wouldn't it have been a better PR move for you to actually make the apology with the father in attendance versus kicking him out and not allowing him to be there? I'm just saying, if you're trying to
they're not sorry. That's why.
Agreed.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I just got here. I'll you know what I'm saying? So, and then furthermore, to the point that I guess Witch Doctor just made, you made Angry Man's point. This is the point I've been trying to tell everybody, right? Of course, we all know, keep your hands to yourself, don't touch nobody, but fights happen every day, B. Okay? The world is not perfect. We as grown adults do shit that we know we're not supposed to do, and you do it anyway. So now you're taking away from children, which we've all been teenagers, to where, hey, this our shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to be over here. You confront the person, shit get a little bit out of hand, a push, a shove happens, or a fight happens, and that's it. Everybody walks away. Y'all are setting a horrible precedent of it being okay for children to kill children over a push, over regular.
No, I don't think nobody said that was okay. Fantastic.
Yeah,
and as kids, we all took weapons and done stuff that we shouldn't have. Like I'm looking at them as kids across the board, not just for the twins. The Carmelo was a kid too.
So,
like,
first off, why are we even talking about the twins? So, hold on. First off, why are we talking about the twins? There is no evidence. There is no police report. There's nothing to where there was a conflict between the twins. Even the spokesperson.
Well, the one twin. I'm just referring to him as the twin. The twin, then, not the twin. The twin.
Okay. Wait. Pause before we continue the conversation. Let's go to the police report, right? Because that's going to clear up. Go ahead, Sharon.
Police report. Also, Hunter, he spoke twice to the media, and he said he was the first one. He said out his own mouth that he was the first one that approached the young man.
We didn't.
Carmelo with a K. He was. Yeah, Hunter said that on a press.
No, he didn't.
He was there.
No, he didn't. He never
did.
said that. No, he didn't. He said his brother did. Both times.
No, so he had. That's the problem that he had. He had two contradicting messages. He had one where he said his brother only did it, and he also had one where he said he did it. So that's just what Hunter did. He's being emotional, so they're gonna probably say that he wasn't really sure because it was one that happened immediately, and then was one that happened later on, and the one that most of the people seen was the one where he said my brother approached him. But Hunter said in one of the press conferences or when he was being interviewed that he approached him first. And then Austin, he probably a little bit more of an aggressive brother, and he took over the conversation.
Pull up the source. Just pull it up, bro.
I'm having a conversation with you, bro.
Pull up the source, bro.
You're making a claim that you're the first person I've heard over the whole debacle in this whole situation for it. You're the first person I ever heard say, "Oh, he said he did it too." So I'm simply asking you. Let's but you also kill all the speculation and pull up the source.
Right. So Sharon, this is the thing. I understand what you're saying, Sharon. You're saying
he's talking, right? You know what I'm saying?
I know somebody better read this.
Wait. I'm trying to get to it, baby.
I got you, Raw. As at Mitt 651 to 20. Good debate. Go ahead, Raw.
Yes. So Sharon, while we go over the police report from the actual day of the incident, please pull up where Hunter said that he was the first person to approach the good brother, because this is the thing about like cognitive dissonance and conflation of the victim or witness's memories. This is why they like to get the statements on the scene. So what the police officers put in their report is there was a chain link fence that separated me from the suspect. I gave the suspect instructions to keep his hands up in the air. During this time, the suspect said verbally out loud, "I was protecting myself." It should be noticed that I had not questioned him about the incident when he made that comment. I asked him if he had any weapons, and he said no. I patted him down for weapons while we were walking along the fence, and I did not locate any on his person. I instructed the male to continue walking along the fence, which he complied, towards an area where there was an opening in the fence that led off the track. While walking him off the track, the suspect also said he put his hands on me, not they, he, singular, one person. I then detained the suspect in handcuffs, hands cuffed behind the back, and had him sit down on the ground. Officer A. Ritchie had arrived on the scene at that time. I conducted another pat down of his person and then searched his person after he gave me consent. No weapons located. While the suspect sat on the ground, I advised that I had the alleged suspect. The suspect then responded and said, I'm not alleged. I did it. So this is not conjecture. This is actual statement from the criminal at the time of the crime. He said he was not an alleged suspect. He said he did it. He did not indicate that more than one person assaulted him or anything. Only one person. He put his hands on me. So this narrative that people are trying to come up with, that they jumped him and there were bullies and this, that, and the third, it's not true, predicated upon what is in the police report. Now I'm gonna let you and Angry Man get back to your fight. And go.
And so, yeah, so not two people hit him, but two people, probably he was dealing with two twins at one time. I don't know why we act like this is not a
problem. No.
Why do you keep making shit up, bro? You're just making shit up.
No. You're making a claim he didn't make himself, okay? He said it, and then if you look at the rest of the police report, the other two people that they took testimony said the same thing. The only interaction that everybody has said, okay, is him and Austin. Why can you not get off of the goddamn facts we keep telling you? And you're the problem. You niggas are the problem. Even when you hear the truth and you face with the truth and nothing says other than that, we're going to stick with these motherfucking bullshit ass narratives. All right? This is why shit fucked up, bro. You speculating, it might have not have been they attacked them, but now they approached them. Where does it say it? Show the evidence. And you made a claim. Where is the clip of him saying that, hey, we, or whatever that you claim? Where is it at? Y'all need to quick to pull clips on everything else. Pull the clip up.
Right. No, and just because he said he was protecting himself, again, equal and opposite force in the law. If I put my hand on your shoulder, that is not equal force for you to pull a knife. Freedom 557. And if you don't believe me, here's a challenge for you. Silly baby, go outside, let somebody put their hands on you and then stab them, and then go ahead and tell the police that is self-defense. And when they lock your ass up and tell you that is not equal force under the law, you'll see who sounds dumb. I was protecting myself. Oh, you could say whatever you want to say. It has nothing to do with the law, and ignorance of the law is not a defense. Ask everybody in the penal system right now to this day, honey.
Yeah, I get that, and I understand that. We understand where we getting the report from. The reports from the arresting officer. We understand that he's going to have to paint a picture so he can actually put the charges on. This is how it goes when you get arrested for something that is considered criminal. The higher ups, they the ones that had to decide to arrest this young man in the first place. It wasn't like the arrest officer got there. He said, "Hey, I'm just going to lock him up." No, he got that from above his own rank, right? And so when you are right in a port, when you get arrested, you have to trump it up so this way you can charge the person. So this idea that we getting both sides just because of the police report is insane. We know that we're not getting both sides of the story at this moment, and that's fine. But with the information that we do have, we cannot act as if Carmela with a K was the aggressor in this situation.
Okay, Sharon. So let's look at.
Oh man,
I'm sorry. I have to. I'm sorry. I have to, because you're saying from the police report we don't know that he was the aggressor. Now, this is from, first of all, Marcus Antonio Castillo says this is why communities struggle to deal with facts. Thank you kindly. Now, this is from an independent witness statement. Austin had told Anthony that he needed to move out from under their team's tent, and Anthony grabbed his bag. So Austin spoke to Anthony, and Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and reached inside and proceeded to tell Austin, touch me and see what happens. No one really thought Anthony really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Anthony. And then Anthony told Austin to punch him and see what happens. So he told him to touch him, see what happens. Nothing happened. He told him punch him, see what happens. Then when he punched him, or allegedly punched him, because it doesn't even say that he did punch him, then Anthony proceeded to stab Austin and ran away. So yes, it's a provocation. He provoked him. He provoked him. You can feel however you want to feel. That is provocation under the law.
It is not. But so this
you're trolling. I'm sorry, bro. No. You're trolling. You're hard trolling.
Well, we can straighten it out. So hold on, brother. So you may be ignorant to what we're saying. So
let me say, can I say something? Fantastic. I was talking. I want to have a
you got it. So several attorneys and judges have said that could be considered as provocation, brother. So you don't have the qualification, you don't have the legal knowledge, you don't have any of the bases that overrides attorneys and judges. So would you like to retract that statement about it not being provocation?
No, I do not. So
okay, you just want to be ignorant. Go right ahead, brother. You got it.
You're trolling. You're trolling. He's trolling. Just ignore him at this point. He's trolling. Get him out of here.
No, let him finish.
No, every time he finishes, he just says some dumb shit. Get him out of here. Like, there's no way he can be this retarded.
No, that word you will not use. But
sorry, special needs.
Masaru can be booted. I'm just letting. Yeah, Masaru can be booted. I just want everybody to know that. This black man. Let me make this very clear. This black man can be booted.
Would I be able to address
Yes, you can address them after you read the super chat. Sharon, thank you. Please, just do me the favor. Do me the favor, Sharon. I'll leave you up on the solo screen. No one can cut you off. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
Trolling or stupid, I vote it is stupidity. So
read this definition too, please.
No.
Don't let him finish. Just don't let him finish. Please.
No. Y'all stop making this Negro pee and read. What's wrong with y'all?
Man, it sucks when you get treated the same way you treat people on your panel, don't it?
Damn.
Come on, y'all. Stop it.
Sharon, don't you run back. Hold on, wait. Sharon, don't you run back talking about some cellulite. Let them do this. You see, I'm trying to hold everybody off. But at the same time, though, it's only fair. It happens everywhere else. But I'm trying to have some decorum. So
why should we respect him trying to have a conversation when he never respects anyone on his panel?
Because you don't treat people how they treat you.
The fuck I don't.
These are
I'm gonna tell you not to stoop down to other people's level to raise them up to yours.
You ain't my mama. My mama's dead.
These are the weapons that.
Lord Jesus.
Yeah. Welcome to Nigga Mania. These are the weapons that strike fear in the heart of the Negro. Read, nigga, read.
No! Y'all stupid. No, but for real, Sharon, sue them out real quick. Please read this definition.
No, thank you. I don't want to read.
I'll be happy to read it. I'll volunteer.
Oh my God.
Provocation. The act of provoking or inciting someone to do something. Generally, provocation does not act as complete defense, but it can mitigate damages or culpability. Homicide. Provocation is that which causes, at the time of the act, reason to be disturbed or obscured by passion to an extent which might render ordinary persons of average disposition liable to act rashly or without due deliberation or reflection, and from passion rather than judgment. In other words, provocation is something which causes a reasonable person to lose control. In criminal law, the crime of murder may be reduced to manslaughter if the defendant acted in response to provocation.
All right, fantastic. Use the last one to be speaking, so you got to read the super chat.
Sure. Whoa. Mayo Monkey for the 10. Salute, sell raw, salute, LOL.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Now, Sharon, go ahead. Now, y'all let Sharon finish. God damn it.
I'll think about it.
He's giving me an aneurysm. Why should I?
He will cuss you out. He cussed me out, and he's back.
What's he going to do about it? Nothing.
Jesus Christ. Sharon,
hurry up and say what's on your mind, Negro.
I don't know. Maybe this is just a circus act. I don't know what's going
It's
on.
not
But,
a circus.
the circus.
God damn it, y'all didn't let him get 3 words out. Let him say what the hell he got to say. Be quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Sharon.
It's crazy. Okay, so you could take me off the big screen, please. This is...
I bet he want to stab us all.
Wow. So I don't know what this is right now, but for it to be provocation, right? How y'all making it seem like is as if Carmelo went over there to try to incite these people to do something that was irrational. So he went when he went over there to sit down. He said, "Yeah, I knew they was gonna come and tell me to move, and I knew they was gonna put their hands on me. I knew they was gonna grab my bag, and I knew they was gonna hit
Nobody
me
said
and
that.
push me." And so the problem is that's not what happened. If anything, it was the other way around. They was provoking Carmelo. It wasn't the other way around. He did not provoke them. We understand what language young kids say. When somebody says, "Hey, do this," and you see what happened, then you go ahead and do that, and then they try to escalate it. This is somebody that is scared, and he was trying to warn them, like, leave me alone, is what he was really saying. I don't know why we're trying to act like we don't understand the language of teenage boys. When somebody say, "Hey, do this," and you see what happened, that is not inviting them to a fight. And also, Carmelo do not have to, if he wanted to just fight him, Carmelo do not have to oblige to fight. Hey, leave me alone, is what he was saying when he said, "Touch me and see what happened." We know
He
that.
didn't say leave me
That is
alone.
that is absolutely not true.
So words.
When you-
Almost universally, the courts have rejected words alone as providing adequate provocation for homicide unless accompanied by conduct indicating a present intention and ability to cause bodily harm. So
Well,
words
him and his
along with
brother pretended
hold
to
on,
joke
angry
him.
man. Hold on, angry man. I mean angry man. If a defendant kills another with mistaken but reasonable belief that the victim injured or attempted to injure them, then provocation may be adequate to reduce a murder to manslaughter. This is illustrated in the case Howell versus the state. So words along with reaching inside of the bag, along with touching one another, in fact,
So, but that's the problem. They didn't touch one another. So we are saying that when the young man warned him and said, "Hey, touch me," and you see what happened, we are saying that everybody is going to say it is reasonable for every other person to react the way how Austin did by putting his hands on him. But that's not what's reasonably going to happen.
It's not normal for someone to say, "Touch me and see what happens," and another dude challenge him.
Except for them to act emotionally. That is most people. When you tell them do something to me, you see what happened. Majority of people are not going to go ahead and do said act.
Oh, really?
Okay,
Does
but
when
what
get out of a place
I
they're not welcome, they leave.
What I am saying is the provocation of touch me and see what happens, along with the physical action of reaching inside of the bag for a weapon is provocation. He provoked Austin to touch him. He provoked Austin.
We have the disagreement at, right? And so
he provoked Austin to punch him as well.
And Austin provoked him also to get to stab him.
Okay, here's the reason why we cannot say Carmelo was doing the provoking is because he did not initiate the confrontation in the first place. If y'all don't want to say that Hunter initiated, that's fine. But we at least can say.
Why are you talking about Hunter? Why are you talking about Hunter? Why are we talking about Hunter? Why are we talking about Hunter?
Point. Let me finish.
Why are we talking about Hunter?
Hey, I have an overarching point.
Okay.
So you
Point means nothing. It's meaningless.
Wait. Can we please? I want to hear the rest of. I want to hear Sharon's full.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Mayo Monkey with the $10 says he's gonna stab your brain with stupid. Appreciate you. Whose channel did this come from? Because this is
probably
not
Witch Doctors.
Okay, Witch Doctor, read your money. Did you get this, Witch Doctor?
Sharon has no clue how the police operate, money kind of thing. Now,
no, I think that was probably Sharon. I ain't seen Diesel in my chat for a minute. I think.
Okay, Ed Money with 199 says Bracy having a nervous breakdown. He's fibbing. Okay.
Can I please address something that Sharon said a while ago? Because
I don't even know how you can address anything I say if I don't get a chance to say it.
Oh, my bad. That was Diesel. So to the big dog Diesel, the money counter thing.
Hold on. This is why
Jesus Christ,
bro. Niggas say stuff and they can get away with it. What was you just about to say just now, Sharon? And don't lie. Say what you was getting ready to say.
That I didn't get the chance to finish what I was saying.
I knew it. This nigga been sitting here bitching about not getting to finish, and he been talking more than anybody.
That is not true.
That is true. Stop lying.
Absolutely
Jesus
true.
Fucking Christ.
I get cut off. All right, you fine. You
like 10 fucking minutes to talk.
But that's not because I was talking.
Bullshit.
It's not. I was attempting to talk.
I know you've been talking because I've been counting my brain cells as they die.
Thank you, Jesus Christ.
You bullshitting this dude, Masuru, whatever the fuck his dumbass name is. He don't even.
Nigga, you're lying. Don't speak my name. You're lying.
I don't know why it's so difficult for a lot. All I said is, hey, listen. All I'm saying is this: with the provocation process, where I can just finish off my statement before I get cut off again. It's okay. I'm just saying it's okay. Like I'm not even that mad at it, but we just call it what it is, right? It's okay that I'm getting cut off. It's all right.
Dude, every time you talk, you sit up here and windmill like crazy.
I didn't get a chance to fucking windmill.
Wait.
You over here insinuating that I'm doing.
All right. It went on long enough. Hold on. It went on long enough. Wait. Hold up. It went on long enough. No, hell no. This is my house. I got this. It went on long enough. AM, go first. Sharon.
Yo, bro, this is not a conversation. This is narrative pushing. And this is the reason why he wants to dominate the conversation, just like Izzy was doing to me last night. He wants his narrative to be the only narrative that is heard. This is propaganda pushing. This is not a goddamn conversation.
Right? He keeps wanting to push 15 different narratives and not let anybody respond.
All right, now, round of 804. Go ahead, Angry Man. Go ahead. My bad.
He said some shit that's not true. Absolutely not true.
Which is?
When you're teenagers and you tell somebody, touch me and see what happens, it is not always a bluff. Sometimes niggas say that shit because they want you to touch them so that when they fight you, they can claim they did it because you hit them.
Right. Facts.
So that they can get out of trouble.
Exactly.
So number one, when you standing there, if me and you get into an argument, or if I come somewhere and you say to me, hey man, you need to leave. A normal person is gonna say, why? What did I do wrong? Your first response is not gonna be touch me and see what happened. That's what lets me know they already had an issue with each other. So if I come over there to your little spot, because I know I got an issue with you, and you know you got an issue with me, and then you say to me, hey man, you need to dip, and I go reach in my pocket and say, touch me and see what happens.
Exactly.
That is provocation.
Yeah,
that is provocation.
Because you want me. I want you to touch me so that when I back this damn thing out and use it, I can say, well, he shouldn't have put his hands on me.
So let's hear what Sharon has to say, please. I want to hear his thoughts about Austin Metcalf and his provocation.
Trying to make this little nigga a saint just because you want the little black boy to get off.
Angry Man, please.
Bro. Now he want to be Sharon too. So is the problem.
Oh, man, fuck you. Fuck you and every nigga that look like you. How about that? Them little slick ass fucking comments. Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, I know. It's because you mad because I look black and you don't. I get it. So
at least he's not an ape like you.
I don't give a fuck, nigga, about none of that little slick shit. You a black supremacist, nigga, which I find to be interesting considering your situation.
Now you want to talk about things that don't have nothing to do with the conversation. Fine. This is the problem with real. This is the problem.
Looking black like that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you. Yeah, you.
Is that part of the conversation?
Yes, it is.
Nah, it wasn't.
Hey, yo, I got to bounce real quick, but all I got to say...
You don't need to address that you need to leave. Anybody care if you leave or not, bro?
Sharon, you're retarded. Stop talking.
Part of the conversation. It wasn't part of the conversation. You're going to sit here and act like, nigga, first of all, I am black and I am a nigga and I know how niggas operate. So you can sit up here and cap for everybody up here. I know why that little nigga was at the tent and I know why he did what he did. And you want to try to pretend you don't know what he did. And the reason why is because y'all think the white boy deserved it. That's why.
Got to get that get back.
Yeah, so I don't know. I didn't say nothing of the nature of that. So
yeah, sure.
So okay. I don't know who you talking to that said all those things that make you feel like you need to go ahead and protect white people. Hey, fine, that's good. I'm glad for you. And
it is. You heard it, right?
Protect white people how? But listen, Sharon, focus. I heard that, angry man. Sharon, I need you to focus. Why do you feel like Austin Metcalf was the provocateur?
Because he approached the young man while he was sitting down. He told the man to leave. And we all understand that conversations between young people, it doesn't go from, hey, you don't belong here, to, hey, I'm going to touch me and see what happens. We know it was conversations, is words in between that happen, because we understand how young people converse with each other. It don't just escalate from that to that quickly, unless we all going to agree with Angry Man say that these people knew each other, even though there's no proof that they knew each other. So Austin, he was the one that approached the young man and told him to leave. The young kid probably said something as whatever the conversation was, and it went to the point where he put his hands on him. He said, hey, touch me, blah, blah, blah. Punch me, blah, blah, blah. And then so when he grabbed him aggressively, that's when he got stabbed. So therefore, Austin was the one that was pushing it forward to the confrontation. He was in that person's space. If he would have never spoke to the person, if he had never went to the person, if he would have never touched the person, if he would have never grabbed the person, it would not have
we get it
to the point of this situation. If anything, we have to say.
So you think that there's no situation?
Hold on. I'm trying to have a conversation with Siobhan. Please, gentlemen, please. Are you finished with that vein of thought? You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
So the point is, right? We could bring forth the argument that Austin Metcalf also had intention and a use of provocation. The reality of it is he can't be held underneath adjudication in due criminal process because Carmelo Anthony killed him. So therefore, had they had a equal force confrontation where it was fisticuffs, right? Then that defense would make sense. Where it becomes a non sequitur and where we have to summarily focus on Carmelo Anthony's provocation of the situation, because what you said did not take away anything from Carmelo also provoking a reaction, right? He has to stand under the weight of his decisions in the law. So whatever Austin did not stab him. Austin did not draw blood from him. This is also equal and opposite force. Had Austin drawn blood from him, had Austin stabbed him or cut him using the knife would be acceptable in the law. It's not. So now we have to look at it for what it is now. You can shake your head no, but I'm telling you, I went to school for this, and I'm telling you, him being the one that is here alive, him being the one that actually caused an injury with a knife, even if he didn't puncture the skin, if he had a epidermal abrasion where he caused bleeding on Austin, he still would be the person under the biggest penalty of law unless Austin caused that measure of harm to him in his person. Unfortunately for Carmelo Anthony, he violated to the highest degree by taking a life. Now, the first degree murder charge is an appropriate charge. Will that probably get reduced during the trial? Absolutely, it probably will get reduced. But we can't sit here and act like, well, they did this, so he did this. That's not how any of that works.
Can I point something out? Can I point something out? Excuse me, damn, I didn't know this was the Sharon show.
Me and her was having a conversation. I patiently wait till she get a full thought out.
Not the only two people on the panel, sir.
Like we're not seeing what is happening.
You're not the only two people on the panel, sir.
I know, but
Used
she
to
said
be in
she
the most
wanted to
important,
address,
but not here.
but it wasn't about if I feel like
you're not the only two people.
Dude, there's more than just you on the panel trying to have a convo, Sharon.
May I comment?
So Roger, wasn't you addressing me, and should I have the right to respond to her?
Yo, y'all get the baby his bottle. Let the nigga.
Yes.
Right.
May I comment?
Stop whining.
Yes.
How the fuck am I whining?
Because you said everything you said, then she countered what you had to say. What else is there for you to respond to? She responded to what you already said. So you gonna repeat the same shit you already said again? Because you're not gonna say nothing different.
Repeat it 3 more times.
You're not gonna say nothing different.
Okay.
So move the shit around. It's a full panel. This ain't your shit. Stop bitching.
How the fuck am I? So hold on. Can
Tyranny's here?
Because I'm not the host, right? I don't want to overstep my boundary.
You don't matter. Angry man trying to say something.
Hey, Selling Rod, am I overstepping my boundary? I need to know because I'm not sure if
No.
I am. I don't.
No.
You're not overstepping your boundary. But let me just say this really quick, right? The back and forth between you and Angry Man happened. There was an interjection with a few people, right? So it was a couple of times you couldn't finish your statement, but in the midst of you making your multiple statements, you repeated the same thing over and over. So all of those could have been wrapped up into one, respectfully, right? So then Raw jumps in to counter what it is that you said. Now, I'm not going to go along with the affirmation, and yes, I just used that word, the affirmation that you were going to repeat what you said, but it is other people on the panel. So I'm not taking away from your position to be able to speak, but you also have to understand it's other people on the panel as well. So respectfully, AM was jumping in, Tyranny tried to jump in, Fantastic jump in and pretty much clear up the dissidence that was going on. But Raw did say something to you. But at the same time, are you going to repeat what you previously said, or are you going to counter directly what she said? That's my question to you.
Yeah, I was gonna rebuttal what she said.
Okay, go ahead. You can rebuttal, and then Angry Man, and then you got it.
Okay.
Hold on, Tyranny, not you. First Sharon, and then Angry Man.
This is crazy. Oh my goodness. But I don't understand what the issues are. I'm just trying to get my thought out, right? So with this whole, you know what? Y'all got it.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
No, let me say something real quick, big brother, please. I'm just gonna say this real quick, and then I have to go do something anyway, so I'll be back.
I know.
Listen, Cellulite Podcast started this show to have the conversation. Now, when there was a 20 versus 1 and everybody was trying to call him a coon for his ideology, nobody had anything to say. It was like, oh my God, yeah, you're right. Fuck Angry Man, fuck Angry Man, fuck Angry Man. So now that Sharon is over here and he's spinning his point of view and there's pushback to it, is somebody always treats somebody that way? Like, this is a problem in the African-American community. Sharon, I'm not referencing you. I'm referencing
you,
your constituents in the chat. So we did not send out personalized monogram invitations for anybody to be here. Everybody is free to leave if they feel that they are being offended and they no longer want to participate in the conversation. Like, y'all got the game fucked up. The content is what it is, and everybody is having similar conversations. You don't have to be nowhere you don't want to be. Like, let's stop behaving like children. This is legal definitions of the law. All of you have children, so you should be able to recognize the learning lessons from this, what we need to be teaching our children how to protect themselves so they don't have to go through this legal process. What is your rights and what is not your rights? Y'all want to turn this into anything else but, because y'all are really low IQ when it comes right down to it. How come we can't have an adult conversation in this community? It's utterly disgusting. And I'll be back. Bye, y'all.
Because of niggardry.
Ooh, why she want to leave?
So what I want to say is this, with the whole provocation part, right? We could reasonably say that that man, Austin Metcalf, he could have gave bodily harm to Carmelo Anthony. He could possibly put that person in the concussion. He has the size, the build, the football experience to hurt that young man. And under Texas, you can use this type of force against that. Yes, that's standing your ground. Bodily
The law, the law does not operate based off of what could have happened.
Right. So in Texas, what I'm saying, in case law in Texas, they was able to prove that they was able to use deadly force because they got a concussion. So
he didn't get a concussion. Anger man, you dead said his point. He didn't get a concussion.
Right. So in
you
case
can't
law,
use
right?
that.
Right.
Why are we sitting here acting like the captain of hold on?
Now
we're acting like the captain of the football team, a strong safety who's used to going up against people bigger than him, isn't already used to that.
That's
Quit
another
acting like
argument
this
too.
dude was
That's
some
not
frail little kid.
So now we are saying, so now we understand, right? So now we can say that person is reasonable to use that kind of force.
No, you can't. He said
it's in the law. It's not my opinion.
It's not. Oh, yeah,
hold on.
It needs to be a proportionate
It's
response.
crazy that you think a strong
force.
safety
Go
that
ahead,
was a captain is too weak to defend himself against somebody a little bigger than him. This is absolutely
Hey, if
absurd.
you wanted to go
The
or
dude
no?
played football for crying out loud.
Right, so the point, so angry snowman's point, right? Exactly. That's what I've been keep telling y'all. For one, the dude is not 130 pounds. I know y'all saw him walk out of that courtroom. That is not 130 pound fucking boy. Okay, he has a max preps thing. He's a senior now. I don't know how they got those stats, but his senior profile for his football max preps fucking what's his name? He's 5'11", 160 pounds. Okay. With the eye test, we all know that boy is not no fucking 130 pounds seeing him walk outside the courtroom. Okay. All right. So it's not what y'all are saying anymore, where it's 5'9" and people lied and said that Austin was 6'2", 225. No, he's 6 foot, 200 pounds. The size difference is not going to stand. Okay. That will be a horrible defense. Like Angry Snowman said, he's a football player for multiple years. Is violent, incredibly violent. He's used to force. So saying that a push from a football player that violently throws his body into people for wreck is not going to stand to where I felt for my life. I feared for my life because I was pushed.
But in Texas,
again, hold on. I'm gonna wrap it up. He said with his testimony, his statement he gave to the police, non-motherfucking question. He volunteered his information. He touched me. I defended myself. Okay? That's what he said. He didn't say punched. He didn't say they. He said he touched me. I defended myself. We keep telling you, we've read the statute. Okay? Proportionality. Texas go by proportionality. You have had several judges and several attorneys say this is going to be a very hard self-defense case to prove. Black at that.
Exactly.
All right? So why are you running around in this circle with, oh, he could have had a concussion. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, don't work in the fucking courtroom. All right? He's alive and well. He was not injured. He didn't even have a scratch.
You missed what I was saying. You missed what I was saying. Hold on, you missed what I was saying with the concussion part. You missed it. So with
Sharon, hold on, Sharon, because Angry Man was supposed to go after you, but Fantastic cut in. So 1 second, just hold that, Sharon. Go ahead.
And then Tierney, motherfuckers.
Hold on, Tierney. Is you retrieving? Go ahead, Angry Man.
So here's the thing. Number one, there's a method to my madness. You just proved to me a second ago, Sharon, that in your mind this is about race because you said if I want to protect white people. However, when I discussed this situation a couple of nights ago, when homeboy, I forgot his name, K. Crummy came on my show. He's a district Crumbly, excuse me, K. Crumbly, my bad. Crumbly came on my show. He's a district attorney. We went over the law. We literally went over the law. My position has absolutely nothing to do with race, despite what you and everybody on the 20v1 thought. It's about the law. I know how difficult it is to win a self-defense case when one person has a weapon and the other person doesn't have a weapon, and the person without the weapon loses his life. Regardless of whether you in Texas or not, that is a difficult case to win in a self-defense defense. It's hard. It's hard. This is the whole reason. I said this before and I'm gonna say it again. This is the whole reason why you have Second Amendment lawyers. Okay. Number one, in Texas, because y'all keep wanting to bring up Texas, y'all keep trying to apply the stand your ground law. Y'all keep trying to apply. Somebody even tried to apply the castle law. Like y'all are conflating shit. In Texas, when two people get into an altercation, if you, as a person, assault someone with physical force, right? If you match that physical force, that's just going to be an altercation. But if you multiply that physical force to something ridiculous, like let's say you pick up a bat, ow, or you take a knife, stab you, or a gun and shoot, that is not, you have escalated that into something else. You're going to have a hard time proving self-defense in that situation.
Okay, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Because I live in Texas.
Oh, here we
go. If it's self-defense, it's self-defense.
You're a lawyer.
Texas don't give a damn. Look, if you came and you pushed me and I defended myself, okay, I got it. And a lawyer will easily argue that, hey, it was self-defense. Now, this Caucasian boy, y'all telling me, no, I live here, been here 36 years, almost 40.
You've been a lawyer for 36 years, Tyranny?
Nigga, you not a lawyer.
Okay, so
I had a lawyer on my damn show, you asshole. I had a district attorney on my show that broke it down.
Okay, so this
lawyers lose cases all the time.
You ain't a lawyer
You probably
either.
just as dumb as you are.
You ain't a lawyer either, big head ass nigga.
Calm down. It's okay.
I'd rather have a big head than a dyed beard.
Okay,
big head.
Hey, come on, you
I'd rather have
guys.
a dyed beard than a blouse on, nigga.
Angry man.
At least my teeth is straight.
Kenny, let them go. Kenny, let them go.
Fucking ass nigga.
Kenny, let them go.
At least I don't have to have a goddamn hat. I ain't afraid to
Kenny,
take my
let them
goddamn
go.
hat off.
The cat fight.
They're being rude.
Yeah.
They're being rude.
Nigga.
Okay, you guys, calm down.
All right, hold on, wait, Tyranny, hold up. I gotta read the money. It's money on
Now
the
y'all cut me off.
Beard and
Lord. Being black and being a woman? Hell no.
All right, so it's money on the floor. Owen Supreme with $10 says Austin Metcalf have his bro with him created a force multiplier under Texas law.
No, this is right.
Do y'all not read? Wait, let me know. Do y'all not? Austin Metcalf have his bro with him created a force multiplier under Texas law. So Carmelo using a knife in self-defense is justified. Hunter saying they were one person in the TV interview. See, you know what? Let me reach out to Andrew Bronco. Give me a second. Y'all got it. Oh, wait, it's another super chat. Give me a second, because apparently we need an actual lawyer on the fucking stream. Aaron L with $5 says, how do we discuss order of events when don't know the full conversation? We also don't know the biases of the witnesses either. Video is needed. You're proving a point, Aaron L. You're proving a point, and you just don't know it yet, but it's going to come out. And also, LA Project with the $1.99 for the show, Fire Show. Appreciate you. Who just sent another super chat? Hold on. Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2 says, a stabbing don't equate a shove. Melo's team down bad. Exactly. They still haven't figured that out yet, even though we read it multiple times. That according to the case law in Hamal versus State, and also the McCleary case, that Texas themselves have said that that deadly force should not be used when physical force has been applied. That's in the Texas case law. Sorry. But really quick, yes, make sure you hit the like button and support your content creators platforms. Who was just going? Angry Man and
no, Tyranny was going, and they cut me off with an argument.
No, you cut Angry Man off.
Absolutely not. Angry Man was arguing.
Hold on.
It was Tyranny. She was talking, and then Angry Man and Hub was going back and forth real quick. That's what happened.
Okay,
Come
cool.
on now.
Go ahead.
Y'all know Tyranny's. I'm fair, okay? Now, look, like I stated, Texas.
You're fair.
I am absolutely fair. Okay, I am absolutely fair.
Do that again, Sharon. You're fair.
Okay, so like I stated, first off, in Texas, it's white first, everything after. Now, when you are self-defending yourself, a lawyer can prove that in court, and you got it. You got it. Simple. Even if he said, touch me and see what I'll do, that didn't necessarily mean he was going to stab or shoot the boy, but that was just letting him know, hey, don't touch me. In other words, don't touch me. But you put your hands on someone, like I said on your podcast before, I teach my children to not to bully because anything can happen. You teach your kids not to bully because anything can happen. This kid was bullying someone else's kid. You cannot get upset about the result.
Where's the proof?
It's an easy proven case.
Where's
that
the proof?
boy walked up to him and started bullying him.
Where's the proof?
You'll see that in court. And thank
Okay,
God.
so now we're going off affirmations. Wait. So now we're just going off affirmations. Is there any recorded? Wait. Is there any recorded? Is there any recorded statement by anyone that it was bullying going on at the track meet?
You'll see that.
Okay, so wait. So it's not hold on. So no, because I cannot deal with now what's going to maybe happen in the future.
So this is what's disingenuous.
It's not this. No, what's disingenuous is that saying that we should wait for something, but we should be following what's going on right now according to what's going on with people's emotions.
Right.
This is why I'm talking. Wait, hold on. This is why I'm talking about people are putting out misinformation. They expect you to just follow them just because it's some emotional anecdotal experience that everyone wants to trauma bond off of. No one nowhere has said on any reported document that there was bullying going on at the damn track meet. Fantastic said it. Angry Man said it. Snowman said it. Everyone has read. Wait, hold on. Everyone has read the same police report. Everyone has read the same police report. There was not one mention of bullying going on. So where are you getting that? Are you talking about from anecdotal experience, or are you talking about from an asimilation? If
I answer your question, am I going to be able to finish?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to finish.
Sure.
Okay, because Tillman had a motherfucking police report. Was that motherfucker right?
Who was Tillman?
Let me finish.
Who was Tillman?
These fucking white people that kill these black people wrote a
Who was Tillman?
What the fuck?
And then y'all sit here talking about wasn't on the police report.
Who is Tillman?
Yeah, we don't even know who you're referencing. You're not listening.
With each other.
Who is Tillman?
Everything. I'm not done, you guys.
Who is Tillman?
Tillman is.
She's talking about Pat Tillman.
No, I'm talking about motherfucking Texas. Let's hop on a motherfucking horse and be real with this shit. I'm sick of caucus people being able to do what the fuck caucus people do, and y'all sitting there acting like
just say that though. That's what I'm saying. Stop
Yeah,
hiding behind like
I respect
just
that
say
more.
that. Yeah.
I'm not done. You white people, y'all know what y'all do, and y'all do what y'all do every time. Then you put your propaganda on.
Oh, so it's about race. Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
Hold on. Wait. We have a white man. We have a white man on the panel. Any issues that you have a white man, he's right there.
She's
talking about now. It's about race, then, right?
Hey, she's
in Texas, it is about race. In Texas, it's about fucking race. And if y'all don't understand that, you don't put goddamn shit.
God, I hope you don't have kids because they're ruined. They're ruined if you have kids.
Mississippi in the South,
talking about Emmett Till.
Race.
I'm talking about Emmett Till.
Yeah, I know she's about Emmett Till. Go ahead, man.
Race.
She's
Tell me that it's not about race. It's always been about race. That's where Juneteenth come from. That you niggas don't understand. Everybody else is free, and we were the only one that's still slaves. Now,
and Sharon nodded along the whole time. That's what we were trying to get you to say. It's about race.
Yeah, this is a tad bit ridiculous because this woman is going to go and go and she's going to shut up because she thinks she's right to and will no way do it. Like anything she says matters because all she's doing is being a black racist.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
Shout out to Charles for the $20 on a Cash App to get Tierney up out of here. Tierney, you got 20 minutes. If you want to come back, you can hit the Cash App, or you could just wait out the 20 minutes. It is entirely up to you. Now, I don't know why the fuck we're talking about Emmett Till. What the hell does Emmett Till have to do with this?
And Juneteenth. So let me.
Emmett Till, 450 years. The transatlantic slave trade. All that shit. We was kings.
And Texas, the only thing that succeeded.
Yo, y'all be. I ain't gonna hold you.
Nah, it's all good, man.
Yeah, but hold on. Let's not go that far. So let me say
I
this,
just
bro.
know if this was in the real world, like we would have had a completely different conversation.
Yeah. I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. So let's
DJ Witch Doctor on that nigga shit. We would have whooped y'all tails.
Well, yeah. Hold on. We don't need that. So let me ask this. Well, I was gonna ask Tyranny this question, right? Because everybody keeps bringing up this excuse to teach your children to keep their hands to themselves. If he just would have kept his hands to themselves, why do y'all keep saying this elementary ass bullshit? People are taught. Everybody, the majority of people are taught to keep their hands to themselves. But again, there's a fight going on somewhere right now. Okay, everywhere, every day is a fucking fight. Tyranny has multiple children. I'm pretty sure Tyranny's kids, anybody that has multiple kids, got in a fight. So I ask you this question. So your kid gets in a fight with your own kid, even though you taught them both to keep their hands to yourself. Now your other kid goes and grabs a knife out of the fucking drawer and stabs him to death. It's okay, right? That's your logic. Say yes. Please say yes. And this is a chat. Can we do some chat participation, brother? Say you like.
Yeah.
If your child pushed your child, and what the other child that was pushed went and got a knife and stabbed him to death, by y'all's logic, you'll be okay with it. Just bury your child because your other child should have kept their hands to themselves in the first place. This is the simple ass logic you dumbass niggas are using. This shit is ridiculous, bro. This shit is beyond fucking, like, I can't even imagine this shit.
So the reason why it's not the same logic, fantastic.
Please explain it, brother. Go.
Yeah. So it's because the familiarity in it. So when you fighting somebody that you know and is somebody as your sibling, you're not looking as the person that's trying to cause a bodily harm. Y'all just having a fight. I'm almost I promise you, I'm not going to be wrong.
I get it now.
Since you're horrible, I'm going to finish because you clearly can't listen. So I'm going to say it again. Okay, I'm going to tell you again. I didn't say we fuck familiarity. They're brother and sister. That's why I set the fucking scenario up like I set it up. One of your children kills the other fucking children despite familiarity. Go from there. Thank you.
Excuse me. Let me just say this real quick because I did come up here. I was trying to catch up with Tyranny. So here's how self-defense would apply, right? And this boy would go free in this case. Austin pushed him, punched him, or whatever. And he pushed or punched Austin, and Austin fell back and struck his head on the bleachers and then had a loss of life. Self-defense would apply because it would be equal force. But at the point that he pulled the weapon, it is not equal force. But I want to thank Tyranny for coming up here and saying the quiet part out loud. In Texas, it is about race. So therefore, the whole entire world has made this case about Texas. Because low-key, what y'all are saying is you feel like the young man is not going to get a fair shake because he's black in Texas. And that is clouding your judgment, and it's revealing your bias to the fact that, shit, he's just fucking guilty. He admitted it to the police. He said he did it. And they have body cam footage of him saying that he did it. This is a linchpin in a case.
So wait a minute, Raw. I got a question to ask you.
Sure.
So you mean to tell me that this entire time I was right about these niggas only defending him because he's black and they think this is a racial issue?
Yes.
Absolutely. Because what I've heard, and I've been listening with unbiased ears, right? When people are defending this, someone or another, they work race into it. They're trying to make it as if these boys are bullying them. And the fact remains is this. We can have all the conjecture we want. We can make all the assessments that we would like to make. But what is extrapolated from the documents that are able to be read and observed is that there was no bullying. There was one person, it was a one-on-one. Austin versus Carmelo. Carmelo for the win, I guess, with the stabby stab, poke. That's it. And that is all. And unfortunately, if Carmelo didn't kill Austin, we could have his testimony and his version of events.
And also, we cannot. I think the problem also when we hearing the word bully, we thinking that it's something for. I read it. I think it's something that we think that's prolonged. Even if me and Fantastic was in the same place and he's being extra aggressive to me, and I'm being coward, and I'm being submissive to the brother, that is still him bullying me, right? Even though I don't know him. You know what I meant. Fantastic. Jesus. And what I'm saying is that, so like, even though me and him don't know each other, right? It doesn't matter that. So if he's tired of knowing me, that still would be considered bullying. We don't have to know each other for a long period of time for it to be ongoing bullying. Bullying can be in the moment as well. Amber L with the $10. The police report is only as reliable as the witness interview. It is not a fact on either side. Let's stop acting. It's absolute fact, and environment matters if he's surrounded or intimidated.
Right,
Oh
but it's
my
still,
God.
but it's still
Oh my
words
God.
better. It's still orders of magnitude better than evidence that doesn't exist at all.
Thank
you. We've only had 3 witness testimonies.
Wait.
And we still have almost 40 to go.
And also the witness testimonies is only for the ones that is for the prosecution side. We did not hear the other testimony that's going to say anything that's opposite. That's
I didn't say that. I said out of the, we only were able to get 3 because of the time frame.
Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me?
Raw, your signal is terrible, baby. Go out and come back in. All right, come back when you come on. All right.
What I was saying is we've only had 3 witness testimonies so far because of the urgency for them to put out the police report. There are 40 more witness statements.
No, that's not true. That's not
Hold on, wait, time out. Hold up, Murder One, read the super chat.
All right, hold on 1 second here.
Because
my glasses, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, Tootie Bug with 199 says excuses are like cocks, always, and you always us in someone's mouth. Exactly. Angry Man, go ahead.
To Will and to everybody in the chat, what y'all just witnessed didn't really happen.
I know, right?
It never happens, right? Never happens. You feel what I'm saying? But it is what it is. So what you Negro peons are trying to tell me is that because of the fact that witnesses could possibly lie in their statement, that we should ignore witness statements for speculation.
You good there? I don't want to. So what I'm saying is that when you those police reports, it is for the prosecutor. So all the ones that is opposite of, say, if they have contradicted, one person sees it opposite of what is pushed out, that is not going to be in the police report because they are pushing it out there for the prosecutor.
But right now, what you're saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're implying that the police officer is writing the report in a biased manner. So you're proposing that he's writing the police report in a manner which goes against the black boy. Why? Because he's black?
No, he's represented it in that manner because it's good for the prosecutor so he could put up the Trump charges. This is how they get the Trump charges. And so now the other side, this is when the other side, when they get their information, and this is how they get their back and forth. The prosecutor say, this is my side of the argument, right, that is presented. And then the defendant, he gonna say, this, what about this part that this eyewitness said this and this and that.
So all your sources are just, I made it up?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
hold on, American Nacho. Angry Man, go ahead, because I think you about to say what the hell I was about to say.
Bro, first of all, a police officer is not an officer of the court. Okay? Police officers have been used as witnesses for certain situations, not just for the prosecution, but also for the defense. There has been police testimony that has gotten people off that were part of the defense. You realize that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You realize that there are police reports that have helped exonerate people based on witness testimony that the police officers took at the time. So where is this thought process coming from that the police are going to write a report to help the prosecution win a case?
Because that's what normally happens within the cases, right? So we're talking about it's nothing 100% absolute. Of course, it's going to be versions of the other one. However, when they are doing the prosecution, right, they're going to say, hey, this is the reason why we are locking this person up. And
discovery.
These are the charges.
It's called discovery. That's
right, and then so the other, and then when they have all of the witnesses, because they confiscate about like 40 different phones, and I believe they interview about like 30 different people. However, what we've seen is that it's only about 5 different witnesses on the police report right now, is because the other side's going to get their chance in court to argue their point of view with the other witnesses.
But here's the stopgap. Hold on, wait, hold on. American Nacho, 1 second, because I know you got something good to say. Hold on, man first, and then Nacho. Go ahead, man.
I'm gonna say this, and then y'all can have it. I ain't gonna try to take over back and forth with me and him. There's only one problem with all that entire assessment. It really doesn't even matter what the police report says and what the witness reports say, because he confessed.
Correct. That's all I was trying to say. He confessed.
He only confessed to stabbing him, though, right? Right. So that's
that's not what happened, Sharon. Hold on, let me break in for a second. Hold on, let me break in for a second. That's not what happened. When the school resource officer was first notified of the
Angry Man, what are you saying? He's
Angry Man, take over for a second.
Yeah, what are you saying that he confessed to?
What he said, the school resource officer said something about allegedly, if I remember correctly, and he said to the officer, "It wasn't no allegedly. I did it."
Yeah, I did it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fantastic.
No. So not only that, Angry Man, he then compounded it with he put his hands on me and I defended myself. So he admitted to it twice. And furthermore, everybody keeps talking about this thing as to where, the police are just going to automatically, bro. Everybody's bringing up this white boy case. My bad. Go ahead, Sel.
Hold on, because Raw was trying to tap in through the StreamYard, but it wasn't working. Baby, go ahead, try it.
Okay, so this is the thing. The purpose of police reports is to get statements that is fresh in everybody's mind and recollection. It is not for the prosecution, nor is it for the defense. It is just a true accountant of what happened at the scene of the crime while the crime is fresh in everybody's mind. So nobody has cognitive dissonance and starts remembering things in a different order of events. And the truth is told, there is a whole bunch of students listed in that police report that are witnesses to this crime, as well as got their phones confiscated. So I'm sorry, anybody thinking that the police reports are just in defense of the prosecution is they're a little bit off in their assessment of that.
And then in addition to that, when just like Ross said, they're taking witness statements in the heat of the moment for people to tell what they saw, what their eyewitness account was. But that doesn't mean they're going to take every last one of those accounts and say, oh, this is fact. The investigators are going to cross-reference to see where the truth is based on the similarities in the statements. They're not just going to take it as, oh, this is what definitely happened. No, they're going to look at all of it and say, okay, that's the whole point of detectives. That's the whole point of investigations.
And
can I just really quick? So, just 1 second, because Fantastic was saying something. I cut him off. Go ahead, Fantastic.
So everybody's using the case of the white boy. I forget what his name is that killed a Hispanic kid.
Oh no,
Texas.
Casey,
right? So the thing they don't mention though is that same year, 2022, a black man wasn't even charged by killing a police officer due to a non-knock warrant. Okay. So this whole idea, and even furthermore, for you all people that black people don't get no chance, the largest population of black people live in Texas. Okay, that's facts. Right. So this ideology that the black man ain't getting a good motherfucking deal in Texas and they're all racist and Juneteenth and all this other shit. Y'all are proving the fuck we talking about. You niggas always go back to racism and the black man can't get no fair shake and all this other shit. Niggas literally get away with murder every day. There's niggas convicted every day. There's niggas that are found not guilty every day. Again, we're talking about the facts of the case as we know them. Apparently, allegedly, there's video evidence that they're withholding for whatever reason. If it was anything that they had that was going to show that, you know, it was just this jumping that happened and anything to fucking prove that Carmelo truly acted in self-defense, that shit would have been out long ago. That's just my opinion, my take.
Okay, now really quick, to Angry Man's point, to Raw's point, and American Nacho. First of all, I need everyone to understand something. 16 live streams over averaging between 8 to 12 hours per live stream. Do you know what the purpose of getting a whole bunch of witness statements together? Because they have to cross-reference. They have to find out what's actually true and what is people making up, like as trying to fit a narrative or what it is that they think they saw. This is why cross-referencing is so important. In the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, you do understand that it was so many damn witnesses. That's why it took so long for that trial to happen, because they had to corroborate all of these different things and they had to cross-reference to all. Okay, what's true? Can we find this? This person said this. This person said that. We see this on the camera. This person said that it was blue outside. Well, we look on the camera, it's black outside. So apparently this is something that they thought they remembered. So in the case of this is not just, police reports can be taken at face value, because guess what? I'm in agreement with you. They shouldn't be taken at face value, but they're a starting line to a long race. And what happens is, fuck it, I don't care. What happens is the kingdom of niggotry, they look at the starting line as the end of the race. You haven't even ran the fucking race yet. You have to get through all of the due diligence so you can get to the end, so that we, the people who was not there, can have a better understanding as to what happened. And the best account for all of this is video and audio. And it's even hard and disgusting for me to say that, because who's the oldest on the panel right now? Angry Man, I believe you the oldest on the panel. You seen the Rodney King video. What happened to those police officers?
They got exonerated, right?
All the niggas got off, even with video and audio. So it's either we gonna work through the due diligence, or we're gonna work through the due diligence and stop the bullshit, or we're just gonna say fuck due diligence and we're just gonna accept anything that people just come up with just because it sounds good, because speculation is more important than evidence and facts. That's what the problem is. Emotions have more value than actual facts. Even if it's facts that is only on a minuscule level, the only facts we have right now is that Austin Metcalf is dead. We do know that it was Carmelo Anthony that stabbed him. We all in agreement on that. Now, what happened all in between there, it's only 3 people that know the true, honest thing that happened. That's Austin, God, and Carmelo. But one of them is dead. Another one is a spiritual being. So the only person's a witness account that we can go by that was actually one-on-one to this whole entire thing is Carmelo. But here's the thing. You have to get everyone's witness statement. Why? This is why due diligence is a real thing. Because people lie. If we go by Carmelo's only, his perspective, he felt like he was being accosted and it was self-defense. If everybody used the term of self-defense, then everyone will walk away free. But that's the problem. We look in these cases where people claim self-defense and you find out that they were the aggressor. So let's go ahead and put a stop to the bullshit of the emotional facts that we're trying to apply to this and only stick to the facts that's in the case. American Nacho, go ahead.
Can I say this real quick? I want to say this because this needs to be said. I didn't watch the 20v1, but I got an idea of what was being said.
Murder One needs to mute up. He has
already muted him.
And quick thing. Officer Diesel was trying to come up and shed some light from an officer perspective. That's the only person I'll give my seat up for, because I got to take my dog out anyway. But I think he can get in the studio.
Okay. Oh shit. All right. I'm gonna drop you and I'm gonna kick you. Or just leave so Diesel could come up. Go ahead, Angry Man.
So here's the thing. Anybody that has watched me on YouTube and watched my content long enough would know that I would feel the same way about this if those roles were reversed. If that was Austin Metcalf that stabbed Carmelo in that same circumstance, I would say it's not self-defense.
Nah.
Look, you see what Sharon did?
Same here, boo.
Nah, you would say what that black man did.
Wow.
You would say what did that nigga do? That's what
we
you would
know.
say.
And you know how we know? Because he called Carmelo with a K a hooligan. That is crazy.
He is a hooligan.
What makes him a hooligan?
That's crazy.
Okay.
So you know this man is full of ish right now.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Sharon, have you ever been a member of the Nation of Islam? Tyranny, have you ever been a member of the Nation of Islam?
I'm an Israelite.
Have you ever been a member of the Nation of Islam?
I'm better. I'm an Israelite. Israelite.
I'm asking you.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating.
And Tyranny is out of there.
Anywhere is injustice everywhere. Yo, check this out. I'm not going to sit here and let you raggedy, trifling, ignorant ass niggas tell me, a man that was Fruit of Islam, an organization created for the sole purpose of the elevation of black people. You're not going to tell me shit about anything. Period, nigga.
American Nacho, go ahead.
You can make as many faces as you want to, nigga.
That was me that said that. I'm the one that made that statement. Mr. Murder. Am I sounding okay?
Yeah, you're good, but you got wind draft. American Nacho, you want to come off mute, make your statement, or you still got babies?
Yeah, I got my daughter with me.
Okay, no problem. I'll come back to you. Diesel TV, what's going on, G? What you're the lawman around here, so you give us your perspective.
I just want to ask Sharon a question. Isn't your cousin a police officer?
Damn.
Are you getting your? I mean, aren't you like if you're getting your information from him? There is no way he is a police officer. There's no way. Now he came on here and said he was the police. Now, if you're getting your information off of that man who says he's the police, he is feeding you the incorrect information, and that there's no way you can be getting that kind of information because that's not how law enforcement works. If the defense ever discovered that police withheld a statement from a felony, the whole case is dismissed. It's called discovery. Every piece of discovery in any felony that's charged, even if you write it on your hand, you have to Xerox it and put it in the case file for the prosecution. This is crazy. And you expect people to believe you when you speak?
So Diesel TV, you believe that we got all of the statements in the?
No, I don't. No, okay. I don't believe we got all of them.
That's what I'm saying.
Because the investigation
so
is not done.
Now apologize.
No, the investigation is
those police reports were biased.
I'm saying is the information that we have right now is only one side, and we do not have all of the reports.
No, it's not one-sided. It is not one-sided. We got it from the actual suspect. How is it one-sided? You got a statement from the actual suspect.
Literal confession.
You just said it yourself that we don't have all of the testimonies.
You see, also because
so therefore, what I'm saying is that as of right now, the ones that is pushed out to the media right now, what we have,
it's the initial police report.
The small facts that we have about that police, they did not give us every last one. Is what I'm saying. And right
they probably
now,
don't have everyone done. That's the point, Sharon. They don't have every one of them done. They got to get 40 of them, so they still got to get.
I think you arguing some Matt. I think we actually saying the same thing.
I don't understand.
We do not have both. We don't have all of the reports.
No. Hold on, Sharon. You're going off of speculation. I'm going off of exactly what we actually have. That's what I'm saying. And what you're saying is, hold on. And what you're saying is, no, they got them. They're just not releasing them. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying we don't have the release of it because they did not release the official report. A reporter released it. Somebody else released the report that we are witnessing.
Time out. Edward B. Edward B.
Yo.
Edward B, this your first time on the panel?
Nah, this is my second time, but I don't want to interrupt him, man. I wanted to let Diesel finish because Bro, I live in Texas. I'm 33 years old. It ain't no situation where you're gonna stab somebody in a fist fight, bro, and be looked at or be trying to get any kind of innocence or victim mentality, bro.
Thank you.
So I'm real confused on what Sharon is talking about. I don't know where he from. I don't know if he ever lived down here. But bro, I'm gonna say this and drop. There is no situation where you're getting approached and they got nothing in their hands and y'all get into a fist fight and you stab dude. I've never seen it down here, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Austin, Texas. I'm out.
Appreciate you, big homie. Go ahead, Sharon. You was
Look,
my bad. Go ahead.
look,
Man. He was on the phone call.
He wasn't even listening to him.
And here's the thing, right? Most of the states that I've lived in for the majority of my life has always been self-defense states. I know people that have been in self-defense situations. I know people that were in a self-defense situation and they still had to go to jail because of the circumstance. Okay? Trying to prove self-defense when you get into a physical altercation with somebody and you use a weapon and that person has nothing but their fists, that is a hard-ass self-defense case to win. Period. Point blank, period. Matter of fact, here in the state of North Carolina, it wasn't not too long ago, we didn't even have self-defense here, and they changed it a little bit. But even with the way they changed it, if somebody broke into my house and I took the gun out and I shot him, let's say I shot him and wounded him. Let's say they fell down, they incapacitated. I can't walk over there and then dump in them and finish them off. I can't do that. It don't even matter if they broke in my house.
Just like you can't shoot a person in their back that's fleeing from you.
I got a friend right now. In VA. He found out this dude was messing with his wife. He confronted him at a damn tire shop. They got into a scuffle and was fighting. The dude got up and ran away from my friend, and my friend shot him in the damn back. He's never coming home.
Yep.
Never. He's in prison right now. He's never coming home.
It's like if I went to the bar and I got into it with someone and they pushed me and I picked up a pole cue and smacked them upside the head and killed them. Guess what? Now I'm going to prison.
Hold up, everybody, really quick. If you are restreaming on your platform, if you need the link to paste in your chat, in case somebody wants to come up, it is one spot available. I did put the link in the back chat. Again, if y'all do get support on your channel, please let me know so we can stop the show and read the support for anyone's channel. I have no problem with that. I want everybody to get their money. I appreciate y'all for spending y'all time here. I want everybody to get their money. Really quick, Ed Money says, Sharon, well, it's a couple of super chats after the Angry Man's. So JC499 says, Brownsville is Ross dress for less security. Jesus Christ. Mayo Monkey with $5 says, comprehension failure. Ed Money with $1.99 says Sharon never listens. He waits for PH Diva and Cuz. Is that what that says, Cuz? I could be wrong. But anywho, yes, I want all of the content creators to get their support for spending time here. So make sure you are supporting your favorite content creator up here. So hit their Cash App or hit their Super Chat. Gentlemen, ladies, if y'all want to put your Cash App in my chat, I have no problem with that whatsoever. Get your money.
Will, I think this needs to be said because it's really important, and I'm pretty sure Diesel agrees with me, right? We up here having conversations about this, and I'm pretty sure nobody's giving any legal advice.
No.
However, I will say this. Can we get the facts straight on this? Because there's a lot of people in prison right now because they thought they was in their right for self-defense.
Correct.
There's a lot of people in prison right now because of that, bro. I'm telling you, I know dudes that's in prison right now. They thought they was in the right and they wasn't.
Yep.
Correct. Really quick, Robert Patton did let me know that his super chat was not read. He said with $2, this simulcast is brought to you by Newport 100s. You forgot to put in the box. That's what you forgot to put, good sir. You can't advertise Newports If you're not gonna say in the box, all right, you gotta have Newports in the box. The 100s in the box, not the soft pack. All right, you gotta have them in the box. You're gonna be on some nigga shit. You gotta make sure it is what it is. But anyway,
love breathing in that fiberglass, huh?
Hold up 1 second. I don't know whose channel this came from, but I'm gonna read it. Bridget M with $10 says, "Hang in there, Sharon. They are not experts." You know what, Bridget? You're absolutely right. We're not experts. We're not. But we can have a civil discourse when it comes to sticking with the facts and removing all emotion and stereotypicalness about what about isms and all this, that, and the other bullshit when we're talking about this.
Actually, I've been classified by the course as an expert.
You've been classified as a course by expert? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay, so you are classified by the course as an expert. So you can be called into the courtroom and you can give testimony as an expert.
Yeah, for firearms, though. For firearms.
Only for firearms, so not for self-defense.
No.
So your certification.
Well, a lot of my testimony has come from self-defense situations. Yes, but it's dealing with the firearm.
But you're not trained in Texas law.
I'm not trained in what?
Texas law.
No. I'm in North Carolina.
So yeah, your testimony.
I'm just saying, I am an expert.
So your expertise is useless to what we're talking about.
Yeah,
pretty much. She said nobody was expert. I'm just saying.
So that's what you're doing.
He's not talking about baby all right now. He have no idea what he talking about.
You're limiting the conversation to Texas. Is that what you're doing?
In all fairness, I'm not an expert in any of that, but I am an expert in niggerdom. I know why he is defending this bullshit. I am an expert in that. I know that.
Let's test that theory then, if we can.
Here we go.
And that's the thing. You don't got to be an expert to read through the evidence that we have.
I'm just hold on, Beans. American Nacho has been quiet for a minute. Go ahead, American Nacho.
I was just going to say, we don't have to be experts just to be able to read the basic law and read through the evidence that we have so far.
Okay,
even the baby don't like this situation.
Even the baby don't like this situation. All right, I'm gonna mute you up, American Nacho. Put that baby to sleep. All right. It seems like the legendary Angry Man and Beans podcast situations never come to a fucking end, but we're just gonna let it happen.
How you doing?
Round one. Fight.
Pretty much.
It is. Narrative one.
What's going on, Dembe?
Fantastic. You seen? Wait. What show is that from again?
Blacklist.
You seen Blacklist? Fantastic.
I wish I could.
Yeah, what about it?
You know the black dude that be walking around Raymond Reddington? Tell me that this nigga Beans don't look like him. Tell me.
Dude, that's not even right.
That's your brother. I don't care what nobody say.
Look like that guy's his daddy and shit.
Beans, you know I still love you, man. Come on. I know you're gonna say I ain't shit.
Like what I said yesterday. I already knew.
I mean, y'all was having a serious conversation. Why does it become a joke now?
No, we have a serious conversation. Go ahead. The floor is yours, sir.
It don't need to be mine. I'm just asking. Why make it a joke now? Keep it serious.
We keep it serious. What do you mean?
Okay, so with that being said, the question I asked was, is the conversation framed around Texas? Is it specifically about Texas?
Nah, me personally, we went over the Texas law, but I'm just speaking generally when it comes to court cases anywhere where it's a state where they have self-defense. There's a commonality, and usually that commonality is if you get attacked by somebody physically and they don't have a weapon and you have a weapon and you take their life, the assumption is that self-defense, but that's not always the case. That's a hard case.
So then you're having the what is conversation and not the ought conversation.
Yeah, basically.
So when do you have the ought conversation? And I'm not being facetious. I'm asking seriously.
I try not to have the ought conversation because I have to exist in the is.
Is that because you're black?
No, that's because I'm a man.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because I was thinking about that case when the white kid was driving, no license. I think he was high, drunk.
Can we talk about this case?
Yeah, we can. If you would like to be quiet for a minute. And he crashed into a car, a van of people. 4 of them died. One of them was hospitalized for a long time. And they came up with this thing at that time called affluenza. Right? So they created this whole new strategy around this particular case, which he was able to use to get off. No jail time, just probation. So I'm saying, even if we can talk about what is, the conversation should be about what ought to be, though, right? Isn't that the deeper conversation?
So here's the thing with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So number one, if I don't know the case you're talking about, but if there's a case where somebody took somebody's life and it wasn't justified and they shouldn't have did it, that is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could say, well, it ought to be that somebody should do something about it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But here's the thing. What should be done about it? Should we figure out a way to fix it so that things like that don't happen? Or do we just want niggas that do the same shit to get the same treatment? That's my question.
Right. So that means you are willing to have the art conversation, right?
Yeah, right now.
So
yeah.
So look, can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
can I say something real quick? So Beans, on your situation, and I'm glad Angry Man said what he said, because I do the same thing. When it comes to any case that I talk about, I say either it will be a hard case to fight or something like that, because you do have to bring into the fact of the jury, right? Even though the law says what it says, you still have to count on a jury to go off the law and not their feelings, right? And a lot of juries have gone off their feelings instead of the law. So there's no definite on him being found guilty. I have never said that. I won't say that. Only thing I have said is it's going to be very hard for him to be found not guilty, right? It could still happen because the jury might feel some type of way. He might have a jury that might feel some type of way, and they just can't even come to a decision, or they just find him not guilty. And I'm glad Angry Man, like I said, I'm glad Angry Man said this will be a hard fought case because of that reason.
So let me ask you this question, Diesel. Why is Zimmerman still free?
Here we go. Because the jury didn't find him guilty.
When are we going to talk about this case?
Damn,
that's the only reason Zimmerman is free is because a jury found him not guilty.
So
that's why anybody goes.
Should have been found guilty.
From what I understand and what I read from the law, I feel like he should have been found guilty. But again, we're going off of 2 different states, and there could be a defense attorney that could find a loophole, right? So that's why a lot of these laws get changed every year, because there are so many loopholes that these defense attorneys come up with, right?
Right. And I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because I want the slow people to understand. That's why you ask those kind of questions, right? It's because you're trying to understand, well, what's possible? What are we looking at? What is it exactly that we should be expecting? What do we know? What don't we know? Because according to what was stated, as far as even if a person is attacking you and they don't have a weapon and you use a weapon, you're going to jail. I can rewind the tape. That was said no less than 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. You're totally right. But that's just
so then I bring up a case where we know the other person didn't have a weapon, and then slow people are like, well, what does that matter? Well, that's why it matters. Because if we can show evidence that this person had this similar kind of case where there was some sort of scuffle and the other person didn't have a weapon and they're still free. How do we explain that?
Yeah, but
so this is the thing.
But you said it was based on the jury, so I understand that part.
Yeah, right. So this is the hold on one second, fantastic. So this is the thing about it. I've seen cases where somebody has deleted another person that didn't have a weapon with a firearm, but they were over them, constantly punching them, and they were on the brink of losing consciousness, right? So they articulated that to the jury, and that found him not guilty, right? But then again, you always have a jury, so there's no open and shut case. Like I told Sharon earlier. I mean, like I've been saying, you can only go off the facts that you actually know right now, right? Everybody's coming up with, well, he was being intimidated. He was this, he was that. There's nothing in the case or in the report that we have right now that is saying that. My mind could be changed 2 weeks from now if something new comes out and it says something different from what I know right now, right? And I'm open to that. But as far as what we know right now, the case is not finished and they're still doing some investigation, getting witness statements and all that stuff. It could still, the outcome could be different from what we are saying right now.
And George Zimmerman, by the way, was charged with second-degree murder. So he was charged with an appropriate charge. So if that is your one-to-one, that you're a little bit throw, because it stands to reason that even in a self-defense case, the first second-degree murder is an appropriate charge, and it's up to defense counsel to mitigate the case in order to get their defendant acquitted or get the charges dismissed or pled down.
Right.
So Beans, shout out to you, brother. So this is what I'm saying. Everybody keeps trying to compare cases. You feel me? But no one is considering cases that were never even had or heard. So I just brought up a case and I just Googled this and just researched this because I just learned about the case where the white boy killed a Hispanic kid, and a lot of people are using that as proof as to why this case should be adjudicated as that case. No two cases are the same. You know what I'm saying? So when you do that, even though there's precedents, I understand that there's legal precedents. A lot of times it's still not the same situation where it's a one-to-one situation. Okay. So furthermore, if we're just going to say, okay, well, this case had this result and this case had that result, it's literally cases in the same state, but possibly more likely different counties or different jurisdictions where you have very, very similar situations, but different outcomes. Because at the end of the day, unless it's heard by a judge, you know what I'm saying? Most cases are going to be heard by a jury. It's up to the jury. And it's up to the job that the prosecution, how good of a job the prosecution did, or how bad of a job the prosecution did, how good of a job the defense did, or how bad of a job the defense did. You feel me? So doing that, I feel you. It's logical, but it doesn't fully encapsulate the argument, because the other possibility is, what about all the cases that were never even heard? Like I said, it's been cases where police were, killed in trying to. I'm sorry, my bad. So
you can say, listen, my platform is completely wide open. Y'all can say whatever. Just make sure y'all support the show, because I know this show is not going to get greened.
Excuse me. One moment. Fantastic. Hold on. For those in the chat that said I don't know what I'm talking about, this is from the court case file of George Zimmerman, State of Florida versus George Zimmerman, affidavit of probable cause for second-degree murder. Who's talking just to be talking is you all in the chat. Y'all be typing and y'all need to use your Google fingers and get in the internet and start looking up case law, stupid.
So you're saying that because the charge is different, the outcome can be different. But I'm just addressing what was said on the panel, right? Which is we tend to say things in blanket statements, right? We all are guilty of this. But that's what I'm saying. If the statement is made, well, if somebody is attacking you and they don't have a weapon and you have a weapon and you use it, you're going to jail and you're never coming home. Well, then I would just like to challenge that and say, well, what about this particular case? Now we can say, but it's context to it. Well, then you can't just make the blanket statement that if they don't have a
value, that's
going to jail, right?
But on face value, Beans, on face value, that is exactly what it is, right? On face value, that is exactly what it is. If you use a weapon against somebody that is trying to just physically hurt you, it looks bad for you, right? Now, not knowing anything else, that's what we're saying. Now, of course, you got to know the whole story to find out if it's actually true or not, but just on face value. And I would like to say also, I don't think Fantastic was saying a different charge means a different outcome. No, you can have the exact same charge and have a different outcome.
Yeah, no, that's what
you
I said.
have different states.
Absolutely.
So no. What Bean said was a different same charge, different outcome. You can have the same charge, different outcome. The only thing that you're going to see a consistent outcome is the federal court system. That's pretty much the only system that you're going to see pretty much the same outcome for the same charge in the same. You know what I'm saying? But see, a lot of people don't understand. Also,
if you're talking about what I just said,
look at this.
I was responding to Rob B, because she was highlighting that charge is different. So that charge from Zimmerman, you see, that's different. That's second degree. This kid is being charged with first degree, right?
But what I said was, it is appropriate to charge first and second degree murder in alleged self-defense cases, even when the victim does not have a weapon. That is the correlation. So you have people in the chat saying that a knife is not a weapon. A knife is not a weapon, Beans?
No, a knife is yes, a knife is a weapon.
Oh, okay, because someone in the chat just said that a pocket knife is not a weapon.
Unless these motherfuckers
It's not
are
a weapon, it's a tool. It can
Hold
be
on.
used as a
Hold
weapon.
on. Wait. Unless these motherfuckers in the chat is paying, we're not about to keep responding to people in the chat unless they're actually saying something that's conducive to the goddamn conversation. I don't care if motherfuckers in the chat is saying that a knife is not a weapon. We all know that a knife is a tool, but it can be used as a weapon. So it can be classified as a weapon.
A hammer is a tool if you use it to bash somebody's skull in, then it's a weapon.
Exactly. Hey, listen.
A knife is not a tool.
But we just got to be careful how we use it, right? So because a tool can be used as a weapon, but it's not considered a weapon.
A knife is not a tool.
It is a tool.
It's a cutlery.
A pocket knife will be considered a tool because you could use it to.
The moment you take someone's life with it, it is a weapon.
It is a weapon. It is a weapon.
Right, but that's
Don't get lost in the semantics.
Right. I'm talking about what it's used.
No, he's saying the same thing. He's just saying saying if it is what it is, let's call it what it is. But when it's used a certain way, then it is that.
Okay, so in this case, in this case, it's a weapon. In this case that we're talking about, it's a weapon. Okay, so
especially because it was concealed. Especially because it was concealed. A pocket knife, when concealed, is deemed a weapon.
Fine. But again, my question is this is what I'm trying to understand, right? Yo explained it a little bit, Diesel, and Angry Man with his story about his friend. But that's what I'm saying. If we comb through it, how many more cases, especially when it comes to guns, right, are we gonna see of people shooting somebody and it being what is the one that the police use all the time? My life was in danger, imminent threat, whatever that phrase is, right? How many more cases of that will we see where the people got off? And then you can say that the context of the case is different, but how different can it be? I thought my life was in danger. I used the weapon. What more context do you need besides that?
Okay, before we go any further, before we go any further, because there's been a lot of support and we have not been paying any attention to the money.
That's a fact. Thanks to everybody that's been supporting too, man. We greatly appreciate it.
I don't know who been getting cash apps. If anybody up here got a cash app, let me know. But right now,
I did. Shout out to Stanley Cross for sending me that $5 cash app you sent me earlier, man. I just noticed it, so thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Got you. And fantastic dropped off. Appreciate you stopping by. Fantastic. Really quick. Mayo Monkey says mentioning cases in the context is ignored and facts unknown. Make it make sense. That's a big problem, Mayo. Big Gears composition with the $5. Appreciate you for supporting the channel. Big Time says to podcast point in Chicago, that dude was smoked for attacking a mother in a chicken shack, and her son dropped a hammer on him. Dude was unarmed. That is true. C. Rich with the $10 says, been to trial twice. Second-degree murder is the most he can get in Texas is 2 to 20 years. Under sentencing guidelines, the most he can get is 11 years. He'll only do about 5 with good time and time cuts. Or I'm guessing that's supposed to be good behavior. Also, Mayo Monkey with another $10 says, TX10 Texas 1046 says weapons knife means any bladed hand instrument that is capable of inflicting serious bodily injury or death by cutting or stabbing a person with the instrument. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the motherfucking content. Now, let's go to
the video that I'm
about to get to.
We're just about to get into that.
I just want to let. I'm surprised because I wanted fan. He left already. I just wanted to watch it on his own if he could, so he could hear Austin. Hear Hunter himself say he spoke to Carmelo first.
All right. So the timestamp you gave me. Hold on. The timestamp you gave me was 4:20. So are you okay if I go back to like 4:20? Just because we're not. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Sal, I gotta run. I gotta run, Sal. I just wanted to come up here real quick and get some clarity. That's all.
Hey,
Diesel. Wait.
We'll use so much damn
Diesel.
baby oil next time, okay? I could smell it.
Use all the baby oil. Use all the Diddy oil. But Diesel, the last time somebody questioned me or thought I was wrong about some law shit, they had to kind of eat that shit, huh? I know exactly what the fuck I was talking about in regards to the law.
I would say, Raw B, like you know what you're talking about. I mean, I would go as far as say as when it comes to the court systems and how things work, you probably would know more than me. You know, probably especially when it comes to like
You're making a mistake.
Like
You're making a mistake. Abort.
I mean,
Read it by your head.
You know what? You know what? Hold on. Because we ain't gonna do this. You out here giving me my flowers. We gonna let you give me my flowers.
All I'm saying is that, you know, everything that you said, I can honestly say I did not agree with. I mean, I did not disagree with. I mean, even before, and I don't know if you're referring to if I questioned you or something, because I don't think I've questioned you on any kind of how law works or anything like that. But like even before, when every time I've heard you speak about the criminal justice system and all that stuff, it's been spot on. I mean, truthfully speaking, I don't see any problem with anything that you have said ever.
Well, thank you, because they know that you're a police officer. You know, I tell them I have a degree in the subject matter. They don't believe that shit. So maybe hearing from an officer of the law, y'all gonna stop playing in my face.
Robbie, I've been police for 20 years, and you still got people arguing with me about how things work in the system. And it's like, you know, Sharon's got a cousin that's been in policing for 10, 15. I don't know how long he's been in police, but you know, and it's crazy because the information that Sharon is given is just totally wrong. This is absolutely wrong. So
that's a lie. I'm telling the truth, the whole truth.
I know he's wrong, but that's okay.
I know for a fact that when they give you those police reports, it's skewed a certain way, and then next thing you know, your lawyer get it, and all of a sudden there's these other goddamn testimonies. I know for a fact.
You know what? I know what the real problem is. I've been dealing with all of you motherfuckers all day, and I ain't had a drink, and I need a big bottle, right? So I'm gonna need somebody to hit the cash at, because I need to go to the goddamn store and get a goddamn drink.
Hell, I'm out, man. I appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you. All right, so Sharon, this is your video. This is your evidence. Give context before we watch, please.
Oh, wait. They said we ignored the super chat, though. Wait a minute. We gotta go back. Marcus Anthony Castillo. So you ignore him. It ain't here.
Oh, both white and black Americans went through due process. Appreciate you. Didn't I read that?
I don't know.
If I didn't, I'm sorry.
So this is so I just wanted to show this. This is when Hunter said himself that he was the one that approached Carmelo, and then his brother came and took over.
You're saying he said he approached him, right?
Huh?
You're saying that he said he approached him, right?
Right. So it's showing that it was just more than just one brother talking and in communication at this conflict.
All right, let's all give a listen and see what's being said. I did go back like 5 seconds, so the timestamp he gave was 4:24. I rewinded it back to like 4:20 because it's funny, and I don't even got the goddamn.
Our stand, we put our tent up so all the bleachers were right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff. And also try to handle the problem. And
so where did he say he approached him first?
Hold on, Angry Son, you're gonna say that you didn't hear that?
No, I heard him say that him and his brother came and sat down, and somebody said something behind him, and he said, "What's your name?" Nowhere near in there did he say that he approached them first. If anything, they said something to him first, and he spun around and responded to him.
No, that's not
accurate at all.
That's crazy.
Hold on, wait. I got the captions on.
Not what you. How did you guys hear something different?
Hold up, I got the captions on. We're gonna go back.
Ain't no way you could have heard that.
Hold on,
Bridget, okay, hold on a second. Bridget M, don't tell them that. I don't got no man. Let these motherfuckers think whatever they want to think. I just kissed my man on camera while you over there jerking off your dick in the chat, bitch.
All right, so let's watch again. The captions is gonna show up right about. Y'all can't see my mouse.
Right.
Like the captions is gonna show up here. So it says this.
We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being,
What he said was that him and his brother sat down, and some kid behind them started talking, said something really out the way. Let me make sure I got this right. Hold on. I don't want nobody to say nothing. I got this.
He said something really aggressive.
Hold on. I got this. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Great. We come back. We sit down.
We sit down.
And this kid
said
something behind me.
Said something behind me.
I've never met this kid my entire life.
I've never met this kid in my entire life.
Never knew who he was.
Don't know who he was.
Said something just inappropriate and
said something that was inappropriate.
Uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was.
Says
where was I misunderstood in what I heard then?
Clearly in everything. Because clearly
wait.
I would love to answer it. I would love to answer it.
But wait, because he's not finished, because this is the part where he says his brother then approached him, not him.
Right. Let me go back. Hold on. Let me get through it.
Said something behind me. I've never met this kid my entire life.
He said, I never met this kid in my entire life.
I knew who he was.
Didn't
Said
know who
something
he
just
was.
inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was.
Hold on, wait. He said something. He said something that was uncalled for.
And make sure we understand that he never said he was talking to them. He just said something. He just said something. So
wait.
Around. So like that means Carmelo most likely wasn't talking to any of them. So let's make sure that's clear. We want to try to
Okay.
be fair.
That's fair.
Okay, I got that. So some kid said something behind him. He turned around and asked who he was. Now I got to go back.
Not even telling somebody to get up and leave.
That's what I. OG is here. Yeah. Ghost OG.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Really quick. OG Speed, come on camera, big dog. OG Speed.
His camera work just as slow as him.
OG Speed, what's up?
I will.
You don't have to come on camera, but I just want to make sure that that's you. That's you, right?
Yeah, that's him right there.
Damn. But as black as his goddamn screen.
Him clearly.
Okay, cool.
Give me a minute.
Okay, cool. Take your time because I've been waiting on you. I seen that shit that you were saying over there in Corey chat. I just want to holler at you. While you get your camera together, we'll get back to you.
Can I do an interlude while he's getting his camera together?
No, we can get back to this because this is more pertinent.
Okay.
So our stand, we put our tent up so all the bleachers right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid my entire life. Never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive.
Okay, so he turned around, asked him who he was, and the kid started getting really aggressive. We all got that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always does with me.
My brother stepped in.
There. So pause right there. So that's two people addressing Carmelo, correct?
He turned around and asked him what his name was. The boy started getting aggressive, so his brother stepped in.
Okay, so that's two people again. So that's two people. I just want to make sure we are understanding, so this way we are not just
two people talking to someone is a threat,
right? Let's be honest. So that means
two people engaging with someone is a threat.
It's two people.
Why don't you answer the damn question, dude?
So your point is that both the brothers said something to Carmelo. That's your point.
They are the one that first addressed Carmelo.
Okay.
He said it. He said it himself.
Okay, cool. All right, cool.
For all we know, Carmelo was cheering about the goddamn track event. Hey, wrong, nigga, wrong, some shit like that.
Okay, so when he turned around and asked him for his name, he said the boy got aggressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
that's
cool.
According to him. But of course, they
so only one thing. So only one part of what he said. Wait, hold on. Wait. Only one part.
Yes, Hunter said he was aggressive. We with you. Go ahead.
Hunter said he was aggressive.
Correct.
Incorrect. That's not what I said. Don't try to twist my words. Hunter said I turned around and I asked him his name. He said the kid got aggressive. That's what I said. Don't twist my word.
Right.
All right. So the kid got aggressive. The boy he was talking to, Carmelo, right? Okay. Just so we understand, I'll say it again. They sat down. the kid behind him was saying something crazy. He turned around and said, bro, who are you? The boys start getting aggressive. And he said, my brother stepped in.
Okay.
So now that we got that part,
yes,
because we're not about to twist words and say, oh, well, you said no. The brother stepped in to confront Carmelo.
Correct. Really?
My question is, when is there a two-person threat?
When
he said it.
The two persons is when Hunter first turned around and he was talking to him, and then Austin, he jumped in and said, hey, whatever they said back and forth.
So you're saying
wait, hold on, so man, hold on, no man, wait, hold on. So wait,
what I'm saying is,
wait. According to his statement, I got a question. According to his statement, according to Hunter's statement, I go with that. According to Hunter's statement, who was the aggressor?
According to Hunter, Carmelo was aggressive.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you caught on to that. All right, now Hunter, Carmelo was the aggressor, and when he started being aggressive, his brother stepped up. Continue.
Okay, and so therefore, Austin started putting hands on him. He said, "Hey, don't do X," and we all know the rest of the story of what we got so far. We all
what is the rest of the story, Sharon?
We are all in agreement of the information that we have, right? So from that point on,
I don't think we agree on the information.
We cannot deny the fact that it was more than one person. So therefore, now that it's more than one person approaching him, now we can have an understanding that it's possible that that young man could have felt like his life was in danger.
Hold on 1 second. Hold that point.
Yo, watching black men act like racist Jim Crow white men is just
real, man. It's crazy. That's what I'm saying.
Ain't it? Bro, it's the funniest shit in America.
That's what I'm saying.
In the
Don't try to say some bullshit. Address what I'm saying. Address what Hunter said.
That's not bullshit.
It is, because you're not addressing what I'm saying and the information. You just painting narratives. That's the problem.
I'm disagreeing with you and you can't handle it.
No, but you're not but if you disagree, then you go with your opposition.
Audio disagrees.
You're telling me that I'm doing something that I'm not. You're saying this
what he just described.
Nobody does that to you.
What he just described, no, but you do it to all white people.
I do not. You don't have no proof of that. Maybe somebody else.
You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now.
I'm not. Stop saying what I'm doing when I'm not doing what you're
now.
saying. You are gaslighting.
What he literally described. Check this out, bro. Just because I don't agree with you does not mean I'm gaslighting anybody.
When you paint the narrative, you are.
I'm not painting a narrative.
That's because you start calling me things that I'm not doing. I'm talking about what this young man said, and you said you gaslight by calling me. You saying I'm being a racist person.
What you're doing
is telling the truth of what I heard.
This is what they all do. This is what every nigga on that side, this is what they do. They don't want you to speak because what they want to do is they want to silence the truth and they want to
put out the subject instead of talking about everything else.
To push their narrative. See what he's doing?
I'm talking about the subject matter.
See what he's doing?
Talk about the subject matter.
Didn't you literally just go through this with Izzy?
Yeah, I just went through this with him.
I know.
It's the same shit.
No, it's not.
Now, going back to what he said in the video, what he described sounded like some normal shit that goes on all the time amongst teenagers,
especially at a sporting event.
Hell no, bro. You bugging.
See what I mean?
Okay, see what I mean, bro. So you're telling me that one guy going to be the aggressor to
allow me to get the whole thought out? Can y'all allow me to get the thought out before you
don't have to scream, bro. You can just say what you got to say. You don't got to scream.
I know you was over there on the 20v1 too.
But I wasn't saying nothing about you. I actually told the niggas like, bro, don't care, don't bother what Anton Daniels Angry Men say. Bro, go watch it, homie. That's what I said, bro.
Y'all was on a panel with niggas calling me, Anton, and all of us coons and shit, nigga.
And if you go back and watch it, I clearly said when you go back and watch it,
bro.
If you go ahead.
Look, here's the thing. Every one of us that have been outside, every one of us that have hung around people, all that, I'm pretty sure at some point there's been a situation where you were somewhere chilling with people you know, and somebody showed up or somebody came with somebody and they did some goofy shit, and you was like, yo, whose man's is this? In fact, we even have a saying for it as black people. Whose man's is this? Nah, fam, you're gonna have to leave with that bullshit.
Are you done?
That's never happened with y'all.
Plenty of times.
Never happened with y'all where you said, yo, man, you need to leave. And then the dude get aggressive and your brother is like, hold on, fam. Your brother ain't never stepped up for you when he felt like somebody was being aggressive towards you.
Perfect. I'm glad that you admit that. So now you can say that it was two people on one.
So what I said, what I was, what I say is,
that's not. Wait, hold on. Wait.
And to handle it, he didn't say we both jumped.
Bruh.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on, Poppy and Sharon. Hold on, American Nacho. You like the most unbiased person here. Say what you just said.
I said his brother said that his brother stepped in for him. He didn't say we both started getting on him.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving us an unbiased perspective.
It's just like I'm in freaking high school. Somebody tried to get at my sister. I said, hold on. I pushed my sister out the way. That don't mean me and my sister about to jump this person.
Right, you want to put a girl in there. It's a boy. It's two boys.
Hold on. Bro, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. This is me pushing them out the way. We don't know the dynamic of them twins. The twin that stepped up probably is on some shit that his other brother ain't on. He may be the one that's more aggressive, more willing to get busy.
It doesn't matter what we think that the other person is. We talking about how he feel about it.
How does it not matter? How does it not matter? How does that not matter? But you can tell us the state of mind of Carmelo at the time that he was scared.
Because
hold on, no, stop. How are you gonna tell me the state of mind of the twins don't matter, but you're also telling me the state of the mind of Carmelo as if it matters?
Because Carmelo told the officer that he defended himself
against one person.
I'm going off the facts, not off of something. Let me finish.
Ron, you have yet to speak a single fact.
As well. I just like to finish what I'm saying as well.
The man
Please let me finish what I'm saying as well.
The man was in trouble. Of course, he gonna say, "I'm defending myself."
Okay,
well, his correct statement. His correct statement was his statement. No,
it's
his
our number.
Stop. No, that's not what he said. His statement was he put his hands on me. That's what his statement
and
was.
the other twin was approaching.
He did not say they put their hands on me. He said he put his hands on me.
Again, I'm didn't say, okay, so let me make sure I'm clear, so because y'all confusing things, right? Again, I said it was two people that addressed him. So therefore, Carmelo being a person
you said two people attacked him.
Two big people.
No, two people did not address him, Sharon. One person, he said, he turned around, he said, what's your name, bro? Hey, listen. He said he started getting aggressive. He said, then my brother stepped in. This is the clip that you I'll go back to the clip. Hold on. Stop.
Hold on. Please let me finish saying what I'm saying. We both heated, but let me finish saying what I'm saying. Just like
go ahead, man. Because this is
I don't know why.
Before you finish saying what you're saying, let me say this right quick. Literally watching the same goddamn thing, you're telling me that I heard different from what you heard? No problem,
that's what he's saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you paint a different narrative than saying what actually happened. So what I'm saying, Hunter,
he's saying you heard different.
What I'm saying, Hunter addressed the young man first.
Yes.
And Hunter said, right, that Carmelo responded. We're gonna just
he said he got aggressive. Don't
change what you said.
No, hold on. So this is the problem that I'm having, right? So now if we're gonna believe 100% what Hunter's saying, then we're gonna have to believe 100% what Carmelo's saying. So therefore, if it was aggressive,
you're the one that said that he said it and he didn't.
No, wait, Snowman, he's about to paint himself into a fucking corner. Watch. Go ahead. If we're going to believe everything that Hunter say, we have to believe everything that Carmelo say. I got you on that. Now let's roll.
So now what we understand is that two people addressed
goddamn Carmelo. And
according to Hunter, right?
It was two people that look exactly the same. So he know that that's his brother. They are identical twins.
According to Hunter, right? That's the statement we're going off of. I just want to make sure we follow him.
Yes.
Okay. So
now we can understand that it was two people that addressed him. So now Carmelo is the reason why he had to defend himself so aggressively, because in his mind, he's seen two people.
What the hell?
Bro.
Y'all playing too much. Like, this is ridiculous. Wait,
crazy.
Let me show some respect to the money. Mayo Money with the $10 holler says she ran lacks comprehension. Continue.
Bro, check this out. I literally was in a very similar situation to this. Different circumstances, but very similar. You know how back in the day, niggas used to get a hotel room just to hang out and kick it or whatever and drink and all of that shit?
Yeah,
We got
parties.
We got a freaking hotel room, and you know, niggas back then, they used to go from room to room and freaking hotel to hotel. And these two dudes came in our room, and my cousin realized that one of the dudes did some messed up shit to one of our female cousins. And so he was like, yo, fam, what you doing in here? You can't be in here. You gotta go. And he was like, yo, I'm not going nowhere. And my cousin literally was like, yo, nah, fam, you gotta go. And he wasn't trying to go. And then my OG, he came out of the, he was in the bathroom. He came out of the bathroom. He's like, yo, what's going on? Like, yo, fam need to go. He's like, oh yeah, you so-and-so that did such and such. My OG stepped in, went up to this nigga like, nah, you gotta go, and grabbed him and put him out the room. Now, does that mean that my OG, my friend's supposed to lose his life because he did that?
I don't understand the question.
Oh, you
is he supposed to? We're not talking about what's supposed to happen. Nobody. First of all, nobody wants the young man to lose his life. Nobody wants this person to get stabbed. I'm just explaining to you the state of mind. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Nobody is saying that he should have stabbed him.
Fair enough.
Okay, let me say for me, because sometimes I know you get attacked a lot, so maybe I'm getting confused with other people. I'm not saying that he should have stabbed him.
Okay, so here's my thing. This is my thing, right? Because I want you to understand this. I want everybody watching to understand this, okay? The way I'm looking at this situation is I'm looking at it as kids doing what kids do, teenagers doing what teenagers do. I'm not looking at it from the racial perspective. I'm looking at it like these were teenagers that got into some shit and it went too far. But we cannot pretend like we got to stop ignoring the gravity of this. This is not light, and nobody should be proposing it in a way to this young man that what he did was light.
Right. So my argument is to the law, hold him to the law. And this young man said he was defending himself. And what I'm saying is that Hunter himself shows that him and his brother both approached this young man, and that gives the young man to have some kind of fear. And this is why he took it to the extent that he did and possibly defended himself, is what I'm saying. Well, if it's right or wrong, that's a whole different conversation.
Well,
I'm just telling you the mindset of somebody that's looking at
approach is the wrong words to use, because what they did is they responded to some other kid's actions.
The problem is, bro, that guy got touched twice. No once, twice. Okay? He got touched twice. Once.
Hold on, Poppy. When you say that guy, say names, because it's a lot
Carmelo.
of
Carmelo got touched twice. Okay? Once you put your hands on somebody, you don't determine how the other person got to react.
I don't disagree with you on that. I don't disagree with you on that.
Like Sharon said, nobody's saying that he's supposed to be like a clapping like that. But hold on. This is what I'm trying to say, because I did the same thing, bro. I told the story a couple of years ago, and on my channel and everything. I had to get jumped, bro, by 3 guys. Actually, I was getting jumped. I pull out my knife and I start 2 of them, bro. They keep me out of the whole county. You see what I say? I couldn't go to school there no more. They didn't die, of course. That's why I'm here. But the point is, bro, when you put your hands on somebody, you don't determine how the next person reacts, fam. That's how it is.
true, Poppy, but we're conflating things. What you're talking about is you being in the situation, in the physical situation. You're talking about, oh, somebody put your hands on you. You can't, if you put your hands on somebody, you can't determine how they react. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But when it comes to law, when it comes to legally, what the ramifications of that's going to be after everything is said and done is a different story. That's what I'm saying.
And I agree with that. Like he got to deal with that later. But the emphasis should be keep your hands to yourself, bro. It's not that hard.
I disagree with you. Poppy, do me a favor. I have a fucking headache. Please read these super chats.
My aggressive is not the same as the twins' aggressive. That twins' interpretation of aggressive might not be mellow.
Hey, could you read it in English, Pop?
She ran lacks of comprehension. Yes, I did, sir.
You read it in English.
2 people addressing you equal delete 1 now. Whoa. The
That's
two
not
people
what we
approach. The 2 people approach him. Say that again.
I'm saying this is not what this statement is so stupid because it's not what we are saying. We're just saying the fact that Hunter and his brother Austin approached this young man. It looked like a 2-to-1 to him being the person that people are talking to him.
But
Can I ask a question?
According to this, they didn't even
It's not
approach him.
for him to do it.
But
Is what
according
I'm
to this, they
Carmelo's
didn't
own
approach them.
story backs it up too. That the brother tried to grab his bag to tell him to get out. Not that both of them tried to grab his bag or grab him and get him to get out.
Sean, I got a question for you. So basically what you just said is that if you are by yourself and it looks like 2 people are being aggressive towards you, you kind of justified in defending yourself, right?
No, I don't know what's the confusion about. This is what I'm talking about with the narratives,
Are you
right?
speaking to the mindset? Are you just speaking to the mindset?
Specific, right? I am talking to the mindset of this young man that was clearly scared for his life.
That's what I
grabbed somebody one time and ran. So I'm talking to what's possibly going on through this young man's mind, not what I think is morally right. That's
what Angry Man was saying. That's
I
what
don't know
Angry
why
Man
you're
was saying.
trying to add all these
No,
other things.
that's what Angry Man was saying. Hold on, Sharon. That's what Angry Man was saying.
Always stopping me when I'm talking.
That's what Angry Man was saying. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to go into a diatribe about it. I get what you're saying, right? But that's what Angry Man was asking you.
It's crazy. When I talk, niggas hear what they want to fucking hear. They hear what they want to hear, bro. You literally just repeated what I just said.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
I'm not in. You asked me, so Sharon, you are basically saying that you would do so. I'm not saying anything about me.
I didn't say you. I said what you're saying is that if someone is being approached by 2 people and they feel threatened, they have the right to defend themselves.
The right? Yes, the right to defend.
Okay, I'm asking for clarification. You know what?
Okay, so now I can explain why the fuck I just called a goddamn aneurysm. So, Sharon, don't take this personal, but it's not at you, but it's just at what niggas do across this motherfucking app all fucking day, every fucking day, right? We just watched this video, and the boy Hunter, the brother that's alive. I'll give you visual representation. Hunter sitting on the right said, "Me and my brother sat down. When me and my brother sat down, this kid behind us got talking crazy. I'm paraphrasing. He said, I turned around and I asked him, excuse me, what's your name? The boy got aggressive. His brother stepped up and he got into an altercation with the young man, right? Can we finish watching the video before I say my next thing? Let's do that.
Bleachers right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back, we sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life, never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said, just some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff, and also try to handle the problem. And
yeah,
Austin was always one.
Austin tried to handle the problem, and of course, we all know what happens next. This is my reason about spinning narratives, because I believe as men, let me take Raw down. As men, we can all agree that words matter, right? Yep. Somebody answer. I don't give a damn who. Yes, okay. Words matter. If I say I approached you and I said I was aggressive to you, are those the same or different? Sharon, I'm asking you.
What was it that you're asking me?
If I approached you and I was aggressive to you, are they the same or different?
Off of just those words, I can't really answer. I would say no.
Okay. Is it to be assumed that one brother said something to him and he became aggressive and the other brother stepped up to engage the aggressiveness? Nowhere in there or Carmelo's statement or in any witness statement did anyone ever say that it was a 2-on-1 factor. It was a 1-on-1 factor. So where are we getting this? Two people was aggressive towards him when one person was hold on, I'm gonna let you go. When one person was asking him a question, he became aggressive, and the brother stepped in and he addressed the aggressiveness that was going on. Where is this second component of aggressiveness coming from? Why are we using the word approach? And this is why I just call that small little aneurysm, right? Because we're painting something on top of something that's not there. He didn't say that we approached him. He didn't say we was aggressive towards him. He said he was aggressive towards me and my brother stepped in. Why would you, Sharon, and anybody else say, well, both of them was approaching him?
Because they did.
That's so.
Win!
What?
Puppy, win!
Hold on.
I don't know where you're coming from.
Let me understand. You just said approach and aggressive is not the same. So therefore, first Hunter approached them. And
how did he approach when he sat down?
He never says he got up and went and talked.
They were sitting down. How do you approach?
How did he?
I don't know. Go ahead, bro.
There is absolutely no way.
This is crazy.
There is absolutely.
The young man sat down.
Will.
He says he was saying something in the air. He wasn't saying nothing to them.
Insane.
He turns around.
He's sitting behind them, and they're all sitting down.
He turns around.
Hey, Will. Check this out, bro.
What is it that y'all have a problem that? Okay, so
I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save you some brain cells, right?
This is crazy to me. I don't know why we.
I'm gonna save you some brain cells, right? He's not gonna like this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. If that was a white boy and those were twin black boys, and he heard that explanation, he would be like, both of them didn't approach him.
I would say the same thing.
It was only one.
Facts.
Okay, since when? And this is how, bro.
Sharon, I'm not mad at you for making that statement. But I went and I said this early this morning when I went live. I said, I don't understand that why it is in the kingdom of niggardry, someone would hold a fucking bottle up to my face and say, this is not a bottle, this is a plastic bottle. And I clearly see that it's a glass bottle. But in the kingdom of niggardry, they would tell you, if you don't call this bottle black and glass, then you're a coon. That makes no fucking sense to me.
The bottle's not even there. That's what the truth is. It's not even there.
Okay, so are we saying that?
Let me say this.
Are we saying that Hunter and Carmelo did not have a conflict with each other? Did they have a conflict with each other?
He asked them a question.
Hunter and Carmelo, did they have conflict with each other?
He asked them a question.
Did they have conflict?
No. He asked them a question, and Hunter and Carmelo became aggressive.
Stay right there.
Wait, it's ask. Wait. So asking someone name. Wait, asking someone name is conflictious.
It can be in most cases.
So let me ask you this.
The most victimized shit. Hold on.
We ain't
hold on,
talking about no
Sharon.
victimized shit.
Back
Why
to
you,
your motherfucking ass,
bro,
OG.
we're just having a
Hold on, back
conversation.
to this. Now,
We're just
what
having
the
a
fuck was that shit
conversation.
you was
Ask
talking
it
in
in
Corey
English,
chat earlier when you was talking about I'm
Yes,
over
it
here.
can.
What
It
what
can
was
be,
that
and
shit
you can
was
see
over
it,
here
and you can see
talking
it
on
all
Corey
up
chat
and down the
when you
internet.
said that I was over here having clan talk? What the fuck you mean by that?
I didn't say you. I didn't say
Yes,
you. I
you
was talking
did.
to. No, I said this morning. I was talking to what's the name? I don't know what y'all be doing in these
You
spaces.
said Will over there having clan talk. That's what you said.
No, I did. Will. Slow down. Slow down, bro. I speak. I nobody on this panel, and most people, and Angry Man have known me long. I don't speak about anybody who's not on the panel. So if you seen Will, you must have seen something else, because I was only speaking to the host of that show. I said, if you want to go to a clan meeting, whoever was in the chat or whoever's on the show, that's the only people I would speak to. Now, if you was in the, Will, I don't know you when you in the chat. I only know you when I see you on the panel. I see you with your queen. That's the only time I know you. But if I'm speaking to somebody in the chat, I'm just speaking to somebody in the chat. So what I'm saying is, I'm not surprised what I'm hearing, because I understand it, but it is so sad. So first thing I want to do is show, and I'm glad that Diesel TV gave your queen some props about how she do her thing. But I'm gonna show you why I kick people like Diesel ass all around the courtroom when I testify. Would you put up, Sharon, my screen?
It's tell you like he has controls.
Oh yeah, so okay. Can you put up? It's explaining exculpatory evidence. This happens all the time, and when y'all was saying, Sharon, what are you talking about? They put reports out. They do. Police reports are doing exactly what Sharon said. They're working towards a narrative, especially when they go in, they pressing charges. And a lot of cases, and we just seen a big case in Atlanta, Georgia, where this happened. It happens all the time. Exculpatory evidence is evidence leading to the defense as being innocent. But if they're trying to go for a narrative and try to press charges, and what they do, they highlight the ones that goes towards stateway. This is done in most all cases. So don't act like this is some surprise, okay? And this is what I want to call Diesel on, because Diesel, I understand Diesel's a police chief, and I understand he's been in law enforcement. But why you think somebody who haven't been in law enforcement kick their ass around a courtroom all the time? The U.S. courtroom, the Superior Courtroom, whatever. I have testified. I'm not talking about my troubles. I'm talking about as a key expert witness. When I come in, they better be shaking in their boots and have their shit together. Okay? I've been an advocate over 40 something years. Okay? Let's just be honest about this thing. All right? Let's just be real honest. This young man has not been indicted. And what's really happening, when I was trying to cover up on my brother's show early this morning, you got a bunch of amateurs, and don't get offended about it, who has opinion, like a football game, Monday morning quarterbacking, or looking at a boxing match and say, I would have did this, I would have did that, or this or that. You shouldn't be in front of a goddamn camera in the first place, or have a microphone. All right? If you don't work in this business, get the hell out of it. If you don't know what the fuck you talking about, get the hell out of it. So y'all can come up here and be these shade tree lawyers and all you want to. Prosecutors, all you want to. If you haven't spent hours in the fucking courtroom, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. If you haven't went no broadcasting school, if you haven't been to any place to train you how to be neutral when you come on these channels, and stop acting like some watered down, buck dancing, tap dancing ass Negroes.
Hey, check this
So,
out.
first of all,
Hold on for a second.
I'm not talking about you. I already don't gave you your props.
Please put me on the big screen. Please put me on the big screen. Don't nobody give a fuck about none of that shit you just said, nigga.
Period.
I ain't gonna be your nigga neither. Look, angry man. We could all be heroes on the goddamn. We could all be heroes on the screen. We can all be heroes on the screen, bro. And you know that. So I don't give a damn about what you say, because we got all anger man. You brought up the nation and I wasn't here. I'm still FOI.
Said your piece.
Okay, no, I know I said my piece, but first thing you called me a nigga, bro. I didn't call you out of no name.
Well, excuse me, brother. You said your piece.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna respect each other. Wait a minute, we can still respect each other. Can we do that?
Brother, look.
I'm just asking the question. Can we respect each other?
You niggas being disrespectful, then won't respect. Fuck all of that. So right here,
okay,
hold on, right here. You said, did they have on pads, helmets, and cleats? Yeah. Put Willie's channel in the chat if you want to go to a clan meeting. Don't tell me I don't know what the fuck I'm talking. No, fuck all of that. Don't tell me I don't know what the fuck my channel. It's a fucking clan meeting. Nigga, get the fuck out of here. Try that shit again, bro. Try that shit again. Hold on, what?
I'm telling you, I'm talking. Will, okay, go ahead and get it out. Get it out. Go ahead and get it out.
Out of here, man.
Go ahead and get it out. Will. What I said, wait a minute, Angry Man, let me just put this in for a second. Just a second, please. A second, Angry Man. That's all I'm asking for. Hey, look, Corey asked. Wait a minute. In the midst of me and Corey talking, in the midst of
about that, you call my fucking channel a clan channel. All that.
Will. Hold on, OG. Will.
Yeah.
Will, bro. Remember that conversation we had before? You got to remember, bro. You feel me? I don't want to see you. You feel what I'm saying? You got to remember, bro. Like,
I'm gonna go smoke.
He is right, man.
Bring it down, bro.
I'm sick of niggas being disrespectful and then coming now asking for respect. Get the fuck
I'm not
out of here.
asking. I'm talking to one person.
Backwards as fuck. I don't care what you're saying.
I still saying I was talking to Corey.
Okay.
Holy Spirit, activate. Oh no. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Oh no. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate.
Okay, now that we have simmered down, hold on a minute. Now that we have simmered down, first of all, Carmelo Anthony has been indicted. This is why he's on house arrest. This is why he got a $250,000 bond, because he has been indicted.
Now, you haven't gone to grand jury.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
Now, the purpose of police reporting is not to push a narrative or an agenda. And if y'all feel like that, whenever you got something going on at your house, don't call the police. Whenever you get into a car accident, do not call the police if this is genuinely how you feel. Like, y'all be cracking me up because y'all sit there and utilize the protections of the police when it's beneficial to you. And then when it's something where they're collecting all the evidence and the data for the attorneys to mine out, then you'll say it's to push a narrative. Like, that's really nuts. Go ahead, Amy.
Robbie, wait a minute. Robbie, you are the person that always put facts up there. Let's stay with the facts. Being charged and indicted is two different things, especially when you have to go towards a grand jury. You know that as well as I do. I can go before a magistrate right now and they can say, yeah, you have enough evidence to charge the person, but you still in the state of Texas, you got to go to be indicted to move forward. So let's put it all out on the table. So it's not a pick and choose thing. And I like to tell you, Beans, thank you very much to bring some sense to this conversation, because they was beating up on people something badly. And I'm glad you came in calm. No, not you. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Beans now, Raw B. I'm speaking to Beans now. When he came up, he kept his calm. He asked direct questions. You can like him or not like him. And he was able to piggyback on the questions and the answers that you gave to go forward with it. And that's the kind of approach. That's how every case is won in the courtroom, by asking questions.
Okay. Beans came up here and asked a couple of irrelevant ass questions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's number one. Now, I'm going You know what? This is what I'm gonna do with you, OG. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir.
Okay, so now let's have this conversation.
Yes, sir.
So, brother, this is my argument about this whole situation. Because I see something happening with our people, and I don't like it. We as much as our people have fought for racial justice, as much as our people have fought for everything that we fought for, I'm starting to witness our people displaying behavior that is extremely similar to the very same behavior that we fight against. And it is very frightening. Now, I'm talking about this court case. I'm not talking about it from a racial standpoint. And I keep noticing that everybody that look like us are talking about it from a racial standpoint, but pretending like they're not talking about it from a racial standpoint.
Facts.
That is alarming to me. That is
it more than? Let me ask you a question there. Is it more than one race that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So anytime you have them elements, regardless if it could be racial motivated, just to have the difference of the two races in contact with each other with anything, everybody's not like Stevie Wonder. They go see it.
Well, of course, but here's my thing, OG. I'm not disputing that. The problem I have is with the disingenuousness of the argument, because
I give you that.
You have individuals pretending like they don't care about that fact. And I know they do. And my thing is, just be honest. Just be honest.
I give you that. But that don't take away from the root of what we're actually seeing. That could fog the conversation. But actually what we're seeing, I think Beans did it very eloquent. He brought up different cases, the different outcomes. You started with the Rodney King, came back up with something else. And he did it so that you can actually see there's laws on the books, but there's juries, regardless of what you may think, what I might think, might see something totally different. A lot of time we come from our assessments of a case by evidence was never heard in evidential court. That means that you have to have an evidence hearing, and it determines what goes into that case. Now, we might be hearing everything, but it's never heard by the jury what we actually had heard. That's why a lot of the OJ stuff was, we heard one thing outside in the newsroom, they heard something else different in the courtroom, and we had already made up if he was guilty or innocent by the information that we was hearing from the media. Had nothing to do with the damn case. So what I'm trying to say is, we just have very limited evidence. We have a police report. We haven't done the investigation, totally investigate.
You know what we have as evidence?
I think we all are jumping the gun. Wait a minute, on both sides.
No, ain't nobody jumping the gun, OG J Speed. When the police said the alleged suspect, and the alleged suspect said, ain't no alleged, I did it.
He said, I did it, but he didn't say, wait a minute, he didn't say, I did it. Wait a minute, I did first degree murder. He said, what?
He said,
I did it. So they decided if it was first degree murder and went forward to a magistrate to get him charged, but he still haven't been indicted for it.
Now, here's the thing I might ask you, right? And I'm going to see where your bias really lies.
Yes. Go ahead. You know right there. I'm a historian, so go ahead and do
if the alleged suspect was white and the person that was the victim of the crime was black, would you be having the same level of passion and the same perspectives on this case?
Most certainly, I have respect for both sides because this is a tragedy on both sides. The family.
Then why did you say in the chat? Then why did you say in the chat earlier that this is a Klan meeting?
What I say is the Klan meeting. The way, listen, what I'm saying. There's some black people. You understand what boule is, right?
I do.
It's gatekeepers, right? The conversation is having on both sides. I can say there should be some correction on both sides. But what the other side don't want to understand, they're sound like boule, gatekeepers. And that's what gatekeepers do. Gatekeepers do what Klansmen do.
But
so that's why you got that statement.
Honestly, that's disrespectful. Because
there's not disrespect, but if you were saying the same, if you saying the same thing that I would hear, this is why no disrespect to Angry Man, but I'm gonna say Angry Snowman. This is why we don't let white people in the meet, especially when families talking. So I'm just telling you, we don't let white people in the meeting when families talking, because sometimes we have to clean house, sometimes we have to respect each other. This has no disrespect to you, as Angry Snowman. But see, this is the way families do. We don't let outsiders come in and tell us how we should feel about one thing or another. Because when it's all said and done, Roby, we gonna work this out.
No, but this is the problem, right?
Well, if they were both black, we wouldn't even be talking about it at all.
Hold on a minute. This is the problem. It's infighting. And to be quite honest, those that feel that Carmelo Anthony shouldn't be held to the highest degree of the law are actually the boule. They actually the ones gatekeeping. They actually are trying to build the case that because he's a black man in America, he deserves to get a pass. The reality is the free thinkers, the ones that y'all call conservative douchebags and everything else, we are looking at the aspects of the case. We are looking at the evidence as it is unveiled. Y'all are sitting there creating all type of narratives, trying to create stories. Even the clip that Sharon wanted to show. Even the clip that Sharon wanted to show, that interview has been done by that same boy in multiple scenarios, and he's not kept the same story, right? So Sharon and others like him are now trying to paint the narrative that Carmelo Anthony was jumped by two brothers, when even in his own initial statement to the police, he said one person put their hands on him. How does that turn into, well, two people attacked him?
Because there's other people in that report who's saying something different.
There's other people in that report that say what different.
What I'm saying is, here's, if you go side by side by the police report and go with what he said, there's some what in that story, okay? There's some what in it. Just read all the different people who are in that report, and you'll see.
If you go by what Hunter said in the interview,
no, I'm just saying, if you can't make the white man eyes more colder. There's other people in that report who's saying something totally different.
So okay? we could go through the whole police report, right? Because
we don't have to. No,
I know we don't have to.
It's insignificant. You know why it's insignificant?
It's not, because there's people that have said the same thing happened.
Because a lot of do you know a police report is not admissible in a trial?
So wait a minute, JC, hold on 1 second.
Do you know that?
They don't know that, OJ.
First of all,
do you not know that police reports are not? Go ahead, B. Go ahead, B.
First of all, what the police are doing is they are taking witness statements. It is the parameter by which the attorneys verify what these witnesses say to them when they are under oath in a court of law. So the police statement itself is not admissible to the trial. However, it is a corroboration tool. Now, Angry Man, you was trying to say something to me, was you?
That was me, actually.
I was.
Well, Angry Man and then Beans, and then back to OG.
I was trying to say something like
OJ.
Like here's my thing, right? Here's my thing. I gotta keep saying it. If this was a white boy that went to that tent and it was black kids under that tent, and that same situation happened, and a black boy that was a twin lost his life, and the white boy said, I was defending myself, y'all would call cap. Y'all would say it's bullshit. Y'all would say that every single time that somebody white kill a nigga, he always is in fear of his life. Like, that's what y'all would say.
Yeah.
Why are we capping?
If my auntie had a dick, she would be my uncle too, though.
So here's my thing, Robbie. I really wish I could have a genuine conversation, right? Because I want to know how is it possible. It can't be a coincidence that all of the people who are taking the stands that you taking, that Angry Man is taking, just so happen to also be conservatives. Do you really want me to accept that that's a coincidence?
I'm not a coincidence. Hold on a second.
And it ain't no coincidence that all you niggas that's backing them up is a bunch of race baiting hustlers.
Right. And to be truthful, I'm not a
I'm
I'm not a
the only
conservative.
person who ain't did a show about the shit. So
Hold on. I'm not a conservative.
About that.
Okay.
I'm not a conservative.
So
and I still believe that he should be prosecuted under the fullest extent of the law. He took somebody's life.
Absolutely. So now 1 out of 90, 1 out of 100. So
But that's
are a coincidence.
No. See, that was to illustrate a point. You're making an assumption that people. No. We're having a genuine.
That. I've already acknowledged it, Robbie.
No, but you just said 1 out of 90. No. You just said 1 out of. No, you just said 1 out of 99.
Yes.
The point is you're making
what about the other 99. You don't know
but
that.
The point is you don't know that. You don't know that the other 99 are conservative. You don't know that they're conservatives, though.
Robbie, listen, we can have this conversation. You could tell me you're not conservative, and the more I talk to you, the more conservative you sound, and you know it's true. I just don't want to argue it. You said you're not. I don't want to argue it. So I'm saying, but what about the other ones, though? Right? And I'm saying particularly from our space, right? So I'm saying the ones that are having a conversation who are speaking the way that they speak.
Excuse me, I have a point to make right quick.
They acknowledge themselves as conservative.
Excuse me, I have a point to make right quick. Hey, Sharon, you still there? You remember what kicked off our beef? When we was talking about the percentages of black fathers who is and or not good fathers, and we said that you cannot cherry pick a stat and you do not know what the actual other stat is. That same argument applies to everything that Beans is doing right now.
How?
Now you're trying to cherry pick an argument, Sharon? You're going against your own.
Not Sharon. No, not Sharon. I'm talking about Beans.
Right.
No. What I'm saying is Sharon's point was that you can't cherry pick stats because you're unaware of the unknown. So therefore, when Will is saying that you're doing the same thing, and now Sharon is saying that that's not true, you're talking against your own point.
Wait, but hold on real quick, so we won't have to bounce back and forth and confuse people. What stat am I using, Will?
You are saying that 99% of the people are conservative.
I think he can answer. It's okay for him to answer. I think he can answer. What stat am I using?
Okay, cool. I'll answer your question. What's your question?
What stat am I using?
I don't know.
So how are you making a point about something you don't know?
Because I'm stupid.
Thank you.
Now he's telling you, that's basically him telling you to kiss his ass. The statistic that you're using.
He can say that all he wants to. He's wrong.
Let's read the super.
He's not wrong at all. You literally just said 99% of people are conservatives that are covering the story. So what are you talking about? What stat are you using? That's the stat that you're using. That is exactly what you said. You said, what about the other 99? So what is 99 of 100? That's 99%. Are we really?
But you just added on covering the story, and I never said that.
You did. You said especially in this space. Yes, you did.
In this space. There you go. Checkmate.
You said covering the story in this space. Checkmate my ass. Boy, go ahead with that dumb bullshit. You be trying to come up here with these semantics.
I know a bitch that's mad, waking up sad, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a hoe that's pressed, waking up stressed, cause a bitch can't fuck with me. I know a bitch wanna fight, and I'm just like, bitch, you just can't fuck with me. I know a bitch that's pressed.
If you want to have a genuine conversation, we can have a genuine conversation. I don't give a fuck about you showing that chubby ass little finger, nigga. Who give a fuck about that chubby figure? Put some lotion on that shit. Now I'm gonna let you sit back here a couple minutes more. Dry ass nigga.
Let me read these super chats. It's been a minute, and I have a fucking headache. Thanks to Sharon. Sharon, it's your fucking fault. Just to let you know, I don't give a fuck about you. You need to go put some goddamn lotion on that motherfucker too.
And some Vaseline on them ashy ass lips.
Always putting on motherfucking Carmex, but you don't never put on no goddamn lotion. Shake you fucking up. Anyway, HQ React.
Wait, look. OGJ Speed 2, they got something going on with their whole cult. That whole cult over there, they on dry.
I mean,
wait, you goddamn minute. Hold on. Brace a little bit. Then again, 4 years from 70, that's cool. And I look a lot better than a lot of you motherfuckers up here.
I got you. Then again, every time you come to my channel, hold on. Now let me get the money. Every time you come to my channel, it's a clan meeting, right?
Well, I will apologize to you. When I was talking to Corey this morning, you know I called in. We was telling jokes. We were having fun. All right. So I called in. I apologize to you. If I had known that was you, I wouldn't have dug that deep. But you know what I'm telling jokes.
Listen, we ain't gotta go through it.
Hey, listen what I just said. If I had known it was you, Will, could you just take me on face value? If I had known it was you, okay, I wouldn't have dug in like that, bro.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. This morning,
echo chamber is real around this.
Yes, it is. So let me ask you a question. This morning when I was on Corey Love's channel, did you thought I was a white man?
No, I just thought you were just somebody in the chat doing some shit, and I cussed out Corey too. I called him from the light skinned, watered down Negroes. So what I'm just telling you, it was some truth in a lot of things I was saying, and was some jokes in a lot of things I was saying. Come on, Will. You know I don't get down like that.
You got a white heart today, Sal.
Yeah, I know.
I don't get down like that, Will.
And we of course.
If I knew it was you, I would have never dug in like that.
No, that's fine because you even made a boxing reference after I got my ass knocked out by Fantastic. But you know what? It's 400 people on the
No.
It's all right. I don't care. I don't care. It's okay.
Don't worry about it, Will.
Listen,
You're gonna learn today.
Y'all don't think
that aneurysm gone now, Will. I want you to be healthy, bro. We need you around.
No, y'all don't.
We need you around.
No, because you know what I'm told? I'm told that niggas don't watch my bum ass channel. All I'm told is I'm a fat motherfucker with titties and no one cares about my channel, right?
So I can't stream this, you said, right?
Yeah, you can stream it. I don't care.
I haven't had a conversation.
I've been in this shit ever since 2012. I can't get 3 people on my channel, so I understand what you're saying.
I'm not a victim. It's okay. HQ Reactor $2 says
I wonder then, would you?
His defense. Appreciation. Truth and Reality Undefeated with $2 says Carmelo never even said 2 people aggressed him. That is true. Bad Duck with $2 says, Can I just give y'all a hug? Yeah, you can give out hugs. I got my wife in there. I get a hug from her. I'm gonna solo myself out. I need to see his avatar. Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2 says, because if Carmelo is found guilty, people will riot.
I don't think so.
Shit, that's what the George Floyd. You know what? Nope. Feed through you with $2 says, Play Hunter first interview on WFAA. I'll see if I can find it. Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2 says, OG out of pocket because Americans were deleted. Exactly. Drip Show TV with $5 says, Drip Nation, let's go. Good conversation. Sharon, I think these are coming from your chat. Or that one I know came from your chat. Truth from Reality Undefeated with $5. He says, what does being conservative have to do with anything? Nothing, because that's what niggas do when they don't have anything else left to argue. They just like to call people conservative.
Let me read it.
Go ahead.
What's this no neck ass niggas point? Logic and understanding the law has nothing to do with that. Now, please, Truth and Reality Undefeated said you don't got no neck.
Damn. Shots fired.
Yeah. Truth and Reality Undefeated with $5 more says, of course a felon ass street ninja gonna defend degenerate behavior and mindsets. That nigga little podcast hates anyone that lives right. Zach with $4.99 says, the ability to say the N-word is the second reason I wish I was black. First is obviously fast twitch muscle fibers. Damn.
What the hell? Y'all affiliate these damn super chats.
Bad Duck with $2 says, Will, I love them fat black titties of yours. First of all, I will cuss your ass out.
What? Yeah, that's Paul. That's a nigga too.
Is that the rainbow coalition coming after you, Will?
No, buddy. First of all, I don't understand why y'all looking at my chest and talking about you love my titties. Second of all,
you live a freestyle life over here, OG.
It's all right. They was over there on Sharon's show when they were talking about that nigga got more titties than me. He fat, he got titties, and Sharon was over there jugging and he was jumping up down clapping. Yeah, Will got titties. Yeah,
Sharon got titties too.
Sharon ain't got no titties. He bird chested in the bitch. He ain't got no damn titties.
He a negative A cup, but he still got some titties. He's skinny ass, skinny fat ass nigga.
That's fucked up.
That's real.
Anywho.
Skinny niggas' life matter, man.
So, can you ask me a question? Will,
can I ask you a question? Yes. Why are you here?
Can you answer me a question? Can you ask me a question?
Answer your question? Yes. Your question.
How did I, at any point in this conversation, defend Carmelo?
What?
Are you asking me because I asked you that question, or are you asking that question because Truth and Reality Purpose brought you that super chat?
Well, I'm pretty sure you know it's the latter. I don't understand why that matters.
I couldn't answer you why Truth and Reality Purpose said that you.
I'm asking you, from your point of view, have you heard me defend him?
Because niggas love felons.
But he's not a felon yet, so
you're absolutely correct.
Innocent to proven guilty.
In the kingdom,
you are defending it.
Who love our president?
I'm gonna answer the goddamn question. Shit.
Who love our president?
In the kingdom of what you say?
Who love our president? He's a felon.
He's a felon? Oh, damn, amazing. All right, so in the kingdom of niggardry, Niggas love anything that is dealing with degenerative negative behavior.
Oh God.
They promote.
I wish I was rebroadcasting this shit.
Yeah, you can't. I don't know why you haven't, motherfucker. Sharon over there.
Because I'm lazy, but bro,
Sharon, how much money you done made in super chat so far?
It ain't even about the
$10.
It's just
Sharon lying. Sharon lying over there at the Sharon
example of what I be talking about. This is how difficult it is for him to just say no because he know the answer is no. Even OG just said all I did.
This is why Angry Man now see why the fuck you don't have time.
OG Speed when he came up said all I did was ask questions.
No, what you always do is you say it's because you conservative douchebag.
I didn't defend the dude one time.
Yes, you did. You said y'all defending him because y'all douchebags because you defending him.
Beans, you think anybody with more than
why would you
think
say
anybody with more than you is a conservative dude?
Your fucking money.
Beans, you think anybody with more money than you is a conservative douchebag? Literally, that's your words.
No, literally not my words. So I mean, again.
So let me make sure I got this right. You didn't tell a nigga to catch a flight because he think he got more money than you and he's a conservative douchebag. Is that not what you told Angry Man about a year and a half ago?
Damn.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Mischaracterize the shit all you want.
Told that to everybody.
Angry Man, has he ever told you to catch a flight?
Me and know how I talk, so I don't give a fuck about.
Hold on, Angry Man, has he ever told you to catch a flight?
That's not what you just said.
Yeah,
we gonna break this down to pieces.
Yes,
Has he ever told you to catch a flight?
He has told me to catch a flight. He has told me to drop the Addy. He said he's gonna make my mouth bleed.
Stomp your ears together.
Has he ever called you a conservative douchebag?
Absolutely.
Yes, he has.
Has he ever said that all you niggas with money that's conservative douchebags? Have he ever made that statement about you?
On numerous.
I'll rest my motherfucking questions.
No, because you said that I invited him.
Look, I want to thank everybody here.
Thank you, Sharon.
Hey, listen, all I'm saying, let's just deal with the facts at hand. Hunter approached the man. He spoke to the man. They had a little conflict. His brothers picked up the conflict after that. So therefore, in Carmelo's eyes, he might have seen as it was 2-on-1. Not saying that's what actually happened, but from Carmelo's standpoint, he might have felt that way. It's all I was trying to say. And Hunter
before you go, Sharon,
do his saying.
Might have.
Later.
No, wait,
yes, that's right, because that's how that young man felt.
Wait.
And I hope Bangladesh get a 200% tariff so you can't buy no more hats to hide your bald ass head.
Wait a second. Well, guess what? I'll buy hats from whatever's other sweatshops they make, nigga, and we'll enjoy the shit out of them after I do. Now, going back to Bobby Blanco, when he said,
wait, before Sharon leave, hold on, Angry Man, just 1 second. Sharon, I didn't know that you was a damn what is that? You had the ability to make puppets speak out this bitch. I didn't know that you was a motherfucking telepathic. I didn't know you jumped inside of Carmelo Anthony's body in his mind, so you know what the hell he was thinking about. Get your black ass up out of here.
Cutting through the impossible life. The docile masses sit mesmerized.
Why
didn't no vegetarian had them gifts?
Why didn't what I want to know is when Sharon made that ridiculous statement a second ago, Poppy, why didn't you chime in and say if your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle?
Right.
Because
you full of shit.
No.
Yes, you are.
I'm telling you. You see, Angry Man is, I don't know what's going on with Angry Man today.
Let me tell you something. You full of shit.
Yeah, okay.
Beans been full of shit.
I'm the realest, bro.
And for some reason, I don't know why OG wants to toss his hat in the ring with the rest of these full of shit niggas. Bro. But you're full of shit.
If that's the case, here's my question. Why the fuck y'all won't debate us on neutral ground? Why do we got to keep catching you on these biased ass panels where you get to do and say and cut off and do everything else?
Dr.
And
Ben.
we don't ever get a word in edgewise.
Because according to Dr. Henrik Clark, I only debate my equals. All others I teach.
Because
don't be stealing my shit, Will. I got that from him personally.
The honest answer, Beans, The honest answer is because I'm a conservative douchebag that's a member of the boule.
That's a fact.
That's why.
A fact. And that's why you niggas don't ever actually answer the question. Right? That's why Raw B did what she did, because there is no real answer except for the fact that yes, we take this side and we take this opinion because of the fact that we conservative.
That's Angry Man, I got one thing to say to you. I got one question, Angry Man. I know you're going to have to tell the truth about this one. Angry Man, you're going to have to tell the truth about this. In the nation, you found out in supreme wisdom who is the hardest person to fight. It starts with an S now.
Self.
A scared motherfucker.
Oh,
because a scared person would do anything. See, when you got somebody who want to knuckle up, they'll knuckle up. But a scared person who believe,
you
got me, Beans? You got me? I have always been taught that I don't care how much skill you got, you don't want to fight a scared motherfucker.
Yes, but OG, I'm sorry, Angry Man. Just let me,
go ahead.
I want to show that I can be rational, Angry Man. You're right. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Because he was talking directly to you. My bad. Go ahead.
Here's the only thing though, Beans, with your conservative point, with your point of view about conservatives, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what contradicts that. If I was that, I would have taken the side of that cop over George Floyd, and I didn't.
Well,
take your time. I said earlier, so niggas is gatekeeping the black community because conservative black Americans don't agree with the narrative that the black community should not be celebrating the death of Austin Metcalf. When we talking about gatekeeping, how niggas is firing up live streams, drumming up the war drum of the black community, saying that these niggas is snakes. They drawing a line in the sand that these niggas is unintelligent. They drawing a line in the sand that we are not actually black because we just want to see Carmelo Anthony in jail, even though he killed someone. So when we're talking about gatekeeping, we understand exactly where
yes. But Will, y'all won't have a real conversation about it.
You don't have drug dealer. Is a drug dealer. Is a drug dealer.
Yeah, the doctors and the street people, you're both.
Is the nigga on the corner who's dealing drugs a drug dealer?
Same as the one with the white coat. Yeah, you're right.
I got
somebody. Wait.
I got a better question. How is
deal drugs?
How is it you niggas can call me a coon or a sellout and hold me to a black standard?
I never call you that, boy.
You don't even want to give me the label of black.
Damn.
You have to address the ones that's doing that. But that's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's what happened. I fired up a whole live stream when the whole goddamn space wanted to turn on
scared or something.
Who's scared?
I never call you that, boss.
Excuse me, bitch. Wait. Before we get into the scared thing, Beans, you had addressed me, so let me tell you something. Literally have content up where I said I'm not going to take a side on this because both of these families are at a loss, and I find the majority of you utterly deplorable that you're sitting there celebrating the fact that this family lost life, and you don't really understand the severity of what is going on with Carmelo Anthony, and that they are going to have to, in fact, lose access to their son, and their way of life is changed irreparably for the rest of their life. So to sit there and make assumptions is insane. Just because people are able to call this shit down the middle and you don't like it because you're a black man in America doesn't mean that other people are conservative or anything else. It's murder. Now, the circumstances behind the murder, however this murder gets adjudicated, it is still fucking murder. And you know what? It would be great. It would be a really fucking great day in America if we could hear from Austin Metcalf, to hear the other side of what happened, but we can't because Carmelo Anthony killed him. So anybody that's sitting there and trying to find a justification theory for murder and taking someone's life and someone not having the ability to even have their day in court is stupid to me. They're fucking dumb. They're fucking dumb.
Like, at what point do any of you content creators ever say, damn, you know what? the conversation would be dope without the narratives. Like if we just have the conversation with the person on the panel,
that would be amazing.
Not these other people, right? I ain't did no show about this shit. All y'all are doing shows about it. I ain't did
Not
one.
me. No,
You know what?
I haven't done a show about it either.
So what I'm so and see how I never get to actually even finish a statement ever nowhere.
Yeah, we gonna finish the statement.
So what I'm saying is that
This
why can't we
conversation.
just had a conversation with the people on the panel? I ain't celebrating shit. I
Nobody is.
don't feel no good or bad about this kid losing his life or about this kid. I'm just trying to understand how people reconcile things in their head. If I could look over here and I could see a situation where this happened and this person didn't get locked up, then I'm like, well, why are we clamoring for it over here? Or if I could look at a situation where somebody actually went down for something, then I'm like, well, why are we clamoring for innocence over here? I'm just trying to figure out how people reconcile shit. But because y'all don't, y'all only go with whatever you're prescribed to. I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a liberal, I'm a conservative, I'm black, I'm white. You're not actually thinking or processing for yourself. Because if you was, you would be willing to just have the conversation and say, damn, we know what is. I know Raw B could tell me what is. This girl does research better than anybody I know. Within seconds, she had that George Zimmerman case up on the screen to prove the point to the people in the chat who was saying she was wrong. Cool, I know you can tell me what is, but we're talking about what ought to be. Because maybe, just maybe, there may be some way to set a precedence.
Hold on, Angry Man, I got this. I got this, Angry Man.
They set precedents all the time in cases.
Let me address.
So why not set it in this one?
Hold on, Angry Man. I'm gonna address him and then I'm gonna put you in a box with him. So here's the logical fallacy of your argument, right? Nobody on this panel said that they believe what they believe because they're conservative, because they're Muslim, because they're this, because they're that, because they're the third. In fact, it was you that introduced narratives by saying, because our understanding of the case, our perspective of the law is not in alignment with your perspective and your ideology, that we had to be conservative douchebags. So if you want to sit there and throw out the narrative that anybody that believes in the aspects of the case in regards to the fact that Carmelo Anthony is in fact guilty from what they are interpreting from what is available on the case as a conservative douchebag, the narrative spinning in fact is you. Now I'm gonna let Angry Man get your ass. Go ahead, Angry Man.
You stated, why can't we have the conversation without the narratives? Definition of a narrative is a spoken or written account of connected events of a story. So we quite literally cannot have the conversation without the narrative, because the narrative is the facts of the situation.
No, but you bringing in shit that don't.
Hey, Ben, read my super chat right quick, because if people's in the chat saying, "Will, you missing super chats?" Can you just read these 2 super chats?
You said me?
Yeah, you don't know how to read?
I don't.
Reading is one of these weapons that will be used against the Negro. Read, nigga.
I'm not right. Like, I don't even like, me and Buddy not even cool right now. I'm definitely not reading the super chat.
Reed's from Philly. You've been quiet the longest, bro. Go ahead. You got the flow. Read the
What
super
up, Reed?
chat. You got it.
See what I mean?
I don't know as much about this.
Scared to have the conversation.
I'm learning as I'm listening, dog. I really don't give a fuck.
Right.
Oh, y'all can't follow directions. This is
Hey, Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2.
Make impulse decisions.
Marcus Antonio Castillo with $2. You make impulsive decisions. Consequences can happen.
It's Castillo.
I already read it.
Life
Goddamn.
81 with $5. Thank you for that as well. Damn, y'all still on? Went out on a date with the wife and y'all still live. Let's go.
That life.
Thank you.
There was a lot of super chats.
See, that proves my point. When
Hey,
I
son,
read it,
like, you
y'all
know what?
didn't pay
I do wanna
attention
say
to the
something
white
real
man
quick.
said it. No, I'm just kidding. So, man. Go ahead.
You know what?
That's all right. I'm used to the racial jokes.
We chosen by the media, dog, just to gaslight everybody. This kind of shit happens all the time. They chose this one for a reason. And don't be surprised if this kid go to jail and Derek Chauvin come home in the same week.
Well, it's interesting that this happened in another case similar to it after 2 years of waiting. Finally got started the actual court hearings the week of all this shit going on.
Yep.
That's a coincidence. That's coincidentally.
That's gonna take a while, man. Super while.
So wait a minute, guys.
And Raw B, I get the point that you tried to make, but it's fucked up that you took it out of context when you know I made a general statement. I made a direct statement to the people in this space who are announced as conservatives, right? And they all seem to be on the same side of it. And I'm saying, if we saw, nobody would be surprised if we saw a bunch of liberals taking a specific position either, right? But that's what I'm saying. At what point do we have the conversation and say, well, look, this is that situation and woo, woo, woo. Maybe it could be this, maybe it could be that. We're doing a lot of that, when to me, I think that's irrelevant. I think it should just be, hey, look, the man, he said he did it. Everybody's channel's been talking about what the white boy had been saying. Why ain't nobody talking about what the kid said out of his own mouth? And then when they do, they take it out of context. They don't say it in full. They use the words that they think can paint the narrative about him instead of saying what he said in full. Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's no, I don't know these people. It's no skin off my back. But I'm saying for real, at some point, do we as black people, whether we liberal or conservative, need to hold the law to some form of consistency?
Now you are a conservative douchebag, because what we have said on this panel is he said, I did it. Right? That's been the central premise of what we have been saying on this panel. So you say that he said he did it is the main bite of it, means by your own logic, you are now officially a conservative douchebag.
You're still taking it out of context. He said he did what?
That he caused the physical harm to the person, which was murder. He said it's not an alleged, it's not an alleged, it's not an alleged suspect.
Right.
He said, I'm not an alleged suspect. I did it.
Yeah, and what was the rest of it?
He caused harm. He caused the loss of life.
Well, now you're not saying what he said. You're saying what he did. So I'm asking you, what was the rest of what he said?
That is what he said. He said he did.
First,
it.
he said he put his hands
never
on
said
me.
I caused the harm of life. He never said that. What did he say, Ro?
He asked if he was okay.
Okay, so he said he was defending himself, and he said he's not an alleged suspect. He did it.
Right.
So his defense allegedly was to take somebody's life. What the fuck are we talking about?
I was defending myself. Why is that not relevant?
That's who said that it wasn't relevant.
And he said, is that self-defense?
Right. He asked if it was self-defense, which means it wasn't self-defense. And again, the overarching
you can ask
point,
when you don't have clarification.
right? But the overarching point is that he was a provocateur.
Oh God!
It was provocation.
Okay, here's the thing.
Even if hold on real quick, Angry Man. Even if I agree with you, that's what I'm just saying. If I'm looking at other situations, that's why when I brought up the Zimmerman case, I was saying he was a provocateur, and the other guy in his situation didn't have a weapon, and yet he's still walking right free. So that's why I was saying. That's why I was trying to ask Angry Man and the police officer guy. I'm blanking. Diesel. Like, how do you explain that? Well, Diesel said, yeah, on the jury side of the game, you can get, whatever you can get, right? Which to me, nobody don't think that sounds kind of crazy though. So you're saying that the jury does not have to make a decision that is consistent with the law?
No, what the jury has to do is make a decision predicated on how the prosecution and the defense attorney presents the facts of the case. Right. There is a burden of proof and a measure of evidence that the prosecutor has to uphold. And unfortunately, in that court case, there was a lot of sloppy work being done on the behest of the prosecution, which is why George Zimmerman was able to walk free on that. And you know what that evidence was predicated upon? Police reports, body cam footage, CCTV footage, and some more shit. The same thing that this case will be.
Do a show on that and break that down. I would love to see you break that down.
Sure. The same thing that this case is going to be tried on. The witness statements, the footage that is contained in the 40 phones that the police officers confiscated, the CCTV footage, and so on and so forth. Like, what are we talking about here?
See,
he's charged with what he's, hold on a second, Angry Snowman. He's charged with what he's charged with. And it's good to get everything out in the open, because now his attorneys know what they have to defend against. And the prosecution is sitting there and they're clarifying what they're going to bring to the table to prosecute him.
Okay,
period.
But for real, Roger, you do know that the whole job of a prosecutor is to create a narrative. True or false? That's their job.
No, the job of the prosecutor is to piece together the evidence and present it in a chronological order. Now, that is not creating a narrative. But if, let's say, I concede the point to you and say that, okay, prosecutors is creating a narrative, so is the defense attorney. The defense attorney is also creating a narrative on why the facts of evidence that the prosecutor is presenting is not accurate.
Yes, but that is under the assumption that the person is guilty. They don't have to create a narrative if the person is innocent.
What do you mean? Of course they have to create a narrative. They have to create a counter narrative. Are you okay?
Nah, I see what you're saying.
It's storyboarding. So
look at that though. The truth ain't good enough.
No. If we're gonna concede the point, right? Both sides of the aisle are storyboarding. That's what they're doing. You're a content creator, so you should know what storyboarding is.
But Raw G, but I shouldn't have to. Is my point. I'm saying let's go under the premise that I'm actually innocent. But guess what? My lawyer can't just give the evidence of my innocence. We have to create some narratives ourselves to try to go against what the state's attorney.
What is he innocent of?
What
is he innocent of? So wait, guys. Wait, guys, because Beans needs to answer this for me. So are you saying that Carmelo Anthony did not kill Austin Metcalf, right? Because this is what no, we're not. No, we are talking about the Anthony Metcalf case.
That's
so we're
right,
not going to put in
right
any...
now in this particular part. We were just talking about whether or not the state's attorneys create narratives. That's it. We weren't talking about.
But we're talking about the Carmelo Anthony case.
We are in general. I'm just saying this particular point of the conversation.
Okay, got it. Listen. Let me.
Come on, we're going in circles. There's other people on the panel, like
right. And at the end of the day, in order for police to arrest you, they have to have evidence that a crime has been committed. They can't just arrest you because they want to. Now, your justification theory for the crime that has been committed is a different ball of wax, but they have to have evidence that you have committed some form of a crime.
Suspicious of you have committed.
Yes, suspicion.
Anger Man was trying to get in. I believe
reasonable
American
suspicion,
Nacho
actually. Thank you. You're right.
Yeah, Angry Man, Angry Snowman, American Nacho, I believe, and then OG, J Speed. Go ahead, Angry Man.
Dude, I was the only thing I was going to mention earlier is the fact that I'm really kind of surprised that these cops were able to confiscate 40 cell phones and nobody say anything about it being a violation of their rights.
Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Part of the investigation.
Yes, absolutely correct, Poppy Blanco. American
You're right, Black Lexicon. Let's say homicide instead. Homicide.
Thank you.
Okay. American Nacho, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back on some stuff that was said earlier too, because people were up here saying about it being like gatekeepers and different things like that. I mean, the fact that he's been letting people up all day, I don't even know. He just replied to a comment that I was putting on X, and that's how I saw the live stream. I've been here for a couple hours off and on now, and there's been all kinds of people up here. But the biggest problem is that everybody's coming in here saying from the one side, this defendant Carmelo saying that, oh, well, you guys are just saying a bunch of stuff without having the facts, and then going on to say stuff about him being bullied, the two people pressing him. There was this back and forth. There was this history between the twins. There's all kinds of narratives been spun up about, the interactions or what was happening between them. And all of that is based on hearsay. None of it's actually part of it. And what we're doing here is we're just talking about the report that we have so far. What do we have so far? We're just looking at that and we're saying, this is what it looks like. This is what the law says the state. These are the penal codes. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a discussion about that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely true. Angry Man, the Angry Man. Sorry, because I say Angry Man last time, Snowman went, but the Angry Man. Go ahead, OG.
My bad. I didn't mean to step on your toes.
Okay, so I didn't. Nacho was very well spoken, but I didn't understand the gatekeeper thing. But I'll move past that. Look, only thing.
It's funny.
Stop it, Abi. Only thing I can say is my whole thing is I look at for what we got, and I see it on both sides. And I think when I came up there, I spoke about both sides. This unprofessional nobody's been trained, but we all have opinion. We live in a new world now where everybody can be a news anchor and everybody can be a spokesman and everything else. But it don't take away that a lot of people don't have training in this. And so I take it with a grain of salt what I hear. Because when it's actual facts, when it's all said and done, we already don't put the cart before the horse. The guy haven't not been what? He's been charged. A lot of times we be charged and the DA rejected. So now we know he has to go through a panel now. So I'm just trying to figure this shit out. So we all just having a discussion of it. And I say we all should have the right to do it because we do live in America where we have the right to express ourselves and we have a right to say what we want to say as long as it don't affect somebody like in a theater and say it's fire. So yeah, we go get heated a little bit. And when it's all said and done, we all go be on channels again with each other and everything is going to be all right. So I just take it with a grain of salt.
No, we not. No, we not. No, we not. Because these niggas said I'm conservative douchebag. So I'm going to keep my conservative ass on my conservative ass channel. Fuck these niggas.
Well, Robbie, I can understand how they could put fire on your toes, but I'm a conservative too, so I still take it with a grain of salt.
I'm just joking. I like to mess with Beans because he's silly. But here's
sorry,
the thing.
Marcus said I missed this. OG YouTube is a OG YouTube or OG White is a public platform for all bridge the gappers.
Ooh, now he calling you a white man. He said, oh, wait, I'm money 2027 because I can be. If you don't like it, you are free to click the fuck off, son of a bitch. But at the end of the day, it goes like this bigger picture is y'all don't see how this shit is not a win for black people either way. If this boy get off, right, on self-defense, now it's going to be a target on black children. Because now the white people are going to be able to say, your black children is a threat. And if they feel like they're in danger, they're going to kill you. So now everything they do is going to be self-defense against you.
It sets a precedent for high school too. I mean, I don't want kids being able to stab each other in school, bro.
That's what I was saying, American Nacho.
At a school
Do y'all
event
not see do y'all not see the
All right,
Warriors?
Wait. Why is everybody jumping in? And we trying to get to the angry man. We can't just pass up on the OG. Go ahead,
Nobody
baby.
cares about angry man.
Motherfucker. I care about the angry man. No, hold on. I care about the angry man. My wife cares about the angry man. You know why? Because when I don't give a fuck. When everybody in the space got the shit on him saying that he wasn't defending black people, motherfuckers were jumping out the window to do everything. Motherfuckers put up thumbnails, had a whole live streams, did video uploads, and all this, that, and the other. And actually, at the end of the motherfucking day, he just a dude, but y'all like to treat the motherfucker like he just some off, what y'all call it, a bald-headed, red-headed stepchild, some shit like that. Guess what? At the end of the day, that ain't me. So I respect him.
Yeah, he the darkest redheaded stepchild I ever seen.
Ain't shit.
First of all, you gonna leave. You know what?
You gonna leave my OG.
You know what? That's okay.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
Period. That's my OG. Go ahead, dude.
So the narrative that niggas like to push is that angry man talks over everybody and interrupts everybody. The reason why I interject when I can was just on full display. Cell said my name 3 times. Go ahead, angry man. Somebody else started talking. I didn't say nothing. Another person started talking. Another person started talking. He said, okay, angry man, go ahead. Someone else started talking. That's why I interject. Because if I don't interject, when the actual host says, angry man, you got the floor, other niggas start talking like their fucking name is angry man. But when I interject, it's, oh, angry man, you talking over everybody. Angry man, angry man. And on that note, I'm gonna holler at y'all later, man.
Appreciate you, OG. Much love to you, dog.
Appreciate you, angry man.
Hey, angry man. One of them times you were wrong. He messed up and called me angry man, and then said OG. So
no, I didn't.
It was only
I
two.
said the angry. I said the angry man, my OG.
In my defense,
okay.
you non-reading motherfuckers always call me angry man, so that was my bad.
Yeah, I know it happens, but you know, I mean, what he said is not incorrect. Everybody's always saying that he's an over talker, but yet when I try to give him the floor,
white privilege angry snowman. I'm just playing with
Fuck
you.
up that foul.
So every time, you know, and I'm not going to not speak up for him. I'm gonna speak up for him, right? Because at the end of the day, it's too many motherfuckers that sit around and try to push that whole rhetoric that all he does is over talk people and he try to dominate the conversation. And then usually this is how it goes. They try to dominate the conversation. He over talk people. He's rude, disrespectful, and all that and the other just because he got all these subscribers. That's the shit that pissed me off the most. Stop bringing up his damn subscribers. If his subscribers don't matter, why you mentioning it? But you know, people every fucking day, every time that man makes a panel visit, every fucking time, everyone makes it a point to fucking disrespect him. But because I give him the respect that I think that he deserves to have, now people want to come over here and try to think they're gonna do it over here. So I'm gonna give him the floor if I say he got the floor. It's just that simple. Just like I would give anybody else that respect. If I say, Beans, it's your turn to talk, and somebody gets a chopping in, I'm like, hey, yo, it's Beans' turn. If I say Poppy's turn, it's Poppy's turn. If I say Reese's turn, it's Reese's turn. If I say it's Angry Man's turn, the Angry Man, it's the Angry Man's turn. So people love to do that shit.
You see, he didn't get a turn.
Who didn't get a turn?
Reese from Philly. Reese from Philly didn't get a turn.
Neither did Snowman either. Snowman didn't get a turn.
Well, I'm getting.
I haven't get a turn.
But the thing is, I'm getting to that. But originally, I said the Angry Man, my OG, and OG Speed went to talk.
But you said before that, OG, you were next.
I got you.
You said before that.
It's older too.
Okay.
But my thing is this though.
I got you.
My thing is
my
this,
hearing
right?
aid might have just cut out when you said the Anger Man OG. I just heard the OG part.
Did you just admit you got a hearing aid?
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
He did.
OG for 175 years. He should go first all the time.
I signed the 10 Commandments. I should be always first.
175,000 years more like
You call embarrassing me in front of my friends, don't like to call me a fucking deadbeat.
Listen,
there you go, Snowman.
now we're gonna reset this and start back over, right? And we're not gonna be up here for very much longer, but everybody's gonna have their moment to speak about whatever they gotta speak about. I just think the conversation is insane because even though Beans be like, let's have an honest conversation, whenever we're having an honest conversation and people disagree, and they disagree on penal codes and measures of the law, like it has to resolve into all of this. Like it doesn't really make any sense. Like if you want to be emotional and you want to think that it's okay, cool beans. But when it's your child, or if the person that was deleted happened to be Black, I would hope that everybody would keep the same energy. And truth be told, I really don't believe everybody would. Now, I'm getting down, babe. You stay up here as long as you want to, but you know, I would let everybody have their final thoughts. We've been up here for 8 hours and 19 minutes. So everybody, honestly, I'm gonna put an edict down. You can overrule me because you're the king in the household. But unless we get $60 to extend the show, y'all got about a good 11 more minutes, and then we up out of here.
That's how long until the salmon get done. Bet. Okay, cool. Well, if y'all want me to miss out on dinner, y'all gotta hit $60. Appreciate you, baby.
Bye-bye.
Bye, baby.
Probably getting Chipotle.
Chipotle? No, my baby cooks. We don't do that. We don't do the ordering out. Hell no. The hell with that shit. No. We don't do DoorDash. Listen, Murder, you got a echo.
Yeah, somebody got an echo.
All right,
I said
so
DoorDash.
I don't know what DoorDash is, but I don't know what he said. But no, my thing is I have a stance on delivery, such as DoorDash and Uber Eats and all that and the other. I don't want to get into it with one of you ignorant motherfuckers on the internet and then I order some shit and then next thing you know you delivering the shit to my house. I don't need that in my life. You see what I'm saying? Nobody thinks about little shit like that.
Sorry, Chipotle don't come on me.
Yeah.
No, I've been impressed. I've been impressed if you were taking the hook out of the fish mouth. No, but you got it in the package.
That looked like some processed salmon meat, is what that looked like.
Yeah.
Why is that uncooked? That's the better question. Why is it uncooked?
Why it ain't a fish you just cleaned?
Why then? Because I didn't go fishing.
I've
Been up here with 8.5 hours with y'all niggas. Where the fuck am I go fishing at?
Lake Michigan.
You said bye. You said bye. Okay, well, American Nacho said he was about to send us $60. Damn.
Hey, I gotta go to church, man.
Final statements.
Yeah, let Pablo Escobar send the money, man. He got all the money.
Pablo Escobar. Why are you calling this man Pablo Escobar?
You look like Pablo.
Hey, it's a fair comparison. It really is.
You do favor.
Man, Jesus Christ. Yeah. All right. So
Pablo looking motherfucker right there, yo.
Yeah, it is. Reese, I'm gonna go to you first, and then I'm gonna swing back around to you for your final thought. But Reese, you've been up here all this goddamn time, and you barely got a word in. So I want to get to you, man. How you feel about the stream? What's your thoughts about it?
Niggas have turned Carmelo Anthony into a fucking stock. Everybody on this fucking panel knows somebody right around the corner from them that been through some bullshit. Nobody went out and GoFunded $500,000 for them or made videos about it or none of that. Niggas do what the news tell them the fuck to do. And I'm tired of these dumbass back and forth arguments. I'm going to let the conspiracy theorists handle this one.
Appreciate that. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna handle something right quick. Bring your ass here. Come on.
Okay. It's my go.
Read the super chat.
Big Bad Bull with the $20 says, thanks for showing my comments. Love the show. This channel is also a breath of fresh air from all the selectivity, fake blackety black hypocrisies. And I read that wrong on purpose.
You did. Appreciate you, Big Bad Bull, with the $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Omni, you just got up here, so you're gonna end up going last. I hope you're okay with that. Beans, you've been very argumentative. You had a lot of good points that you brought up, but you also brought up a whole bunch of rhetorical bullshit. So I'm gonna go to you first, even though you get on my nerves sometimes. And you're about to go fire up a stream and talk shit about me, which I don't care, because I'm just a conservative douchebag, and that's all you about to make your stream about. Or is this gonna be another episode of Stupid Detention? Am I gonna be on the thumbnail this time?
Oh, you closing out the show?
Bro, she about to cook. What you mean?
Oh,
unless y'all about to send $60, then I'm not about it. Well, Big Bad Boy already sent 20, so you ain't gotta send 40 more.
She can put it in the microwave.
Put it in the microwave.
I'll put it in
your food.
Shit.
Did Murder just say put my food in the microwave? He better be sending $40.
Nah,
go ahead, man.
I knew a white lady that cooked a turkey in the
He's gonna do
microwave.
a show about me because he like to argue with me, and I ain't coming.
No, it's not. It's not that I like to argue with you, bro. You know what it is? It's the fact that at least with you, I can expect for you to use some sort of research and not just all your feelings. So it would make for a better conversation, just not when you over here with your husband. The narrative shit, like soon as I hit the stream, it's ridiculous, bro. But I can't expect much more than this from black people. On the topic though, since I never actually gave my opinion, I will give my opinion. I don't think jail is the answer.
What?
I don't actually know anything about the young man. I don't know anything about his history, his background, or anything about
You do know he murdered somebody, though.
Yo, let him go, man.
Let him finish.
No, just let the disrespect flow so people could see it. Right. So that way, when I'm talking, people know I'm not actually creating a narrative. I'm talking about what actually happens. But I don't know anything about him. But it's in my opinion that for some reason,
Then why you talking?
Jail.
No.
Fucking cocksucker, yo. Shut the fuck up, yo.
Like, let him get it out. Like just like I would go after anybody else that was cutting after anybody else, and then people be like, oh, well, Sale is showing special treatment to the angry man. I ain't showing special treatment to the angry man. I have respect for that man, but I also have a show, and I also like for people to have their moment to be able to do they spiel fairly. So if you want to have a back and forth with him and throw low blows and shots, just understand that you're dealing with Beans. Now, I'm not saying that Beans is just like the meanest motherfucker around, but you got to understand that's not a stupid motherfucker, even though a lot of people say that he's stupid. So let him get his shit off. Unless you just want to be in
tonight that make any sense or that's relevant to this case.
How so?
He never said anything that was relevant to this case tonight.
We couldn't get there because we had to deal with Sharon. Then we had to deal with
all
OG.
right, we'll do it another day then.
Damn.
We could do it right now if you want to.
That's not going.
It's not gonna go good for you. I'm just warning you. It's not gonna go good for you. But if you want to, I'll let you.
Blanco.
Shut your bitch ass up, bro. Like you been talking shit all night, bro. Like,
Poppy want to beat me up. That don't mean you right, Poppy
and that's what I'm saying. Like,
I always slap the dog shit out of you, bro.
That don't mean you right, Poppy Blanco.
Yeah, but you won't be right by the ass whooping.
It will make me feel good. It will make me feel real good. I promise you that.
That don't mean you right.
Send this man the $40, bro, if y'all finna do this shit. Give him a reason to walk away from the stream and leave us up here by ourselves for a little while.
Y'all go ahead, man.
All right, cool. No one's going to pull a knife out, Conshani, or pull an Izzy Bands and put a blicky out on the stream.
You don't want to stab me in the chest.
So anyway,
man,
that was hilarious.
Okay, but no, like I'm saying, I just think for Western culture, man, I just think we normalize jail, bro, for some reason. I think most of the time it's people that ain't never been there that don't know what it's like, right? From the very first moment when they slap the cuffs on you into that door roll behind you. That shit ain't for everybody. Everything don't require jail, bro. You know, some shit, like in my opinion, I don't even know how old this kid is. I don't know what's going on with him. But he gonna need some help behind this. He took somebody's life. That's gonna affect them too. Even if he get off, it's still gonna affect them, right? So I don't know what the answer is, to be honest with you. I just don't hear enough. I haven't heard enough to suggest that he should be thrown away into jail. I just can look at too many cases of people, especially all these people who love guns. All these people who love guns and tell you with every breath they got, if you run up on me, I'm shooting you. Like the same person who you just mentioned say that same thing all the time. I'm too old to fight. If you run up on me, I'm shooting you, right? Like, and we know stories of it. So I'm just saying, damn, how do you determine that? How do you determine, yeah, it was okay for him to shoot, but not him. It was okay for him to stab, but not him. Like, I just don't get how we do it.
In a civilized society, how we do that is equal force under the law.
When we ever lived in a civilized society.
Wait, but Raw B, even if I concede to that, it's not exercised that way every time is the point. Because we got people walking around free where that statute would have had them in jail. You see what I'm saying?
But this is the thing with the law, right? And this is why law is a beautifully amazing. If you have a good enough attorney, you can get away with a lot of shit under the law. It depends on how your lawyer can craft a narrative, to your earlier point, to get you out of trouble. If you can pay for an adequate defense, you can do anything in America because there are loopholes in the law. Now, with all the money that Carmelo Anthony has received, hopefully his mama don't go get a BBL and no Botox, don't get her titties done, and actually puts that money into his legal defense and gets him a stellar team. But unfortunately,
I'm sorry, was that black man who was speaking for the family, is that their attorney?
No, it's not.
He's a preacher.
Thank God.
He has a nasty criminal record, including abusing and beating little children and women. So he should not be their spokesperson.
So
that's great.
She ain't lying. We looked it up tonight on this live stream.
But the reality is him admitting to doing something before he even knew what the police was going to charge him with is a detriment to him. The eyewitness statements are a detriment to him. Whatever footage is encapsulated in those 40 phones is a detriment to him. And
not
all
really.
hinged now.
Not really.
It's gonna make him or break him. One of them.
But she might be right, but do you at least see the hypocrisy of the equal force law?
No, I don't. And that's because I'm going to tell you honestly, I've been in a situation where that was applied to me. Equal force under the law allowed me to be free.
Marcus Antonio Castilla with the $20. Thank you for the $20, sir. He says, here's to continuing the stream. Jail is needed for certain crimes and punishment. can't reward bad behavior, man. Punctuation would really be nice, Marcus. Makes you realize how to value life. If you don't even in hardship, you are the problem. Get the fuck out of the USA. Go live somewhere else. Dr. Steele with the $10.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. If you want to read it, go ahead.
Metcalf did not have a weapon. Anthony did. Was it really self-defense? Or was it a disadvantage in Anthony's favor? Anthony made the wrong decision and should be held accountable.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just want to point out
this is
Zimmerman had a weapon.
But this is what I mean, Robbie. Now, am I assuming here? I can acknowledge that I'm assuming, but this will be the same person where we'll pull up a case and it'll be one person had a gun or something and one person didn't, and it'll be like, oh well, but in that case, right? And it's like, wait, no, you said weapon, no weapon. This is it. So it should be that way across the fucking board. Weapon, no weapon, right? Period. Point.
Right.
Well, a lot of it has to do with imminent danger too. Like, is what the person doing? Do you really, or does it even look like your life was really at harm?
Right, and this is the thing too, right? So let's just quarterback it from another perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say Carmelo Anthony has no consequence for this bad behavior. What is the overarching message that this teaches high school children?
Nothing.
Especially
start carrying a knife.
No.
Especially young boys that are already being taken to task and held to accountability for being masculine. It now puts all young men under the banner of toxic masculinity.
No such thing.
He's not going to change anything.
I'm just saying, Rob.
He's not going to change anything because after Trayvon was he was filing because he had a hoodie. Do you think people still wearing hoodies? Nah.
Yes, actually.
Steelers and T.
Everybody wearing hoodies.
Actually, a lot of young
Ice-T
men,
sales went up, really.
Actually,
go ahead.
Actually, a lot of parents did not allow their children to wear hoodies.
Oh my God. Jesus
well,
Christ.
Believe it or not, Raw B, there's more college student whites wear hoodies than blacks anytime.
But that's not what I'm speaking to. What I'm speaking to.
I'm just saying, if we're just speaking on hoodies, that's what I'm talking about. This is what Beans just got through saying. If it's going to be across the board, let it be across the board.
Well, here's the thing, right? What I want to know is where was all of this energy and vitriol for Tamir Rice and the police? Because that was a 12-year-old little boy playing with a little toy gun, and he got his life taken away from him. So,
great question.
If y'all don't have this type of energy for Tamir Rice, Philando Castile, Sandra Bland, and so on and so forth, the ever-growing list of people in our community that have been harmed, then keep that same energy when it comes to Carmelo Anthony. Plus, there's also 2 other mass deletions that have happened since Metcalf got his life taken. But y'all stuck on this one note and on this one case. It is fucking ridiculous.
And one of them was a knifing.
We all are here, and in all them cases you are just naming was outrage in the community. Depends what side of the street. I guess it's okay. Wait. I guess it's okay to be pro-black one moment, but it's not okay to be pro-black another moment. If you on that side of the street where you're not listening, okay, I know you listening, but you know there was people out there on the pro-black side who pushed back on all the cases you just named.
Yes,
right, but this is not a pro-black situation.
And I understand, but what I'm saying, you asked the question of the vitriol for them cases, and I'm telling you, if you're on that side of the street, you would have heard of it.
Side of the street, it exists.
No. Hear what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm listening.
The pro-blacks, the blackity blacks, the black powers, that was out there protesting, marching, they still did not have the level of vitriol that is being espoused against the Metcalf family right now. And this is not a pro-black or pro-white situation.
I got it, but you brought it into the conversation.
Hold on, would you suggest that the pro-blacks that you're speaking of didn't have anything to do with the defund the police narrative?
I'm saying it wasn't to the same level. Are the police defunded? I'll wait.
No, but I'm saying did they? I don't know if they did or they not. That's why I'm genuinely.
Nah, they didn't. They didn't.
Initially, they did.
It was the white groups that really was pushing to defund the police.
Yeah, it was crazy white liberals for the most part.
Yes.
Right. So what I'm saying is, where was the black people? Where's the black outrage?
Where was the black outrage when that black kid got killed at a hazing at a fraternity? Where was the black outrage? Where's the live streams?
What about the outrage of the black kid
that
was knifed again?
Most of those cases happened years ago, and most of it was on the internet.
Oh, okay, that just happened not too long ago. That's not too happened not too long ago. Where was the outrage where those 4 black boys had
when
shot?
Tamir Rice happened?
No, I'm not talking about Tamir Rice. We're talking about the black kid that got killed at a hazing in a college fraternity. That wasn't too long ago.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Tamir Rice fucked me up way worse than Trayvon.
Yeah. Where was the black outrage? Where was the black outrage? Where was the black outrage when those 4 black boys over there in Florida shot up a neighborhood and ended up killing a 7-year-old little boy? Where's the black outrage? Where's the pro-blacks? Where's the FBA's, ADOS? Where's all of them people at? Where they at? Where they at?
I guarantee you they was there.
Yeah.
And again, I get tired of people with their fucking marauded addle-brained minds. Oh, well, they never did anything before, so you want them to be guilty? The boy took somebody's life. The boy blood was on his hands. Fuck you talking about? Of course, I don't want him to have been the one to have took that boy's life, but he took that boy's life. What the fuck? He took somebody's life and the blood was on his hand, and you want him to be not guilty because your kid don't have a 3.7 GPA? Because your kid ain't never did nothing good in life? So because he did some good thing, hold tight a minute. So because y'all can't see your children being black excellence because he has a good GPA and he was a real good boy, that means that him taking somebody's life is fucking excusable. How many times have you seen somebody get arrested? How many times have you seen somebody get arrested for murder, right? And they go and do the witness interviews around the neighborhood. He was such a good guy. He never did anything wrong. I can't believe that Tom had 3,000 bodies in his backyard.
But you're making your own case. You're making your own case.
That's not how it usually happens. Are y'all okay?
You're making your own case. You're going to vilify people when they want to in the media, and you know that as well as I know this.
Black people. Black people.
No. This is what I'm saying.
Black people vilify actual victims, and they make themselves who are the actual criminals.
Listen, what I'm saying. When the Trayvon, since we have that case in front of us, and we were talking about it. So they made this guy out of the greatest person that since Jesus Christ came, but they digged in Trayvon's and made him the worstest person in the world. So don't act as if this don't go on both sides. So let's just be.
If you don't listen to mainstream media, you don't have to worry about that. Just stop listening to the news.
But let's talk about this. But let's talk about this. Austin Metcalf had a 4.0 GPA. He was a really good kid too. He was the captain of some teams too. So it's really a wash when we do it a 1-to-1 comparison. Throwing that shit in there, what is that supposed to mean?
I'm not going to speak on a person who lost their life. So
not person who lost their life, person whose life was taken.
Okay, well, either way, the life is lost. I'm not going.
It's not lost. It's taken.
Okay, well, okay. So I understand that y'all really wants to get all bent out of shape and everything. But there was a man who said, Hold on,
OG. Beans. Did you see what just happened, Beans?
Yeah, but I see it when all y'all do it, though.
Okay.
Don't just make me acknowledge it when OG do it.
Beans. Words matter, right?
Yes, words matter.
Words do matter.
Lost.
Yes.
No, listen.
I'm asking Beans. What's his life taken or what's his life lost?
His life was taken.
Thank you.
And when his life is taken, Bean, is it lost?
Yes, for the family. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
My God.
Thank you. You want to play? You want to play this word game with me? If you want to play this word game with me, we can play this all night.
Just a little killing.
Wait. Raw B already said there's loopholes in the law, so you should have.
So much.
Okay,
but what I'm saying, Beans, is
the system is imperfect. What's your point?
My point is, what I'm saying is, we all having a discussion, and we all have our way of looking at things one way or the other. I did not come up here and dismiss that there was a lost life, taken a life, or anything like that. I said, this is a bad situation on both sides, however you want to look at it. And let's have the discussion. That's how I came into the door.
Right.
But why we not like, but we should, this is what I'm saying. Like, B made a specific statement, right? So, like, respectfully, we should be addressing specifically what she said. I think it's a bad argument. Again, and I hate to reiterate it, I really don't want to, but if we can look at cases where lives were lost and people are still walking, then that can't be the measuring stick. The measuring stick for somebody going to jail can't be that a life was lost, because it's too many people walking around.
Each case,
lives were lost.
Each case has to be litigated, though. That's due process of law, though. We don't say this is the standard for every case.
It's about the adjudication of the facts of the case. However, when you sit there,
that's my point.
When you sit there and you admit to anything, you put yourself in a disadvantage, and it makes adjudication much easier. If anything, this is a lesson that you guys should be teaching your kids. Shut the fuck up. If you do something wrong, shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing to the police. Just simply shut the fuck up.
Right.
But
so
wait,
are you a fan?
Robbie, that could be held in his point of view, could be held as he was honest about it. Wait. I know.
Are you okay with precedents?
In what capacity?
Like every time they introduce something new in a case to get somebody off or get somebody convicted.
I think as new information is discovered, as long as all attorneys have access to it to properly vet it and assess the merits that it has for or against the case, yes, all new information should be introduced.
So there should be something said for the fact that the kid didn't leave the scene of the crime, acknowledged that he was the one who did the act, but also stated that in that moment he believed he was in defense of himself. Even if I agree with you that what the law would say, right? I'm saying there's room for precedence.
Well, that's not precedent.
That's not precedent.
It's set every time like cases are ruled on, though.
Right.
No, you're saying
so
that's
you can't really have an opinion on it. I guess.
Why? But why shouldn't it be? Because you're saying that his words are going to work against him. We know the saying, everything you say can and will be used against you. We understand that. But that's the point. If my words are I was in defense of myself, how the fuck does that not work for him? But it works for a grown man over a kid. You see what I'm saying?
Full grown man.
How it doesn't
way.
It's not a 1-to-1 though.
Right, and how it doesn't work for him is it was questions being asked, right? Is this self-defense? Whoop, 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 and whop, whop, whop. And he should not have been talking to the police.
Agreed.
See, George Zimmerman didn't say certain things to the police when they were arresting him.
He did, but he was on the phone saying, I'm following the kid.
They told him not to. They told him at the
following a kid is not against the law.
They told him not to do it.
Who told him? Wait. Who told him not to follow? Wait. Who told him not to follow? Who told him?
911 police
dispatch.
Okay, so it's dispatch. You talking about the 911 operator or the police dispatcher?
The operator.
Well, some places 911 operates all police officers.
Okay, so in this particular case,
I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. Those beings. Thank you for teaching me that. There's 3 answers: yes, no, or I don't know. So in this case,
and I gave it to you.
In this case, was the dispatcher a police officer or just a 911 dispatcher in the George Zimmerman case? Question.
Oh, I thought you were talking about another case.
It was a 911 operator.
911 operator. Does 911 operator have the authority to tell someone what to do?
No, but they are trained to tell you how to handle those situations.
Got you. Do they have
a direct order?
Okay. No. A direct order. Do you have to follow that direct order?
Why that cat
say no? Let's just say no. Let's just
say no, Pablo.
It's easier to say no instead of question it. We already stick with the facts, not the what about us.
It's okay.
Bobby
Let's
Blanco.
just say no. Go ahead.
Bobby Blanco. Does a 911 operator have the authority to give you a directive?
Yes.
No.
You don't have to follow, but they have the authority to give you a
directive.
directive.
So we can get the point of his argument, though. So let's
Okay,
say no, they don't. Right? Let's just say no, that they don't. Then what? Right? Because the only thing we're saying is that we're not saying that the 911 call is a directive that he didn't follow. What we're saying is there's evidence to show provocation. Right? The same thing that's being argued about this young man. That what we're saying is there was no weapon on one side, but there was a weapon on another side. Right? Like we're saying that there was too much in this case to suggest this man shouldn't be walking around, but for some reason we're going to ignore those same kind of factors in this particular case. And that's what I'm always asking. How do people reconcile that? How do you say, nah, fuck that, this one gotta go? And unfortunately, it seems like, and everybody heard me say seems like, so when they give their disingenuous response, it seems like it's always when the quote unquote antagonist of the story is a black person. Then it's always like, well, no, let's not worry about the precedents that was set over here. Let's just stick to the law.
Yeah, but the guy was on top of him, supposedly beating the shit out of him. It's not exactly the same.
Hey,
you know
my man,
like,
I don't know who you are. Real quick, I understand what you're saying. I don't know who you are. If you come follow me right now, I'm gonna be on top of you too. The fuck you
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I mean, but he couldn't flee the scene. Supposedly, he's like this fat, overweight guy.
Right, but
so
wait, time out. Thank you for saying
he's
that.
getting the shit kicked out of him.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saying that.
Butted and beat up.
But he didn't have a weapon. You're not making that argument.
You also agree with the statement that Rob B made about equal force?
Yeah.
So do you believe that? How old was Trayvon Martin?
I believe 15, 16
15 years old. So do you think 15-year-old Trayvon Martin had equal force to grown-ass George Zimmerman?
I mean, if he's got him on the ground and he's beating the hell out of him, I mean, I guess he did.
That's actually a good answer.
Did he have a gun in his shoe though when he was beating the shit out of him and kicking him?
I was just saying, man. I mean,
I just want to know that. We had some kind of secret weapon, James Bond shit, that he was actually shooting him out of his damn shoes.
No, but I mean, at some point after getting his ass whooped for long enough, I guess he felt it was necessary to defend himself.
But you're making his point. Do you not understand why you're making his point?
I'm not making his point because he's trying to compare these like a 1-to-1, and they're not necessarily a direct one.
But no, he's making his point is weapon versus no weapon.
I don't wrestle. I beat bitches up. I don't fight. I don't wrestle. I beat bitches up.
Final thoughts. Go ahead, witch doctor. Jesus Christ.
I'm saying I think that it's unfortunate that the young man in the story, I was hoping we got back to it. It's unfortunate that he lost his life. And I don't think the kid who took his life, I don't think he intended to do so. You know what I'm saying? I think he intended to defend himself. And I hope he doesn't have to do a lot of time, because he doesn't seem like a bad kid. I think doing a lot of time will actually make him worse. I think he got a good future ahead of him, and I hope they give him a fair trial. That's all I want to say.
Thank you very much for coming up here. Do dirty shit. Do dirty, come to my channel. I think you got a link on my a wrench on my channel. Come to my channel and drop your link so we could all do the redirect. I'll put it in the back chat. We gonna go to Beans. Go ahead, Big Mouth Beans. Say your final thoughts.
I'm gonna go off camera while I say this. R.I.P. If y'all know Miss Jenny, her husband passed away in a car accident like a day ago. And it's just been a lot, bro. It's just been a lot. I don't understand what's going on, bro. Miss Jenny husband, Uncle Tom with the house fire. It's just been a lot, man. I've been beefing with a lot of people in this space, and I just want you to know that all of y'all that I'm still beefing with, it's still fuck you, but I hope don't nothing bad happen to none of y'all, bro. Like, this shit is just, it's been a fucked up year, man. I'm gone.
Thank you for coming up. And, you know, it has been a messed up year, but shout out to your friend. Condolences. Thank you for coming and joining us today. Papi Blanco, big head ass. Say your final thoughts.
Yeah, I look good though. Don't forget that. Yo, I believe they overcharged my young boy. First degree is too much, but the reason what I think they did that so they can go ahead and get him to plead out. That's what I believe. And the right charge is criminally negligent homicide. That would be the right charge for him. And that's something that he probably can do. They're probably gonna hit him with a 5 to 10. Since he got such a good record, he will be doing like 3 years, 2 years in some camp. That's what I believe is going to happen. That's it.
Well, thank you for coming. American Nacho, American Woman. I'm just joking. Don't take personal, please. Go ahead, say personal.
That sounded good. Well, first of all, I appreciate y'all letting everybody up. That was pretty cool. Enjoyed the panel. So thanks for letting me have my word. Yeah, I don't necessarily think the kid deserves, life or something like that, or the death penalty or something. I think he's got to go to jail for some period of time. He's got to do some kind of time. We can't set some kind of precedent for, kids being able to carry around, any kind of weapon at school. They got to do some kind of time. Just like, I wouldn't be up here defending a school shooter just because he's white or just because of whatever. I mean, it's crazy. They got to do some kind of time for doing that, just for carrying a weapon around the campus, using it on campus, etc. And I guess we really got to see how it plays out. And yeah, I mean, making everything about the race isn't doing anybody any good on any side. So I hope we can keep having some dialogue.
Well, thank you. And the chat wants to know, do you have a channel?
I do, but I haven't been streaming much right now. I just had another baby at the beginning of the year, so I'm taking a little hiatus for a while.
All right. Well, thank you for coming. We would love to have you back anytime. Appreciate you. Reese from Philly, you finally get to talk. Go in and give them the smoke.
I want everybody to remember that evidence is not proof. We're getting emotional over the evidence. Nothing's been proven yet. All we're talking about is what's coming, from either side. And all it is evidence so far. Nobody knows the truth about anything. And emotions are flying already and everybody's ready to go to war. We all got to remember that these are kids at the end of the day. Impressionable mind. Everybody remembers what their brain was like when they were 17 and 18 years old. But, we're on top of them and coming down on them as if they're adults. We should be more concerned with this living kid that's alive and his emotional state, instead of his family out doing a bunch of bullshit and gaslighting at press conferences and shit. They should be trying to work on his emotional state. Me personally, I think the two families should get together and merge and do some talking and become friends, because I've seen things like this happen in the hood. And when that happens, sometimes the outcome is good. And, some people even get married in situations like this. But everybody wants war. We need to get up off of that and try to find a positive solution to all of this. And stop feeding into the media. The media is going to twist this shit around and try to fuck everybody's head up, get everybody angry and push them to violence and all this other stuff. But we know that's not going to happen. It's all just a dream. But that's all I got to say.
All right. Well, thank you for coming. Appreciate you.
Got you.
Angry Snowman, come on, Powder. What you got to say?
Well, I agree a lot with a lot of what everybody else already said. One is, we can't say that it's all right for a child to get away with doing this. We can't say that it's okay to go from 0 to 100 over something trivial, because it sets a bad precedent. And then on top of it, you look at us on these panels, we're adults. We are adults, folks. Most of us anywhere from 30 to some of us 60 years old, Reese. And the thing is look at how we're behaving up here. Think of what kind of message that's sending our kids. And if you don't think that they ain't watching this stuff, that's all they do is live on these social media apps. So they're watching and listening to everything we say. We're the ones literally creating these little killers by the shit that we say and the things that we do and the way we act and conduct ourselves. I think we need to do better. Stop putting out narratives. Stop spreading lies. Stop saying that everything's fact when you don't know for sure if it's fact. Stop pretending like you have all the answers when you don't. Just be honest about shit. Just be honest. That's all I got.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Omni, final thoughts?
Man 2. Probably gonna look at 5 to 10 years. I would also they might actually they'll likely also harp on the fact that he brought a weapon to school grounds. So, well, a school event, which is essentially the same thing. Yeah, he's not going to be home for Christmas. I don't think. Well, it depends on how fast the case is, but if he is home, it's going to be a different Christmas because he's got to. Something has got to happen when a life is taken. Something has got to happen when the life is taken. So he's not going to get away. He's definitely not going to walk. He's not going to have a super reduced sentence. The only thing that he has on his side at this stage is the fact that he hasn't committed a crime before. And the fact that he was somewhat remorseful. He showed remorse after, confessing. So we'll see. But yeah, that the trajectory of the family is never going to be the same.
Well, thank you very much for coming. I appreciate you. OG Speed.
Well, the first thing I'm going to say, thank you, and appreciate you and your significant other letting me up here. Second thing I would like to say is I predicted this stuff back in 2015, what we're actually seeing now, and I told everybody, and I got receipts, that 2025 will be the year. I would just like to piggyback on my final statement on what Angry Snowman said. It's just not us up here on this meteor that's driving this hatred throughout this land. We had a president, somebody called him a wimp, and we went over there and killed over 1 million something people, babies, women, and children. And we forgot about that. They're like it was a bad movie. So the example is not just coming from the way we are carrying on up here on this channel. There's things pre-perceived that this country has been guilty on it, and it's, as Malcolm said, the roosters, and I won't finish that statement, but we got to look at the totality of where this country is going at. And then not just this little incident. This is opening the door to a lot of things y'all gonna see in 2025. And I've been trying to preach this for the ever since 2015, 16, 17, 18. And the people who have had patience enough to listen to me on these different channels, from Raw Bees to a lot of other people, I've been consistent. What you're seeing right now, it's the opening of Pandora's box. And I told a friend that 2025 will be the year, and me not knowing that Trump will be president or all the things that are happening. It's just amazing that a lot of you all can't see it. We see incidents, but we don't see the totality of what's really happening in this country. So peace, love, and always strive for the truth. And, pray. That's all you can do.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I appreciate you. Sel has stepped away, so I'm going to end out this show. We've reached the final chapter in this show. And this is a moment where justice must rise above excuses, above manipulations, and above the noise. We are here because Carmelo Anthony's actions were not just reckless. They were deliberate, calculated, and ultimately devastating. Throughout this show, we've laid bare the facts that we have available. Not speculation, not assumption, but facts. And those facts showed that Anthony's choices were not the results of a momentary lapse or an unfortunate accident. They were the product of willful disregard for what is right, what is legal, and what is human. He had choices. He had warnings and he had opportunities to stop, and yet he chose not to. His decisions weren't made in the dark. They were made in the full view of their consequences. And now those consequences must meet him, whatever they are. Metcalf, by contrast, became the victim of Anthony's disregard, a name that will be forever linked with pain, loss, and violation. And while the Metcalfs must carry the weight of what Anthony did, it is the court of public opinion's responsibility to talk about this tragedy in truth. We should want Anthony to carry the weight of what he caused. We're not looking for vengeance. What we are looking for is accountability, real accountability. Excuse me one moment. The kind that speaks not just to this case, but to every person watching, to every person listening, wondering if justice still means something. The kind that sends a message that no one, literally no one, Black, white, Puerto Rican, Asian, purple people eaters, nobody is above responsibility. No matter how clever their defense, how rehearsed their apologies, or how polished their image. So I ask you, do not let this moment be swept away in doubt. Don't sit there and feed the narrative that lets Anthony walk away with a slap on the wrist when the damage that he caused demands more. Hold him to the highest consequences, because that is what justice demands. Y'all want to hold women to accountability. You want to hold Black fathers to accountabilities. You want to hold interracial relationships to accountability. But when it comes to a Black boy that took somebody else's life, you just want it to all be swept under the rug. Bad Duck, and I appreciate you. And I'm not here for that. And if that makes me boule, if that makes me a gatekeeper, if that makes me a conservative douchebag, so be it. But if it was my Black child that had lost his life because he asked someone to get away from his space, it would be hell to pay. I don't know that I would be the better person to be able to forgive. It would be all out war. And stop saying that you're holding people accountable when you're sitting there trying to find ways to wipe away what Carmelo Anthony has done. That being said, we thank y'all for joining us on this very long stream. We appreciate all of the financial support for all of the platforms and everybody that restreams. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
Leave that dope alone.
You haven't. So
He need to leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that